Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
That's so cute every single time. Hello and welcome everybody. Really late start to this bonus stream. I've been trying to start this stream for hours, everybody, but I'm always like, oh, I got to do this thing, and I got to do that one more thing, and then I got to go do this thing, and I got to go do that thing, and I got to go do that thing. You know how life goes, everybody. You get all wrapped up with a whole bunch of things you got to get done, and all of a sudden, boom, 6-7 hours goes by. But I'm not missing this stream, everybody. We're going to do a bonus stream today. We're going to have a bit of fun. And get in some Astroneer, because guess what, everybody? At the end of the month, they're going to have an open beta on Starseeker. So want to get in here, want to do some MEGATECH, want to try to get a playthrough of this updated MEGATECH stuff here in Astroneer before we get all off onto Starseeker. Would like to get to Outer Worlds 2 as well, and I got a whole bunch of other stuff lined up. I'm feeling better, by the way, if you were wondering. Yeah, it hurt my hip somehow, and man, that was like gallbladder painful. That was like really super painful, so I said, you know what, I'm just going to go easier. I'm just going to go easy, and I was a little worried it wouldn't pass. That would be like a permanent pain, and I have to go to the doctor and all that. But I waited it out, and then it started to subside because I just babied it, and now we good. Now we good, and the pain went away. I think I just had pinched the nerve or something like that. I don't know, sleeping or something. But I'm better now. So again, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Oh, Wish already did it right there. And we're going to get a little bit of bonus stream time in. Let's do that, because that sounds fun. So let's say hello to everybody in the chat. We got Boss Hog coming in and making it rain. Again, if you want to see the effect, Boss Hog, I would wait until you get to the other screen. But hey, if you just want to give 1,000 kiss caps to everybody in the chat, there you go. It automatically does it. We also got Wist in there coming in, showing some love. What up, Wist? How you doing today, man? Hope you're doing good. Hope everybody's doing good, because hopefully you didn't have to go through a rough week like me. I mean, it's just like one thing after another, but I get one problem solved, and then another problem comes up, and another one. Like, you fix one problem, then you get 5 more. You fix another problem, you get 5 more again. It's like you're getting more problems than you can fix them fast enough. But yeah, about 2 weeks away, by the way, 2-3 weeks away from my kids graduating high school, everybody. I'm going to have 3 fully grown children in about half a month here. Pretty amazing. It's weird when you get to this stage, everybody, because you've been working toward it all this time, right? Since they were babies, and you've been working toward, this miracle moment in which they actually graduate high school and they go on to college and do all of that. And it's like, here, I'm still alive. Because I actually figured it out when we first had our kids that I would be 56 years old when my kids graduated. Or about 56. I'd be 55 now. I'll actually be 55 when they graduate, and then 1 month later, I'll be 56. My wife's the same age as me, but she looks like she's 25. So she lucked out on the gene pool, everybody. I didn't luck out. I've been through some stuff, as you can see. You can see on my face. I've been through some things. Yeah, so that's kind of wild to think, years ago when I was in my, late 30s, 40s, and then to think, when these kids are all grown up, I'm going to be like in my mid-50s. And here I am, mid-50s, everybody. Here I am, still upright and going. Of course, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy, and it was a lot of work, but here I am back at it. So I say we just dive right in and have some fun, everybody. Let's go ahead, get right into it. Looking forward to it. Let's go. All right, let's get into some fun over here with some Astroneer. We're going to go ahead and get out of there and run around. All right, what were we doing? Over here, we were filling this bit. Oh, that sucker is full, everybody. That thing is full of graphite right there. That's 400 graphite in there. That's good. We're going to need a bunch of that. We were setting up all of our various processes. We basically got to the highest end thing in the game in basically 2 days. Of course, those were long streams, though. Those were long streams. Those were like 16-hour streams of playing Astroneer because the game is so fun. Oh, yeah, we got a bunch of fluid containers there as well. What else we got? Over here, we were working with all of this. We got a fluid container right there. What else we got here? Ceramic. This is where we were doing our nanocarbon alloy, where we started making our fusion generators. Fusion generators are best for like your vehicles. So you can throw it on your vehicle and drive your vehicle around. Yeah, right over here. And then you never have to worry about power again because this is 4 power. And it's just about perfect because you're using 1 power on this and 1 power on that. So you're using 2 power there, and then you have 2 power left over for your rover. So just throw in one of those RTGs on your vehicle. You can also have multiple trailers as well. I actually normally don't add the trailers anymore in there. Something on my glasses again. Right in the middle of my eyeball. There we go. Because it's just easier to drive without all of that stuff on there. Something on my glasses keeps showing up in my peripheral vision and attracting my eye to it. There we go. I hate that. It's like a little speck of dust or something. All right, and you can see we set up all of our various processes with our chemical stations here. So if we need to make some steel, we've got that there. This is most likely titanium alloy. Over here it sure is. Just throw that titanium up there and make some more titanium alloy. And then over here, it looks like we have some helium, and the helium is going to convert it into nanocarbon alloy. So all we need is a steel output here. What is this waiting on? It looks like iron, most likely. We've got carbon there. We've got carbon over here, and we've got a whole bunch of gases there. So yeah, it looks like we probably need more iron, which we have right over here. Oh, look at us. We went and got some iron there. Awesome. And really, these type of games, everybody, they're all about... By the way, you like my new little Astroneer thing down there? That little person moves from time to time. This is all about power. If you have enough power, you can make this run and run and run. So I'm just going to have this go ahead and run out some stuff here. Oh, boy. There we go. So we'll grab one of those, put it right over there. What do we got in here? Compound. All right, let's move that out of the way. Move this. What do we got here? Zinc. Oh, man. Look at it. Look at it just filling that up with nitrogen. Now, these are solid containers, so we need to do that for our hydrazine. Over here, we need to make a gas canister. There we go. Silicon and glass. And over here, we have all these basics, right? I can just look right here. I can see I have plastic there. Over here I have aluminum alloy. This is tungsten carbonide. I would imagine this is graphene. Yep. And then this looks like silicon. I can see it right there. So what do we need? We need some quartz. See, it's always difficult to come back because you're like, where did I put everything? That's always a fun one. I don't see any quartz, but we could make it. This could be quartz, but more, that's explosive powder. And I think we went off. I think the last thing we did was we went off and we got a bunch of the chips so that we could make the extractors. Yeah, there they are right there. Yeah, so we can make these extractors and get that going. So we need some steel, tungsten, carbonide, rubber, which we have a bunch of that. But it looks like our problem right now is quartz. So let's run that back in here. Oh, we actually have some silicon. We don't even need to get it because we already made some. Ah, okay, even better. So at this point, I forget what I was making. All right, yeah, over here. Yes, I was making a gas canister. Then we need some glass, which also is made from quartz. Let's go over here and check our forges to see if... Oh, over here. Yeah, see, I'd left a few for beacons. Always a good idea. All right, do we have a forge that we could use somewhere? Over here. There we go. So what we need is we need a glass canister to rein in this nitrogen here. And I can see I don't have that on loop, so that must just been the nitrogen that we had. So first thing you want to do is rein in all of your resources, everybody. They do start to take up all the slots, and then... Hey, you. Wrong place. Always clicking the wrong thing in this game. There we go. And then we'll make a gas canister to hold that. And they have even bigger canisters now. Again, they came out with a MEGATECH and a lot of mega-sized things, which we'll get to. Now, if you notice over here, I have 35,000, and it's running right now. And the reason why I do that is because I auto set it up to just auto run. Even if it's just doing, say, 40 every so often, it's better than it not doing anything. So we just let that run and run. So let's go ahead, again, rein this in a bit here. So we'll take this nitrogen and just throw it on here like so. Run that graphene back in. Get our titanium alloy, put that on there. And see, once we're able to put that on the table, it'll automatically organize all that. What do we got back here? Medium resource canister. Actually, a couple of them back there. And so that'll just take all of those and put that in that single canister, which helps a lot. For sure. What up, Bommel? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in and chilling out on the channel. Oh, look out! Miss Boyer coming in with that 6 months of love, getting that brand new sub badge as well. Thank you for coming in and showing that love. I appreciate you. How you doing today? I appreciate everybody coming in. Again, I was going to try to do a bonus stream earlier, but again, IRL just kept getting in my way. But the cool thing is, got all that IRL stuff done. I think the other thing we needed was lithium. Yes, we're out of lithium as well. All right, we guys should make a list over here. I'm going to write it down, say over here, we need some lithium to get us started. We're also working on our titanium, our iron. I'm totally butchering these names. What's the other thing? Graphite that we were working on also. So I saw we already brought the iron back, so we're good on the iron. We do need it to process that iron, though. Do we have any empty canisters? Oh, we got one right here that we just had in that thing right there. There we go. All right, then what we can do is take this steel, put it in there, run these back in, and run that in or out. I don't know what I'm doing with it. There we go. I think this one's the fuller of the two. Actually, that one should be in. Well, that one's almost full now. And then what you do is you put your steel on here, and then the steel has a place to go. So when you're running all this stuff out, it'll just keep running. Then we want to run the iron out. And that's going to make a bunch of steel, which is what we want it to do. All right, there we go. And how much left in here? 4 left in there. Some over here. So that'll let that run. Explosive powder, that's for making our things that go boom. Again, we have compound here. Let's just go ahead, take that. What's in here? Helium. Isn't this helium over here? Yes. Okay. This one's empty. We'll put that over there. We got this zinc. We'll just put that off to the side for now. Okay, so that's holding helium, which is what it needs for making nanocarbon alloy. We have an extra nanocarbon alloy. Now we need some lithium. I'll put that up there. And I see we already have an extractor there. So if we go get some lithium, we could get some power so we could go ahead and extract some lithium. It's always a cool way to think about it as well. And we probably need to make more vehicles today. Man, we got a lot of stuff to do. We sure do. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I made that big, gigantic battery. Again, if you haven't seen the new stuff, by the way, this is from the original game, everybody. These little test objects. They're just collectibles in the game. Pretty fun. But look at these massive batteries they added, everybody. Very cool. It's 8,192 power, and it outputs at 25 power. So it can power everything that I have here. But the funny thing is, most of my stuff is powered by these 3 generators here since the very beginning of the game. What we did is we set up some trees here, and of course you can use really any kind of fauna or flora or whatever you want to do. And use these tappers, and these tappers will put out this organic material, and which it can pick up the organic material. So you unlock your auto arm as quick as you can. It'll pick up that material and then transfer it to the smelting furnace. And then the smelting furnace will go in and process it to carbon. And that carbon will then keep all the generators going, like you just saw. And then when it runs out, it'll just go ahead and make another one, and it just perpetually keeps that power going forever. It'll never stop running. As long as you keep that power in a good chain where you don't have that you have more coming in than you have going out, or at least evenly coming in and going out, that'll go forever, and it will just keep powering everything over here. So I made everything and did all of this just from those 3. Or actually, I originally had 4 generators, and I took the other generator and I put it somewhere, I think on another planet or something, to do auto research. Like we walk out here, we can see that we have these auto arms, and what they're doing, every now and again, these things will grow up a little thing, right, that is worth about 40 research. But if you have one thing and it just continuously does that one thing over a long period of time, it pays off. As you can see, we got 35,000. Now, again, also on Atrox, which is the highest end planet, it is also extracting stuff from there every now and again, like 1,500 research for one of these little things, right? It'll just keep doing that forever, for a really long time. You can see it working away right there. Working away on it, and I didn't have to do anything. I just set that up at the beginning, and now it'll just run and run and run. All right, so it looks like lithium is our number 1 thing. Let's see how many launches we have here. We have 9 launches left. Well, let's just go ahead and take care of that so we don't have to think about it. I think we can squeeze another one in here. Now, you can see I keep some hydrazine here for us to go ahead and utilize for our vehicle or for our jetpacks or whatever it is. Speaking of these, which room I got in my backpack? I think I got room for a couple of these. We'll take a couple of these solar canisters with us as well, and we'll stop by our hydrazine. I think actually we got some room up here too. You know what? Let's just do this. Again, there's like adapters that you can put on there to carry more. But I'm just going to go ahead, bring about 4 of those with me, and we'll go check in on our hydrazine. There we go. Now we got 17 launches. Off we go. Okay, now where I like to do my hydrazine setup is actually not on Sylvia, though you totally could. You could run a bunch of ammonium over there and do it there. I usually do it over here on Caldor. Caldor is very flat, very easy to set it up, very easy to drive your vehicles around because it's very flat. But what we can do is go ahead and set up some extraction and also set up as well. Oh yeah, this is done. I can see already. Now you can see I have a lot of hydrazine right there. So what I want to do is replace the current hydrazine that I have with other ones that can run while we're using all of these. So we're just going to get these soil canisters out of there, and we'll put all these down so those can fill up while we're out and about. Now you can see this one's not completely filled, so we'll just leave that one. Then we're going to do what I call the bump, where you just bump these. Bump. Oh, sometimes I screwed up. There we go. And then bump this one over here, turn it a little bit, and bump it. There we go. And then now the auto arm can grab it and then feed it over. The only problem is, I put it in my backpack. The only problem is it can't necessarily reach it over here, so we need to probably move this over like this. Put these here. That's right. This is doing its thing over here. I forgot. It's feeding that into there. So we got problems. All right, let's do this. We'll put this back over here. We'll just set these over there. And also just set it down. It'll grab it. So we got to leave some of this open. So we'll take this one out. We'll put this one here. We'll go ahead and put that one there and this one over there. There we go. And then we can take some of these and put them up there. That's not full, so we'll just go ahead and do this. There we go. That one full. It's 20 of 24. Let's just take some full ones. And then these other ones we can just leave here for when we need them later. Don't need them right this second. But I also don't want them to wander off, which sometimes they do. There we go. Don't know why I have that just sitting over here, but there we go. What else? Actually, I could have used that for my vehicle. Plug that in the vehicle so it charges up. Now, if you notice, the little green line went up, and that's because you just bump it, and it will go ahead and reevaluate whether there's some stuff there. If it detects there is a resource there, then it will go back to working. There we go. And you want to leave a little bit of a room so this kind of auto arm can get ahead of this a little bit while it's processing, if it can, or at least have a place for it to put it, and then it will grab it there. And then this one over here will only put it over here if the hydrogen is empty. So once that hydrogen runs out, it'll automatically feed it without feeding a ton of them over here for no reason, which we don't want it to do. Okay, so we got that, and now we're ready to go get some lithium. Ready to rock and roll. Over here at the Purple Planet, the Twitch Planet, wearing my Twitch partner shirt today. It says partner on the back, as you can see. Wearing my Twitch partner shirt. Very proud Twitch partner, by the way, and YouTube partner, by the way. Worked very hard to make that happen. All right, we got to find where our landing spot was. Ah, there it is. Usually I'd try to do it along the middle area. It's just easier to find. Plus I put a green beacon there, which tells me that I have been there before. Okay. Oh yeah, here's where I put that generator right over here. Or it might have been, that might have been the one that I found. I wonder if doesn't look like, how's my jetpack looking? Doesn't look like I actually brought a vehicle here yet. So what we'll do is we'll do the old slide. So here's what you want to do. You want to grab this, line yourself up, then you want to jump, and it's going to bump you. Oh, well, if it does it. There we go. And then you click on it so you're holding on to it while you're sliding. And we're sliding all the way down. There we go. And then apparently we have some resources over this way, and then we'll pick that up and jetpack the rest of the way. There we go. Now we got a nice stack of this. Looks like we have an oxygen filter here too. We go ahead and use that. Allows us to keep our oxygen up. Oh yeah, tons of lithium over here. Yeah, tons of it straight up. Can't see it, but it's there. Now, it'd be better to use the extractor because we'll get more out of it using the extractor. But that extractor is earmarked for something else. So we'll come back and make one for over here later. Now, I find that your lithium, you get one jar of lithium here, and we'll probably be fine. What we really need to do is get all the other elements like graphite and iron and titanium. But here's another little trick for doing this is that we want to go ahead and make ourselves a little bit of a ridge here that goes up. And that allows us to kind of go up a little higher. Get this stuff way up here. Man, that's a big node there. Very large node of stuff. Okay. If I shift left click, it'll take it out of my backpack and put it up there. Like this. We need to think about our oxygen at this point as well, because I can see my oxygen's getting low. So we can look around for some resin, which I don't remember seeing it out here. Or we can just go ahead and use our jetpack. Got to get up past this. There we go. I find the jetpack is one of the fastest ways to get up because as you're going up steep things, you have to jump to make it go fast. Sometimes you get tripped up. And we can look around for some resin out here. There's some right there. Also, my ship just gave me oxygen, but if I have some resin, then I can just make an oxygen filter and not have to worry about it. You definitely want to leave this on oxygen filter when you're doing this kind of stuff so you don't end up messing yourself up later. Oops, I got two of them. I only meant to get one. There we go. All right. And see, that also makes it where I have two other resins so I can redo that resin as well. And here we go again. I forgot it was off to the side here because we could just take a little shortcut. Oh, we got some aluminum up there too. All right. And so we'll just take this out now. And we'll try to make this a little steeper. Maybe a whole lot steeper. There we go. So we can get this lithium that's way up here. Again, we'll just drop it behind us. It'll roll down the way. Oops, unless it goes into the thing. Hopefully it just dropped below. Flatten that out a little bit so it stops dropping it into the thing. This way. So you don't want your back of your extractor to be in the ground. Otherwise it glitches into the ground and then you just lost that thing. There we go. Most awkward thing is trying to keep this thing upright, because it'll go off the rails a lot. Again, love me some Astroneer, but it's a really fantastic game. But again, we got the open beta for Starseeker coming out at the end of the month. So if you haven't already gone and signed up, I suggest you go check it out. You can just search for Starseeker. Go find their sign up page, or you could go and utilize their Discord. And that's what makes the jetpack so awesome. It just makes this easy mode. Okay. Now we got a bunch of lithium that's going to help us. There we go. And we have a bunch of hydrazine. We have this we have to drop off at another location. So away we go. Again, that was Caldor. Or sorry, that was Venecia. We went to Caldor before. One of the great things about having the hydrazine thruster is that you can go to multiple planets without it just suddenly going, "Burp," and then you're screwed because you run out of fuel. All right, now we're going to go to Glacio. Now, Glacio is probably the best planet in the game because it has most of the high-end resources that you're looking for, especially iron, titanium, and a massive amount of graphite. And you will need a massive amount because you're going to be using that graphite to make graphene, and hydrazine plus graphite equals graphene. So you want to get both of those going. And I can see already we have some iron going over there. I think the graphite was over here. Yes. Okay, let's go take a look at this graphite. Now you can see that it looks awesome by just looking over here like, wow, look at all this graphite, right? But you never really know until you put your auto extractor down. It's going to let you know. Like right here, that's a bad spot because the little green on the side is really low. But if we move it closer, oh, wow, it's halfway. Okay, can we get it all the way? So that's what you want. You want that sucker to be all, whoa, okay, that's a good spot. Any higher? Can we get like really far up there? It's getting lower now, lower. I move it around until I see that sucker be as high as it possibly can be. Well, I'd say right in here. Holy mackerel, that's going to be a lot of graphite. I'd say right there. Okay, so what we want to do is go ahead and just turn this around so we have the output this way. And then what we need to do is we need to bring a table that we can line up to that. We're going to need some power along with that as well. So we'll get that going. But we have our iron going over here. I wish I'd thought far enough ahead where I had brought a container. That would be awesome. But we're going to try to get to the bigger containers so we can just let that run. So let's take what we got and we'll come back. So we got to bring some containers. We need a big table for that. And of course a bunch of power. And we'll get all of that going here in a moment. Let's run back to our base first. All right, now I always put a green beacon where my base is. This particular base is a little weird. It's kind of off to the side a bit. Normally I like to have my base in the center. Remember, you don't have to keep your base there. You can always move your base somewhere else. You can just pack everything up, move it wherever you want it to be, including other planets. Can be your primary base. I typically have my primary base on Sylvia. One, it doesn't have like fog or any of that other stuff that happens, or any rain or any of that stuff. It's pretty clear all the time, day or night, so it's really easy to work with all of your elements. Like your lithium over here. And where is it? Over this way. All right, we'll just put that right over here, and then we will run that lithium out. I think I have this auto set up to run. Oh, no, I turned it off, apparently. Okay, let's go. Okay, now the other thing we probably need is titanium, which is something we're going to want to get another one of these extractors going for. So we need steel, tungsten carbonide, and rubber. We've got plastic. That's not what we need. We got over here aluminum, tungsten. That's just regular tungsten, not tungsten carbonide. Got one in there. How about over here? It does look like I was making tungsten carbonide. I have 24 of them. All right, cool. Let's definitely put that over here. We'll run one out. Man, look at all these exo chips we got. These are actually the toughest thing in the game. Even more than nanocarbon alloy, I'd say the exo chips, because you have to physically go and find them and then blow up the containers that have them and then bring them back. Again, this is the real limiting factor, is these exo chips. I find most of them typically underground, especially on Aatrox, where you're just driving underground, and there'll be just tons of them everywhere. You can find them via the map. Steel and rubber. No, we have tons of rubber because we were over here doing a bunch of it over here. So we'll go ahead and put that on there. We'll just run a little bit of that out. And we good. Now, the last one is steel. And we were making a bunch of steel over here for this very purpose. Bring that over. We'll go ahead and swap this one out with steel for now. And we'll move this out of the way. And that will allow us to go ahead and make another extractor for our titanium. back in. There we go. We also have a bunch more containers here, which we'll go ahead and move out of the way for future projects. All right, yes, and now we have 2 RTGs. Awesome. We could use those. We can take this out of here now, put that up in there. Okay, so while that's making that one, we can go back and do some other stuff. Let's pull this hydrazine out of here, which we can use over here for our graphite area. How much graphite do we have? Well, we got 21. Okay, we got a bunch. Okay, this is making graphene, so we want to run out graphite, and we want to run out our hydrazine. So what this is going to do is combine those together, but we need a place for it to end up, so we're going to need another canister. Here's an empty one. So we want to wait for the output. Check this to make that to be setting to input. Put the graphene here. Run these back in for a second. I like to put the output object on the left here. That's just me. And then now what it's going to do is process all of that graphite, all that hydrazine into graphene, which we're going to need for later. So let's just let that run. We'll come back to it. We all good. We got that running. We need to go and give it our power. We need a table as well. Do we have another large printer is a good question. We should probably be doing 2 large printers now. So let's get it going on. Large printer. We need compound. Oh, I know I saw that. It's over here. All right. Now we're going to get this going. Kind of feel like we might want to move all this out of the way. So this is kind of weirdly angled here. I want to give it a little bit more room here. There we go. And I see this is doing this. This is titanium. We could make some titanium alloy from that. Over there, we could pull this off of here. Maybe move it there. Run that in, run that in. Move those out of the way. I'm going to put it right here. Oh, that extractor's almost done too. We'd take that. Nice. Okay, well, let's go ahead and make some very large platforms. We need resin and iron. I just had that resin right here. Put that up in there, and then did we use up all the iron? We did not. Okay, awesome. It's because we stopped it because we didn't. We turned the carbon off. That's probably good enough. And again, we'll run out some iron. Over here, the other thing it needed, resin, which is in my backpack as well. There we go. All right, so that'll make a big table. I'll take this other extractor, put it over here. We got room for that table. There we go. And then we'll get another large printer here. And we'll aim it this way. And we'll have one thing on the auto extractor, or actually this can be the large table, or platform C. Do we have resin? I bet you we need more resin. How's our soil canister doing over here? Seems to be empty. This one I think was the other one. Time to go for a little ride. What do we got on this thing here? Explosive powder. We're not going to need that. Alright, going for a little drive. Whee! Boink, boink, boink. I say we go left. We pave ourselves a little road here. As you can see, I have a road that's going straight. I think I made a road going this way. Yes. Okay. How's our norths and souths here? Let's get our compass up. So I see we made a north road. That's why it's going pretty much north. And then we're going to turn around and we're going to make a south direction road. Or I'm going to press the wrong button. There we go. Now, why do I do this? Well, one reason is so I do have a road there, right? But also, I'm paving it at the same time. So it also becomes a flat road. So you're not going over all of this stuff when you're trying to go in that particular direction. Another thing that I'm doing is I am collecting soil. So that soil I could turn into other resources if I so desire. I'm going to try to take that thing out first. So it collects soil, but it also uses soil up at the same time. There's something glowing on the right there. It's glowing over here. Says there's something over here. Through here. One of our little exocaches. Now, if I see an exocache, even if I don't take it with me, I will still take it and move it toward the road so I can find it later. But I think we can just put this right on the top here. How can we do that? I actually don't think we have enough room. If we had some graphite, we could knock it down, but we don't. Also, I see some research items we could use. We could move that over to where the road is, or at least by the road. Again, just like when you're running through here in the future and you're like, oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I remember now. There was a thing there. Oh, look at this. Exochip. We'll take that. And we did not bring enough hydrazine. Might want to U-turn and go get some hydrazine. Again, I'll check all of this stuff to see what it's got. A lot of power modules there. And you can also bring your research with you, by the way, on your trailers and do it that way. But I kind of feel like what we want to do is just back up since we haven't gone too far. Get some hydrazine. I'll fix that transition a little bit there. We literally have hydrazine right here. That's going to allow us to power up our jetpacks. Over here. In fact, we don't really need to bring our RTGs with us. Take those to another planet here. Turn this baby around. Take that out of there. Keep these canisters so we can collect some stuff. And back down to our southern road here. And again, don't really need this stuff right now, but again, it's nice to have it along the road in case you're coming along and you want to work on it. Really just need the soil. Look at this. Oh, tons of resources out here. About to hit the mother lode of zinc right now. I don't like to extract it too much. I'm not really here for the resources. I just like to make a path through there. So if I do want to come back and get those resources, I know exactly where to go. I find a lot of generators this way too. I'll just be going along and I'll find a bunch of random generators. Oh, a lot of resin. Again, if I run into big patches of stuff like this, I'll just leave the resources. Man, a lot of zinc along this road. Like it. We can have it take all of these resources and run them out of here. And since we have the RTG, we have unlimited power, so we can just keep going and going and going. I'm just trying to keep this steady at the same height so it doesn't go up or down. It's a nice flat road, very easy to start accidentally going up or down, and then you'll miss the layer edge, that particular layer. A lot of other layers to the planet as well down below. Again, just trying to be as straight as possible. This would be way easier if it had a first person. I got some compound and some zinc. What'll happen is it'll get underneath your tires like that. Sometimes I'll just go like this just to get it out of the way. It messes up my road a little bit. Oh, see, this is bugged, so we got to go around that. Back up and pave over it. I'll be paying attention to the blue circle. That big blue circle there is the amount of soil I have in the canisters. Just picking up the soil and making a road at the same time. And these are research items here. The one on the right actually is the easier of the two. One, you need a certain amount of power to open it, and the other one, you just need to have the power fill it up before it opens it. Oh, it looks like a little bit of graphite there. Interesting. I always find this fascinating because this randomizes every time you play. And I probably played through the game 30, 40 times. I don't even know. It's been so many. But I find it fascinating every single time. Like what you're going to find. And this particular playthrough is also probably one of the most dense playthroughs I think I've done, where the underground is not very open. It's very dense. So you find yourself going into the side of mountains a lot, or the side of a big area where there's not much of a gap. See, like here, it's a little bit open, but all of a sudden you'll just go right into the side of a thick area. Big time. But again, we need to tap any of these resources. We've got ourselves a road through the middle of it now. I usually go until that circle fills. Let's say right about there, and we good. Let's hit the wrong button. Then I'll just turn around, and then again, look at this nice flat road I've got now. Minus the stuff in my way. But now I can just cook. I don't have to go up and down and bounce over that or try to go around all the little things that are typically in your way. Not going to worry about all the little research things that are on the ground. Again, that circle means I've filled up all 3 canisters now with soil. Which is going to allow me to make various lower end resources. Doesn't seem that far when you're cutting it out, but on the way back, you're always like, wow, I went a long way. I go around all those resources. You can come back also with the auto arm and pick all that up. Just automatically grab it and put it in the back of your vehicle if you want. Me, I usually just leave it. Come back later if I really care. Because you're always busy doing other things. Like you could be doing this, that, or the other thing. But like in this case, we want to get back because we want to use the soil for making resin. And we want to make a lot of resin. If we need any zinc, we know where to go. Actually, a whole bunch of spots along the way there. You don't really want to disturb the disturb the nodes if you can help it, so you can come back with the extractor and put them on there and you'll get the full amount. I'm always looking for, when I put the extractor down, that it goes all the way maximum, because you're going to get thousands of resources if you can get that set up. So, highly recommend doing that. Okay. And then right over here. And we'll grab this. And we'll run it over here. All right, what do we got this set to? Graphite. Oh, we got it on loop too. I'll wait for it to finish. Table up there. Okay, oh, actually I need this over here. All right, now resin is probably the thing you'll make the most if you are doing it via soil. I find it works awesome. Take this out, set that to input. We'll put this here, or we'll drop it behind it, one or the other. There we go. All right, so that will run that. Probably only need one canister in there. Let's see how it does. Because the one canister might mess up the other canister, so it can't switch back and forth and add more. And we want this to just fill up with resin. But we'll see how it goes. It'll first take the resin, put it into here. Yeah, I thought so. The one canister is in the way. And there we go. So it'll do the same. It'll just loop, and it will fill this up with resin here. And then use that soil for filling that up. Very nice. And we have another one over here. We'll just set that to the side. We got another full one over here. Set that one to the side. And we have some extras right over here that we made that we can put over there. GG's. Okay, now we need our power back. Oh, we got something in our backpack. We got some graphite over here. Make some more graphene out of it. Get these. Put this over here for these. Okay, this one needs to go back to auto extractor. Let's see. How can we do this? We're going to need some rubber. Okay, that's all we got. We're going to need some steel. Oh, steel, not iron. There's a carbonide, glass. And then steel. That's steel. All right. Start that going. What do we need over here? Iron. Iron over here. Okay. Iron. Iron. Make us another table. That over there. And there we go. Now we're making resin, tables, extractors. We're doing all sorts of things. And then we just let that run. All right. Then back for more setting up of our high-end resources. And that's what this game's all about, everybody. Power and resource extraction. So you want to be able to get to the point where you can make the nanocarbon alloy, make the RTGs, because the RTGs never stop running. Once you start them going, even if they're going at a diminished speed, as long as they're running, you're doing good. And we need to come back with some more canisters later. But really what we want to do is set up the extraction first, and then canisters are usually the easiest of the stuff. And we actually put a landing pad here so we can land specifically where we wanted to. Right here. Okay. And we'll take our table. Line that up nicely there. Okay. And we'll tie this into this. And maybe not. Move this over a little bit, a little easier to see. There we go. And I'm aiming it at the extractor over here. We're going to lock it. I'm going to take one of the RTGs. I like to put it up on the top because I don't want the resources to go to the top. I want them just to come out here, and an auto arm will come and grab them out of there. But we're going to need another auto arm for that. We'll get to that later. Oh, we can go ahead and start the extraction now because it has that power on the top. So the power is actually connected to the extractor itself. So it'll run. It doesn't have anywhere to go right now because we're going to need auto arm. We're going to need containers, all that stuff. But that is a later problem. Right now, we want a now thing. So we're going to slide. We're going to click this. Or not. Be careful. You can very easily clip this through the wall, and then you won't know where it went. I'm assuming there is some titanium down here. I see some stuff there. I can just drop that there. Okay. Oh, behind us. Yes. Okay. Now, you just want to start with some easy extraction, but even if it's not completely maxed out, at least you have some extraction going. So you don't have to do it. That's the part. That's the best part. Again, just move it around and look at that little green thing. I call it surveying. Just kind of surveying how much it is. And again, you'd be surprised at where the magic spot is sometimes. This one's very much right about there. Again, turn it around so the little extraction point is toward here. That's good enough. And again, we're going to go ahead and do this. Watch out for our oxygen. It's already halfway. Ah, hate it when I misclick. Get up there. And then turn that on. And that will start to extract. All right, we got to get out of here. We're going to run out of oxygen. Okay, so we need a table for that down there so it has some place to go. We need 2 auto arms. Let's write this down. 2 auto arms, another table, and containers for it has some place to go. All right, let's go. Again, I like to have one central base, just so it's easy because you got all your resources going to one spot. I'll actually move this base too. We'll actually move this base to another spot at some point. Maybe not today, but the reason why you want to move your base is typically when you first start off, you're going to be, using the compound and the resin and all that stuff that's nearby your base, and you're going to use it all up, or at least disturb those nodes. What you want to do is move somewhere where those are fresh areas where they haven't been drilled out. And then very easily right next to your base, you could have a bunch of resin and compound and all of that you could use an extractor on and extract it out. Instead of having to run it really far and then run it way to you, which you can do with all the rail systems and all of that. You absolutely can. Never fails to make me smile. All right, and then we got containers. We've got some extras here. We could break these down, but we'll just leave them big for now. Those are fluid containers. What are we waiting on over here? Graphene, which I think we have. There we go. Take this one, put it over here. We have some steel right here that we can grab and put up there. That'll make us another RTG. We've got our extractor here and our table here. We need our table. We need some auto arms. Find our small printer here. There we go. And auto arms. Aluminum and graphite. I know I saw some aluminum somewhere. Oh, over here. Aluminium, as they say in Europe. And graphite. Graphite. I think I might have used it up for my graphene. I know just what to do. All right, this has definitely filled up our resin for us. That was very kind of it. And now we good. And now we want to go ahead and put this over here and let that fill itself back up here. We're going to take this off first. There we go. Instead of running off and getting that graphite, I'll just have it make the graphite. We can also take this and just kind of take it off of here and put it right here for now. What else? More iron. Make us some more tables. I use a lot of these very large tables. They are very, very awesome. Okay, over here, what do we need? We need tungsten carbonide here. And again, we're going to make a lot of today. We're going to really scale up our extraction. That's our number one thing. Another RTG. Pretty sweet. We will take that. We've got our table. We got our stuff. We need our auto arms over here. And to do our auto arms, we need graphite, which is what we're doing over here. Let's get our graphite. Put that there. Oh, we had two small printers. Oh, yeah, we have one over here, which is just dedicated to those things that I just made. These things, RTGs. There we go. All right, we got one auto arm over there. And we're running out of aluminum. Okay, aluminum is empty now. Eventually we'll get some aluminum going. If you notice, everybody, I don't really put my extractors on the low-end resources, what I consider to be low-end aluminum, resin, compound, organic. I don't bother to use my extractors on that because extractors are very high-end and they use your chips, which the chips is one of the most difficult things to gather. They're not really difficult, but they do require your most precious resource, which is your time. All right, we have too much of this, so we're going to have to leave that QRTG behind this time. So we can bring both those auto arms. We've got another power. We've got our containers. We're going to probably need more containers than that. Let's go ahead and check our hydrazine down here. So we got a lot of launches. And we could definitely use another one. Right in there. Go on, get in there. So awkward sometimes, the camera, because you're stuck on third person. So you can't really go first person and like see that 100 times easier. Such is the way it goes. All right, and I like to keep this right in there in case I need more. And that'll get us to our next step. Let's go. Again, what we're doing is just scaling up all of our extraction. And if there's something we need on the high end, like titanium, like iron and so on, that's what we should be prioritizing. And then letting it automate it. That's pretty much what we're doing, and we're automating these processes. We'll get that all going. You can also automate the process of it coming and picking stuff up and bringing it back. And that's kind of our main goal in the MEGATECH, is to get that set up to where it'll automatically bring all that stuff back to our primary base. What I like to do also is to bring the raw iron back, because you need iron for things, but also to have it converted over here. It can just smelt it down into titanium alloy if you wanted to. Oop, it didn't click. I clicked it, but it didn't go. There we go. Try it again. All right, all good. And again, we'll start with our container for our iron over here. And there we go. Now what that will do is clear it out of the way like that. And then this auto arm says, oh, okay, now I can put it there. And the auto arm will turn around, grab that, and then now that'll continue its cycle. Now I do have an extra QRTG here, so I'm going to go ahead and put that down. And you're going to see all of a sudden this sucker's going to be like, oh, okay, I go a little faster, right? Because it needs a total of 8 power. But actually, it needs 9 power. And the reason why it needs 9 power is for the auto arm itself. So we actually need one more QRTG, or you could use your smaller one here, your little one, and that would be running it at full power. But I like to just come back later and make another one. So that'll keep that going. Again, we've got to watch that oxygen. Then we'll go ahead and use this one over here since we're at the surface level. We'll put that right there. We'll get this other auto arm. Actually, it'd be smarter to put it up here because it can't put the stuff there. Then we'll grab this graphite, put it here, turn this on. Now, the next time it produces a graphite, this auto arm is going to take it, put it on the table, and then this resource canister is going to automatically grab it and put it in the canister, which means it'll create a cycle, right? Picks it up, puts it on the table, goes in the canister, picks it up in the canister, and then it will collect a ton of those for us. Again, we'll get the larger containers later. Right now, we're just setting up the processes of it all. And then over here, definitely use a resin for a nice oxygen filter. All right, then the tricky part, start to slide and click this at the same time. And there we go, tricky, tricky. And then right behind here, and I'll probably just take out a little bit of this and flatten it out. Don't really want to disturb my titanium. And then same thing here. And we'll put this over here. Run this into the table for future power later. Let's say we want it on this side. Put that titanium there. Put this here. Again, that's going to run. Start feeding that titanium in there. And again, this is what I call set it and forget it. At least for a little bit. We got to come back with a canister. There we go. All right, now we have the ability for it to extract, I'd say about 32 to 40 of each of those things. So it's extracting about 40 of them. Now, what we want to do, instead of 40, we want 400 of each of those. But we want them also at full power. So to make those go at full power, we're going to need those resources so we can make more power from those resources. So that's why we're getting those started. It only takes a little bit. Again, it doesn't have to be going at max speed right at the very beginning. You just want to try to get that stuff started. Then when we come back, we have iron, we have titanium, which is the thing that's actually slowing us down right now. And all that stuff is good. But we definitely need a canister for our titanium. So let's go get another canister. And I could have shrunk these canisters down and done all of that, but we already had them extracted, so just easier to run those over there real quick. Come back. I got plenty of hydrazines. It's not like I don't have enough fuel. Got plenty of fuel, and it's making a ton more fuel for me while I'm doing this. Once you set up your hydrazine fuel and you have your hydrazine thruster and your jetpack and all of that stuff, and you have that just constantly cycling, then really it's just a matter of time. A matter of time before you get all this set up, and then you're just extracting massive sums of resources. But it's really important to know which one to work on first, right? Which one should I work on first? Well, I should work on iron, I should work on graphite, I should work on titanium. Those should all be worked on first. And then this one here is earmarked for lithium, which we want to do as well, because that's part of our nanocarbon alloy. So we'll put those in there for lithium. I don't think we have any more titanium over here. So again, that's the thing we need. Put this up here. We'll grab all out of steel over here. So we do need more steel so we can run this out. Grab this empty canister, which we can use. We'll probably just pull our hydrazine out for now. And go ahead and drop all this stuff off. Do we have any other canisters? Those are fluid canisters. Remember there were some on there. Run that silicon back in. Another one of these. Let's see if we can get another one of those going, but I think we need steel for that. See, I need iron so I can make steel. So that's why I put the canister there, so I can get a bunch of iron going and whatnot. Again, thinking it through is vitally important. Yeah, just that container alone would be useful for our stuff. So let's go. Make a couple stops this time. We'll see which one we see first. I see out here. So we'll go drop off this big stuff first, and then we'll go to the titanium. That titanium will take a minute anyway, because it's not running at full speed. Very much reminds me of like Satisfactory. If you have a pure node versus a normal node versus an impure node. Again, if you can find a real dense spot with resources, that's your primo way to go, or primo way to go. I drop this in here, start the slide, grab it, and slide down with it. Okay, where do we got some lithium at? Let's just go ahead and drop that down there. We can find some more lithium nearby. This would be a great time to have a vehicle. All right, now we don't want the lithium node that we already did, because we already got rid of all of that. Kind of look like just quartz in this direction, so scouting it out. We got it this way. Yeah, look how dense it is in here. Density, what I'm talking about is like you can't really, it's not really open. It's like really thick. Look at that. Maybe before it breaks through to get to another spot. I think this is one of the most densest ones I've ever done. Aha, there it is right there. Man, massive, massive amount there. Okay, let's go back before we run out of oxygen. So when we're coming down the ramp, it's to our left. Go up here and see if we got any resin just laying around. No, I think we used it up. A little bit of oxygen from our vehicle. The vehicle always is an oxygenator, even without the actual oxygenator itself. And you can get an oxygenator and you can go through and run all your tethers and all of that. I don't really use tethers. I usually use it in the beginning to explain what tethers are. But I feel like if you're really like playing the game, you really just want to use resin, because resin is a great way to do it. Just get a bunch of resin like this. You make yourself an oxygen filter. You keep a backup. And that's all you really need to do. You don't have to run tethers everywhere. I feel it's like a waste of your time, personally. And we'll also get our extractor, and we'll drop it. We'll start to slide. Grab it. This gets us down here faster if we can just slide our way down. Okay, going left. Ooh. Again, be careful before you drop it, so it doesn't glitch. Oh, didn't get it. Do not click it when it's in here. It'll clip right into the wall, and then you won't know where it went. You have to go hunt it down. And don't worry, we got an oxygen filter, so we got plenty of oxygen. And we can drop it about there. There we go. And then we can go ahead and try to scout out. Now again, it looks like a lot, but is it really a lot of... Yeah, that looks like a good amount. And so now we're going to survey it, right? So we brought our extractor so we can just kind of move it around. Ah, see, look, it looks like a lot. Oh, that's a lot right there. Sometimes it looks like a lot and then it's really not. Oh, man, there was a spot there. Where'd that big old spot go? Right there. All right, so that's a primo spot there. And sometimes you can cut down into the area as well and you'll get more that way. Again, we can go around and just kind of see. Yeah, I'd say we might as well just go with this spot right there where we found a ton. That was somewhere here. Well, now I can't find it. Where's that spot? Ah, right there. Right there. Okay. Now again, I'm running out of oxygen here. Make another oxygen filter. And the important thing is to now kind of build a road. So I know which way I came in and out of here. In fact, I don't even remember. It was back this way. Oh boy. Yep, don't remember. That's a dangerous thing. We should have made a road out of it so it would have been easier to find our way out. But we'll go this way and see what happens. Now at this point, what I would do is say, is there any resin in here? I'd be looking for resin while you're dipping around. Kind of felt like it was back this way. Uh-oh, running out of jet fuel too. Oh, this is definitely not it. And again, our thing is this way. Careful. Again, there's like a tunnel that we made somewhere. It's hard to see in this direction. Not it. And our vehicle's right here, but I don't see the tunnel that we made. And this is how you die. Especially if you keep getting caught on stuff like that. Slows you down. Don't give up. That's not it. Whoop, log out. Get away from those. Yep, running low on oxygen. Aha! There it is. But now we got problems because it took us so long to do that I don't have my jetpack, so I can't just jetpack my way up. So as I'm running up, what's going to happen is my oxygen is going to get really low. And then when my oxygen gets low, I start running slower. So you might want to just jump a whole bunch to get up there as quick as you can because it's going to start slowing you down. And we just happen to find our way out. Now, I didn't do that on purpose, everybody. I really did get lost there because our actual hole that we made is actually down. It's not at the same level. So you can see what we need to do. Now, of course, we brought our vehicle and we had the big vehicle. We could have just cut our way in there. But the smart thing to do now is to say, okay, oh, and we already have the table down here. To say, okay, we need to make a flat road so we can find our way back much easier next time. If you see this gray stuff here, that is your shaping. So what I'll typically do is just shape this down, and then I will start to shape my own road. Of course, I'll try to flatten it out a little bit. Again, this takes a lot of practice to get these things to be somewhat flat and up a little bit. There we go. And then now we're making our own road. And then we had gone down just a little bit, so we'll kind of go down. A little bit more down. Just try to bring it down and just try to shape your way with this gray stuff here. Then we'll bring it up just a little bit, so we're getting that kind of gray shape. Like that. And we can try to look for our extractor, which is that way, but we got an oxygen problem again, so we got to run back. Maybe get some resin while we're up there. But you can see it's really obvious now, and I have a little bridge that I can run across. It's really obvious where I've been, and I use the radar to kind of get an idea where I am. Quite often what I'll do is I'll put a beacon at the bottom of the ramp, and I'll make it like orange, so it's a wayfinder, so I can go toward that orange beacon, and then that'll help me find the ramp, and then that'll help me get up out of there. But I usually have a sense of how much oxygen I have left and how far I can go with that oxygen. That's just, you know, that's just a kind of, you play it and you get a kind of an ear for it. Does extractor deplete the resource from the real world underground, or can I move it around endlessly to get a new batch? It will eventually deplete it, but if it's a large deposit, it will literally give you thousands and thousands, some of them tens of thousands of resources. I very rarely, if I have a one that goes all the way to the top, you rarely ever have to move that out of there. What I do is I call it the bump. Like, you'll come up there and it will run out, but you'll still see the resources underneath it. You just pick it up and put it right back down, and then it'll jump right back up again. And then you can just keep extracting. But I have seen it actually deplete the whole entire area before, but it takes a really long time, and most of the time by then you have, you know, 1,000 RTGs. Even at halfway, it takes a really long time. Now, when it's really low, then that has obviously a shorter amount of time that's going to deplete. But I would definitely let it rock and roll for as long as you can. And then when you see that you bumped it, you moved it a little bit, it wouldn't let you do any more. Then you know that you've done as much as you can for sure. All right, let's go over here and get some British resin. Some more resin. In fact, we'll get a bunch of resin here. There we go. Get rid of this organic. Grab the resin. And whenever I don't bring my hydrazine, everybody, that's when I run out. The law of averages. All right, we'll just leave some right here. We'll make ourselves an oxygen filter. And now we have a bunch of oxygen that we can use for managing our stuff down here. We stop. All right, now we want to take our table and do the same thing and just kind of walk it over here. Again, much easier if you have the jetpack. I usually drop it in between because then my character can run a little faster. See, like right here, I can run around it really fast. I can turn around, I can grab it, swing it forward. Just don't clip it through the walls or you'll be in trouble. And I usually try to have it lifted up off the ground as well. Okay, in fact, we'll back this up just a little bit. And then our extractor is this way. And then we'll hold down Alt to go up just a little bit, and I will make kind of a ramp. And then kind of color this out here, or shape this out. So we can see where our actual ramp is. Take all this stuff out, all these mobs and whatnot. Just trying to get an idea. Do not disturb your stuff there. Now, I don't care about the plants or the research or any of that stuff. I just don't want to disturb my lithium extraction here because I want to put my table in here. The table's really for holding the resources, your auto arms for holding all the power and all that stuff as well. And we'll aim it over here. We'll turn this just a little bit this way so we can have the front of that aiming this way. Again, that's a lot right there, but that's 1,000 or so extraction. Put this here. Always lock the table because sometimes you'll come in, you'll bump the table, and it'll fly off into the horizon or get into the ground, and then you can't find it. Always lock your table. I wish you could lock the auto extractors. That would be awesome. But I don't have a RTG for this yet. But I can at least just let it sit there, let it get good to go. And now you can see it's real obvious as to where my road is, right? Where I'm doing my road. And again, if I have a vehicle, I could also have brought my vehicle in, shaped it through like we've done on other planets. But one of my favorite things to do whenever I'm playing a game, especially when I'm playing it through... Oh, I actually do have a orange thing by where the thing is. I forgot I had to actually put it there. Prime example, there it is. I've totally forgotten that I had done that. And I could have just went right toward that beacon. It would have helped me find my way out before. But one of the things that I do like to do is be more efficient each time. So how can I not have to build vehicles next time? What's a way I can go down there without running a bunch of tethers? Right? A great example like in Satisfactory, instead of making 100,000 power, what if I could play through the entire game, finish the whole entire game, ultimately in the most efficient way with the minimum amount of power, which I have done. Which is like 20,000 power, which is unheard of, everybody. That's really difficult to do. But if you're really well balancing all of your stuff, you can get all the way to the end of the entire game. 20,000 power. I proved it was possible. I'm doing that playthrough right now, mega playthrough, where literally I did it with just 20,000 power, which is awesome, I think. Very, very awesome. We're going to do every different type of process in it as well. So looking forward to that. And again, we'll get back to that hopefully on Tuesday if my IRL doesn't again get in my way. Okay, now we were just dropping that off. We'll come back with power and all that stuff for lithium later. But we have enough lithium right now where we can make a bunch of RTGs. And that's really our goal right now. Power up as much as we possibly can. Then we're back to Glacio. And again, lithium, iron, titanium, graphite. Those are the things that are the highest in resources that we need for making that nanocarbon alloy. That nanocarbon alloy makes our RTGs, which allows us to extract titanium, iron, graphite, lithium. You get the idea. So it's like a circular thing that you're creating. You're creating this circular rhythm of resources. And once we have that, then it's unlimited in what we can do. We can go and we can get unlimited power. We can let that power run 24/7. And then we can... whoop! We're on fire up in here! Brunine! Bringing that fire. What up, Brunine?
What's up, bro?
What up, bro? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. All right, so we got one over there. We got one over here. I can see that's already full. Is that full already? Holy moly. All right, we're going to come back with another canister. But what we want to do is we want to get over here. I think I'm going to grab one of these out of here just for my jetpack. There we go. We want to get our titanium going. So again, I just drop it, start to slide, click on it, left click on it while you're sliding down. It just goes a little faster. I mean, you can just walk down with it. It'd be probably fine. And then I'm going to go right here. I'm going to say grab all of this. Now notice these ones here at the end did not fill in, and that is because the auto arm cannot reach over there. So it's really just going to fill this up, and you can see that, boom, we just got 10 titanium there with one RTG. But we don't want to leave that there. We want to take that with us because guess what? If we just bring this titanium back, and we can come back with another canister later, it's no problem. We can use that titanium to make some RTGs, which allows us to extract that faster, extract all of this faster. So again, we're just doing it in small amounts right now. And we already have a lot of graphene, which is made from graphite, which is that over there. But eventually we will run out, so we're going to go ahead and just leave that. We'll let that fill up. We can see that this is already filled. We'll just go ahead and take our iron. See, just in the amount of time that we've been going so far, about an hour or so, we have really been crushing. Now, I am probably going to get a phone call here in a minute. And going to need to go AFK to take care of some IRL stuff. But we'll just take a break, then I'll get them all situated with what they got to do, and then I shall be back. Been trying to get this bonus stream going all night long. I was like, oh, I got to do this, I got to work on that thing, I got to run out to the store, I got to come back. You know how life goes, everybody. Always 1,000 things to do. But I do want to get some Astroneer time in again before the end of the month, and we are going to be doing again, some open beta. And of course, we'll keep this going because we'll probably play a little open beta. They'll then close down the open beta, and then we'll play some more Astroneer while we're waiting for them to come out with either the early access version. I'm not sure. So cool every time. TM in the chat, everybody. Show some love with a 20-month love. Bringing in that 20 months stream streak. What up, TM? Thanks for coming in, hanging out, man. Good to see you. How you been? So again, everybody, got to take care of that IRL stuff here in a moment. We'll see if they show up or if they flake. We'll see. Okay, we got our titanium. We've got to convert our titanium over here. And we got to actually do a lot of work on our auto conversion of titanium into titanium alloy. We got to do a lot of that later on. Let's pull this out of here and put that back in there. See if we have an empty canister. Always looking for empty canisters. Always, always. And then this needs to be converted also. What do we got? We got one right over here not being used. And eventually these all have their own individual canisters, and you just keep scaling and scaling and scaling. And we'll get that titanium. We'll prime this one. So now that we have that primed, we can let the other titanium run out. It'll then convert all the titanium into titanium alloy. Now we're eventually going to set this up where it does that at Glacio. So when we come to pick it up, it'll already be titanium, right? Instead of being the titanite, which is the raw resource. And that's what you want to do. You want to set it up so that parts of the process is already being done. You don't need to bring it over here to do it. All right, run out that titanium. Are we running it out, or what are we doing? Why is it not going into there? It's broken. Fine. Be broken then. You gotta take it off, put it back in. There we go. This one should be running in. Okay. Now, I would watch it because, again, sometimes it gets glitchy. I'd make sure that it does go in that canister. Now it's working. Now it's working. Okay, we'll let that run. Now, we could actually use another forge. So we could be working our iron right now. Now we have another forge over here for our carbon. Can't remember if I made another one or not. Don't think I did. Oh, I do over here where it's making carbon over here too, specifically for plastic. Kind of feel like just making another one. Let's just make another one. Keep us busy as well. Move that off to the side. And we will make a smelting furnace, some compound over here. A lot of times I just do this. I just have these sitting on the ground. Sitting on the ground just so I can just pick them up and grab one or two out of there. You can set this all up later. Again, trying to be as efficient as possible versus spending all this time setting up all these elaborate setups. It's all about efficiency. All right, over here we'll run out our titanium. We'll run out our graphene. Then also we have a bunch of nitrogen here. And I can see I have about 2 more charges there. I'm going to run out my nitrogen as well, so when it needs that, I'll have that. And then this also is a nitrogen condenser. We'll take this and put it over here. Oh, we already have one over there, so we actually need our steel first over here, which we do have. And there we go. And because we have a lot of lithium, it'll automatically just go ahead and make more power for us, which is what we want. I see we got more steel over here. Put our steel there, titanium here, off it goes again. Again, this is what we really want to do. We want to keep this cranking. I see we're going to probably run out of iron there. And put that up there. We got our titanium alloy. Again, we got another smelting furnace here. Okay. We'll take this smelting furnace. Take that off of there. Move that printer back there. Actually, we'd probably use this. Grab this. Now, the cool thing is when you have two of these, it'll actually do both of them at the same time, which I think is pretty cool. We'll just stop it for a second, so it'll do one. And then we can set this to input, so it's when it's done with the iron, it'll go ahead and put the iron in there. There we go. And then once the iron's in there, it won't accidentally put the raw hematite in there, which is raw iron. And now it's just double running, which is cool. Very cool getting that done. All right, then we got titanium out here. We have 3 RTGs. Very nice. I'll need that organic. Put that there. Go ahead and refuel our ship here. Like that. Nope. Like that. Get in there. There we go. Then also work on our jetpacks. There we go. Put that back up there. Don't have room for my RTG. Alright, that's okay. That's okay. And then we'll probably move this somewhere over here so I don't keep thinking those are RTGs. And we're waiting for our iron to be done. And that's going to be a full thing of iron there. Never seems fast enough though. Alright, while we're running there, I see we have some more steel here. We have 15 steel there. Wow, okay. Let's run this lithium back in for a minute. We'll go ahead and run our steel out there. We'll run our lithium out. We'll run our helium out. And again, eventually this will automatically take the steel and the titanium alloy and put it over here. We just haven't set that up yet, and that's okay. And that's okay. Alright, let's run this steel out. I just love this moment, because you did a few things, and all of a sudden, man, you're just pumping out RTGs, one of the highest thing in the highest power in the game, like it's nothing now. Again, this is only day 3. But that was obviously I played through the game many times, so I know how to get there pretty quickly and very efficiently, which is pretty cool. Okay, so what else we need to do? Probably go ahead and run these back in. And grab me another steel from over here, or titanium alloy. Kind of clean this up a little bit. Maybe throw some hydrogen down here. Definitely use a hydrogen canister for this. I'm going to try to grab this thing right here, which is going to be very, very useful. And we'll just throw these on the ground, along with our carbon. Oh, we got room over here. Just fill that up with that. Okay, we'll take this with us, and we're going to use this for our RTGs. Okay. See, waiting on this over here. Now what we want to see is just stacks and stacks of those RTGs, which is just stacks and stacks of power. You can also set up an auto arm where this makes the item, and then the auto arm just goes ahead and grabs it and puts it up on the medium storage. But I usually like to just do it myself at this point because I think it's pretty awesome. Again, this is just pumping these out. And we didn't really get that much lithium, as you saw. We didn't get that much, you know, half a thing full of lithium. It only needs 1 lithium per each one, so, you know, it's like 15 of them if you get half a thing full of it. Again, just from the titanium that we got, which I think now is empty. Both the graphene and the titanium is empty. So we can take those and reutilize those over here. And this one. Like this. There we go. And any other empty ones over here now. And we have our stuff here, which we can, let's pull these out. Run that in. Run that in. And then I think we had one over here that we're using for steel. This one. It's trolling me. Trying to put these on here so it'll auto grab them, but there's too many things running out at the same time. This is rubber there. There we go. All right, more RTGs. Remember, everybody, this is day 3. Showing you all my best gaming secrets for Astroneer right now. And there you go. Yep, you might get lasered from space if you're not efficient. That's just something I made up, by the way. That's actually not in the game, by the way, everybody. In case you are playing Satisfactory and you're getting nervous, so you're going to get lasered. I just made that up because I thought it was funny. All right, and let's see. All the rest of this is good. We can put that back away. And again, this is why we're going to need this graphite. With plenty of graphene, though. Titanium is what we need. And then over here, we have to get more steel going. How much steel's left? 5. So we can get this emptied out. Yeah, we could probably just go ahead and put those there. Any other spots? Nope, no other spots. Just leave it there, and then we can take... Oh, actually, we can use this to prime this. Ooh, even better. Prime that for steel. Run this in, run that in. Take these 2 out, put this here, put that there. That's running in, these are running out. This needs what? Oh, this needs argon. Why do we have hydrogen here? What's this? Nitrogen. Yeah, I need my argon. Where's all my argon? Is all my argon, it is argon? Potentially. We got to go back and work on our stuff anyway. Yeah, I don't see any more argon. No worries, we can go get a bunch more. Yeah, weird that we have all this hydrogen just laying around. Alright, run that back. The hydrogen typically used in hydrazine. Put it up here. What do we got? Yeah, this is all hydrogen up here. Don't need it laying around in my base, that's for sure. Okay. I could have sworn that we made a bunch of argon. But did we put it in a glass canister? Probably back at where we're extracting it. But that's okay. We got plenty of power that we can go ahead and extract it with. So let's go ahead and get our canisters back. Let's take all of our QRTGs. We got our hydrazine on the side there. We got 22 launches. We're good. We're good. Now, what this is going to do, everybody, again, I have it going, but it's going slowly because it doesn't have the full amount of power. But once I get the full amount of power, then it will run at its maximum speed, and we'll be collecting a massive sums of resources, which will be too much eventually. So we're going to definitely need the bigger containers. That'll allow us, of course, to get hundreds of them, and then eventually thousands. But right now, we're trying to step up from getting 32 per canister up to getting 400 per canister. But we'll do all the power first, and then we'll come back to the larger canisters. Because canisters don't do you any good if it's going to take 4.5 hours anyway. All right. And again, since we're right here, easiest thing to do Go over here, put that in there, tell it to input, and there we go. Okie dokie. And we'll get our iron going at its max capacity here first. So we're going to go right over here, and we're going to say, okay, how much power does this need? This needs 8, and this needs 1. So that's a total of 9. Right now, we have 4 down here and 4 up here on the top. Because I like to put the RTGs on the top so the resources don't go up there. Otherwise, they go up there, and then the auto arm can't get them. So this is 4, and that's 8. So really, this only needs 1 more. And I typically would put it in a spot in which it's not going to auto-arm. Like, it can't auto-arm here. It can't auto-arm where this RTG is. So I typically put them kind of like that. And then this will have plenty of ability to do that. Now, see how this is getting low? This is called the bump, everybody. So you just go and you pick it up and you just bump it. And then now you can see that green line is much higher. And that's going to run at full speed now. That's all good. And let's just go ahead and, not that. I was trying to grab the whole thing. There we go. And let's go do the same thing. Oh, that's already almost full. I like to see that. And it's off and running. Slowly, though. And same thing over here. We'll go ahead and bring this to the back. Actually, we'll put it over there. RTG here. RTG there. And again, we have 1 on the top. So now we have like 12 power, and we need about 9. And then that is now going to go at its maximum speed. That's going to be a lot of resources there. Now, we don't need to take this whole thing down in here if we have enough room in our backpack. So I'll take 3, even though I probably only need the 1. And I see there's also an oxygen filter over here, so we could squeeze that in there. That would be awesome, but let's just set this down for a minute. Fill up our oxygen tank. And away we go. Again, it's not like we're going to spend a lot of time down here just trying to get this queued up. We're going to need our canister here in a minute. Again, RTG on the top. Up there. We got 1 here. 1 in the back. Try to put it in a way that's convenient to get to the container. And then we need the container here. And we'll grab 1 of those. This one has a container over there. The other one has a container. Grab it on the way down. And now we can go ahead and set that to input. And away it goes. Now that's going at full speed. All right, now we're cooking. Now again, with the titanium, I find that the titanium is typically the thing that I'm waiting on. So we'll grab this titanium. That's why we bought an extra canister. But we have enough steel and all that other stuff. We do need some argon. We'll grab some of that here in a bit. But we did bring an extra canister just so we could do our stuff here. Oh, missed it. So close. Just drop it down in there and let it go. Slide, grab it. Whee! And again, canister back here, set it on input. And I would wait and watch it. Make sure it does at least 1. There we go. Because then you know you got it set up right. You don't come back and then realize that that it wasn't actually going in there and it only collected 5 of them instead of 30. All right. Those are all doing their basic goodness. By the way, notice we still got plenty of power. I love that moment, everybody. I love that moment where you're just like, man, I got crazy tons of power. Now, speaking of power, we got to go ahead and, wow, that graphite is full. We've got to go and deal with our argon. And that has just been sitting around waiting for me to come back over there and give it a bunch of power. And our argon is right here at Venecia. There's actually some resources that you can get at Novus, which is the moon of Venecia here. But I don't bother with that anymore. You can do everything on other planets. You don't even need to go there. But hey, if you like it, go for it. Okay, now speaking of argon, this is where it is making our argon. And so we want to just go ahead and give it a bunch of power. In fact, we can go ahead, connect it from the back, which we did. Queue up that QRTG. You can see it starts up already. We put it back here. Don't need this. Take this with us. And this is going to be 8 power. This needs 20 power. We're going faster. See, it goes up pretty fast. So this is 8 and 8. That'd be 16. And then we need one more to make it 20. All right, so now you can see that runs completely autonomously, no other power needed. That's going to run at absolute full speed. Oh, time for me to go. I'll be back in just a moment. All right, everybody. IRL has been managed. Let's go. Let's get into it. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Could have left that. I would have a whole bunch of it right now. And my headphones are dying. Awesome. All right, again, everybody, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, just so I know everything's working. Hey, thank you, Bryce. Appreciate it. Okay, now I'm going to leave this thing here so it can fill up. We need to bring a gas canister over here to deal with that later. But we got what we needed. We out of here. Oh, I'll give you guys a bunch of kids caps. Boom. For being awesome. Okay. Got the argon. Right over here, which is what we need. And that's now going to run. There we go. There's some more argon up here before it fills. Nope, not fast enough. This titanium. Need an empty canister. Not one. Oh, right there. There we go. Let that cook. We got our steel cooking over here, and we ran out of argon. So we're going to need to get a canister going. Always puts it off in the most awkward spot, way off over there, each and every time. And some glass. This we probably want to put on there. Do that in a bit here. Glass. Be right back, everybody. And now I'm back, and I switched my shirt back. When I go outside, it's raining outside, everybody, so I took my shirt off and put my other shirt on, so it didn't get all wet, and then I realized that I had my other shirt on. You know how it goes, everybody. You know how it goes. Always some silliness going on. Okay, let's run these back in. That's in, that's in. Okay. Then that we could transfer out of there into that one, and that gives us another empty one. And we'll take this empty one. Now we got like 3 empty ones. There we go. And then we have our titanium. And we can use that with the rest of this, which we can use one of these to either with this, run that back in, put that there, run this out. Run that out like that. Okay. And what does this need? Nitrogen. Which it does have. Oh no, that's hydrogen. This is the nitrogen. Ah, there we go. All right, we'll let that run. And then we'll go and put these canisters back. It's weird how the audio sometimes cuts out when you're flying. Oh, look at that, everybody. Full. Yeah, we just went to them from filling them partially, and now they're completely full when we come to pick them up. That's what you want to see. That's awesome. Oh, and we got a full iron there, too. We need some much bigger containers. All right. Three full. Love it. Scale it up. I know, right? I'm in the zone, everybody. I'm in the zone. It happens. Man, I need more containers. Get that gas container with me. Get ready for this one. We're about to make a lot of RTGs. Holy mackerel. All right. That's just going to cook on those now. Okay, what are we doing now? We got all those going. This one we want to probably work on our copper. A lot of copper in the side of that mountain right there. Oh, right there too. Let's go see which one's best. So we're going to get our extractor. We're going to go over there. We're going to test it. We're going to see which spot is best. That's what you want to do. Doing good, Pizza. How you doing, man? Working away. You know how it goes. Trying to get in a bonus stream here. I'm a busy guy, as you know, and also injured myself. So feeling better now, finally. I was out sick. Oh man, we get right in here, and this was a thick spot. This would be a good spot right here. Okay, you don't really know until you know, so you have to go in, survey it, see if it's good enough. And I can tell you already that's not good. Don't forget you can attach it to the walls and to the ceilings. Nope. Nope. Oh, that's not bad. You get away with that, I guess. Let's try over here. Nope. Let's go try over this way. About the same there. A lot more awkward to extract it way up here, but I mean, if it went all the way up, it would be an instant yes, but it's about the same. Again, you don't need, right now, you don't need thousands and thousands and thousands of them. You just need enough to have it start to run. And the next thing we're going to need is copper. So again, this is a pretty good spot if I just found a good enough area. We had a nice half level here somewhere. I don't know where the spot was now. I always find it to be the most surprising spot. Where you wouldn't expect it because you don't see much of it, and then all of a sudden it's a whole lot. I thought it was somewhere here in the middle. Kind of like the other spot better now. And we don't even have to do it here, by the way. We can do it elsewhere. Some oxygen, and then we'll go try to find another spot. Not liking either of those spots. See what else we can find. Oh, over there. Where'd it go? There it is. It vanished. Yeah, these spots suck. Yeah. fixing that ramp. I don't like any of that. That all sucks. I mean, it probably would have been better before we extracted all of this. But it is what it is. Let's go over here for a second. What we got on us? Plenty more spots, everybody, including underground where we could go and grab it there. But I think I'm just going to repackage it. Stick it over here. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. That there, leave that there, put that there. All right. We'll go find another spot. Plenty more mountains about. Let's up our road a little bit there. Now what I did previously, everybody, is I made an actual road that goes around the entire world. As you can see, we got a road here. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you. I appreciate that, pizza. Yeah, I'm actually feeling better already. So, already it's working. Yeah, I'd injured my hip. My hip was out, and then I wasn't feeling well. So, I had to take a break. And so we got our break in. We did what we had to do. And now we good. All right, let's just go ahead and see if we can make ourselves a road up here. On top of this mountain. Maybe, oh, I see some already on the other side. One of my favorite things to do is get to the mountain and just make a road across the mountaintops. Because then you can look on both sides, so you can see there's some on that side, some on this side. I don't care about all this other resources. They're just in my way. But I'm just getting them out of the way here, making a nice road to the top of the mountain. And then as you can see, we can survey everything in there. Watch out for your jetpack, though. My jetpack's getting low. We also have a beacon tower there. I see there's some down that way, some over this way. And this just kept us from having to fly this thing all the way over here. Up in the mountains, you'll find a good amount of graphite, too, so you can check all this stuff and repackage it if you want. Now, again, the second I find one that's like more than half, I'll be all about it, but the surface level ones of these are very hit and miss. Like this is all hit and miss. Just about ran out there. And there's some down below us here. Start to slide, then we'll grab it. Try not to fall down a hole. Disturbing the copper a little bit there, but such is the way it goes. Oh, yeah, see, that's not bad. Again, we could probably make a tunnel through here. And just put this over here somewhere. Flatten this out. Yeah, I guess. Right by where our road is, too. See how this works out. Ah, we went down into the thing. See, it looks like you're going straight, but you're actually going down at an angle. It's too steep. But if we do need to go down there, we know where to go. All right. I was trying to match that other one I drilled out. I don't even know where it went now. Ah. Definitely needs to be straighter than that. Okay. Eyeball it. Oh, there it is. If I can put it on this side. And try not to disturb the stuff if you can. Ah. It's really awkward. Oh, whoa, whoa. A little bit of a gap there. Sometimes you can cut into it and then get a bit more even. There it is. See, I was able to cut into it and still have about halfway. Again, sometimes you're like in the center of the node. I hate disturbing the node if I can, but I do need enough room here where I can put a table down and all the power and all of that stuff. And then also have the ability for my vehicle to go in and out of here. So vitally important. And the cool thing is since I brought an RTG with me, I can just set it right there and I can start that up. And we'll come back with a table, some additional RTGs, and then we'll have our copper extraction going. Just as simple as that. Now, another thing I would do back here, where this road is going, just to make sure that you're not getting confused as to this road up here, is I would just go up here, hold down the Alt key, and just block that out like that. Just create like a little barrier that says, look, you're not going that way, you're going this way, kind of thing. We can also take out all this extra kind of mountainside here. It's going to make it visually hard to see when you're coming and rolling up here. Especially all this floating stuff. I hate the floating stuff. It's visually easier to see when you're rolling up and say, okay, I'm going this way. We can also kind of even this out just a little bit better. It very much reminds me of the Photoshop cloning tool when you're smoothing that stuff out. All right, we're at it now. And now we got a little offshoot road that goes over there. And again, that'll work its way up. And we got this road, which takes us back kind of toward our base. Nice little side road. And I probably want to cut a road directly across here now as well. Say right here where we've got trying to hit the V, but I keep hitting the other thing instead. All right, there we go. You can see I kind of cut down in there a little bit, down into the dirt just a little bit, so it has a nice road-looking area. Oh, Seth coming in. He got a new sub badge as well with the 48 months of sub love. Show some love in the chat, everybody. Awesome, awesome. How you doing, Seth? Everybody showing some love in the chat, everybody. This is a peep to keep the stream a-going. Appreciate yous. Let's keep on doing our thing over here. What were we doing? Oh, we needed a canister over here to do that. Let's see. We didn't have no more canisters. Oh, we got one right here. Right there to deal with this titanium. There we go. Okay, man, we got a lot of stuff and not a lot of space to do it in. So we need a table. Let's get that going. Let's pull this one off of here now, and this way we can do double whammy. Resin and iron. What do we do with that iron? Oh, we haven't converted it yet. Which iron do we need? One more. And that's why you want iron, so you can make more tables. So we got that. We're going to need to use our small one here. We got to set up more printing here later on. Let's see. What do we got here? We don't have our lithium running out. That's why that's not continuing to go. So we got our power going there. We did all of our titanium, it looks like. And we can use this one for more titanium. Or whatever. Actually use that for our iron. How much iron do we have over here? Oh my goodness. We got a lot of iron. We need more argon is what we need. So we need to take a moment. Look at all those cute. Look at those RTGs popping off now. We need the vehicle. Where the heck did I park it? Oh, we need some hydrazine too. That gas canister. All right, while that's running, we'll take a little side detour. We'll go get a bunch of this argon that we need. And that's back over here. Again, we're just kind of going back and forth. We're kind of ferrying the resource. We're like space trucking. Where you go over there, you grab something, you bring it back. You grab something, you bring it back. But we're setting it all up so it runs on its own now. We don't have to constantly be coming back and, you know, extracting a little bit and grabbing it. We're just extracting at a much higher rate. We're extracting a full canister of this and a full canister of that. That's what we're doing. And again, sometimes I just get in the zone, everybody, and just focus. Like so. And here we go. You can see this has been filling up, so we're going to take a little bit of this power out of here. We're going to put that right there, and it's going to pull all that argon that it's been doing and fill that up, which is sweet. All right, thank you very much. That up there. How's that? We out. I'll just keep running. Again, I'll run forever now with those RTGs. And back to Sylvia. This game is so fun, everybody. I really have a great time every time I play it, and that's a really hard thing to do in a game. I usually play a game, you're over it, you go on to something else. But again, this game is one of the ones you can come back to over and over again, try to be better at it, try to improve your optimization of how you set your stuff up. This is probably the fastest I've ever played through the game ever. Because it's just, again, once you get to a certain stage, you're just ready to cook, like right now. Holy moly. That's going to run a massive amount of steel. Absolutely. And speaking of running a massive amount of stuff, right over here, we've got titanium. And then over here on the back side, we've been doing a bunch of graphene, which is like 27 graphene, which we've got. We could probably pull this off of here for the moment. While we need another canister to run this out, which I think it has one right here. We'll run this back in. We'll run that back in. We'll set that there. We'll use this canister for the output of all of this. And then run that out. And this one we should probably take out. Get the first one. Put it here, run that back in for a minute. Put that there, then, oh my god. All right, run that stuff back out. I think we good. They're all running out. Yeah, out, out, out. And then this is running in. All right, there we go. Now we're cooking on titanium and on steel. So what we want to do is just let those build up. So instead of having the raw resources, or even the one after the raw resources, which is the iron and the titanium, we want to have the steel and the titanium alloy. Then once we have both of those, look at that, everybody, yeah, stacking them. Then we can just stack them like crazy, and that's what we're trying to do. Again, massive sums of power. Now, probably grab another one of these here for the base. Just run it right over here, and now we have got a constant 8 power, 24/7. And then, of course, we're also still using our generators, so we're about 30 or 40 power there. You don't really need that much to make it work. Kind of feel like I need another one of these little storage silos. Yeah. Oh, we got ourselves our table, so let's get our table over here. Let's work on this copper first before we get all distracted on other things. More copper, more of these, more of that out of the way, more of that there. Pull that one off of there too. Couple copper on me. And we'll just forge up the ones that we've got. So we'll take this for our copper. from there. We're going to need auto arm. That's what I was going to do earlier with wherever I did with that single printer. There it is. Oh yeah. Come here. There we go. Let's put it up here for now. And then auto arm. At some point, I just print like about 50 auto arms. Aluminum and graphite. We had our aluminum over here somewhere. Do we use it all up, is the question. And we can grab some graphite from over here. Not sure on the aluminum. That's a good question. Where did our aluminum go, if we have any? Plastic, ceramic. We might have used it up. More iron to convert right there. Stop that for a second so we can prime this one to run all this iron. Now again, we're going to move this production back to where the actual iron is. We're not ready for that yet, but we'll get there. And then run that out. Alright, there we go. Let that melt down. Yeah, aluminum seems to be our next problem. And that's just so we can do our auto arms. We have zinc over there. We might want to probably think about doing our aluminum now. Let's take this and put that over there. So let's try to get another one of these extractors going. Do we still got tons of carbonide? We do. In fact, we should probably put a few of them over here. Rubber, which we have over here. Again, we can snack a few of these. Maybe not. Okay. And then the other thing is steel, which we certainly are not going to have any shortage of. Right over here. And weirdly, we're out of carbon. But that's not going to be an issue, everybody. Can see this thing right here? This is 400 carbon. And those are the ones that we really want, the big boys. So yeah, we don't need to really worry about carbon. We good on that. All right, we'll take this, run that back in. What are we trying to do? We are trying to make this over here. We need a little bit of steel. That's what we need. Let's put this in the back. Grab a little bit of steel here. Or no, is it steel or is it iron? It's aluminum. Oh no, we need steel for the extractor. That's what we need steel for. Over here. There we go. Okay, back in. Run all this, run that. Make me more steel. And I got an empty canister. More of this over here. And we'll put the output into that one. Like this, we'll stop this. Just to get that out of the way, maybe sneak a couple more of those in there. Come back to that later. Okay, so now this next part is for the other one, but that does not help us with our thing. Oh, look at our power. Our power got low because I can see my batteries were going low there. So it was drawing a lot of power. Let's make sure all this power is still connected all the way across. Does look like it is. And our battery's looking real good. We got a big old massive battery there. Battery's back on the power positive side. What else? Making that. We need that auto arm. That's what we need. So we need aluminum first. Maybe we should break off of copper to get the aluminum so we can get the copper. That sounds like a plan. Let's move all this stuff up here out of the way. And so let's go look for some aluminum. Now see, when you're in the middle of doing something like that, and then you're like, wait, I don't have enough aluminum, then aluminum is the thing you should be working on, and not necessarily just the copper. But we already got the copper set up, and so we can just go back, make another table for that later. But we're going to need another extractor, so we don't have to go back and grab that extractor for the aluminum down here. Now, I know I saw a ton of aluminum. Now, which direction it was, that's a good question. I'm going to say left. Let's go see what we got to the left. Down here. Oh, yeah, there's some right there on the left. Oh, look like we dug that out, though. Look like we dug that one out. And more on the left over here, which doesn't look like it's been disturbed. Oh, yeah, well, I think we can pull some from that. And we also got some other stuff here. All right, so we'll just go ahead and put this here. Might want to just give it a little... Whoa. That's what it does. It does weird stuff like that. You got to watch out. Just trying to flatten this out a little bit. There we go. And then aim that at that. Lock that. Leave the canister here. Do we got any RTGs on us? Nope. Again, like I was saying earlier, everybody, see, I'll be coming by, dropping stuff off, and then all of a sudden, I'll have room to carry that stuff out too. And again, it's like you're setting yourself up for success later. And I like doing that. I like setting myself up for success. Like I need to fix this ramp. This ramp's a little awkward. A little awkward right here. A smooth transition. This one's coming in this way, and so when you're coming in like this, you'd want this to be pretty wide and pretty smooth. Widen that out a little bit. Look how nice that is. Nice. Okay. Again, that takes practice, everybody. Again, how much to press it down. You know, I use the control key a lot to keep it flat. Using that control key is probably the best tip I can tell you in the entire game. Mash the control 3, how to get angles and how to flatten. Of course, you know, what I'd really like is foundations, right? The problem with a lot of these games, including Starfield and a whole bunch of other ones, is they don't give you any foundations to put a foundation for your base. So you're always kind of doing this shaping and flattening and all this really awkward stuff when they could literally just add a bunch of stuff you could put down and then put your stuff on that stuff. A bunch of plates that you just put down. Just very simple. You print those out, you attach them to the ground, they're nice and flat, and then they snap together, and you have this big old flat area where you can put your stuff on it. I'm just absolutely surprised they have not added that to the game after all of this time. I would think that would be one of the first things, but again, you know, it's their vision. Whatever they want to do with their game, but it would be night and day, everybody. It'd be night and day. My whole entire base would be night and day if they could just make foundations. In fact, not only should they make foundations in the game, but I think when they go make that moon base, everybody, they should be making foundations. Making foundations so they can put the foundations down and then put all of the different units on those foundations. In fact, I think if you're going to make a moon base, everybody, what you really want to do is put it underground. And the reason why you'd want to put it underground is because of all of the meteor impacts and all of the dust and the dust storms and all that stuff. Because remember, it doesn't have an atmosphere like Earth. So, you know, you're going to have some pretty violent storms. And those storms are going to destroy your infrastructure. So you definitely want it to be underground when you're doing that kind of stuff. Oh, mama, look at that one. Hoo-ah. All right, that is a really good. You're more than halfway, everybody. You're doing good. Let's see if we got any other, like, holy moly, look at that one. That's almost full. All right, maybe we can get one that is full right here. Again, just keep working it, baby. Keep working it until it's just primo spot. I'm going to say right there. Again, I wish you could lock this, right? Just like you can lock this table, I wish you could lock that that thing. Now, again, I'm just going to kind of put that right like that. Then this is kind of the trickiest part where you try to get the power without it zooming in on its own when I don't want it to. Try to grab the cable power and snap it. I hear it snapping. I catch it just the right time. All right, there we go. We got it in there. Now we just need some power. Now the funny thing is we need to extract some of that so we can make an auto arm so we can auto extract some of that. Now here's what I do, everybody. On your way back, I see a little bit of aluminum here. I don't think we could do anything with it here, but I think there's some in the ceiling here that we could just grab. A little bit of this. Get just enough for a couple of them. There we go. Then, instead of coming back, waiting for it to extract, grabbing the aluminum, making the aluminum, we can just grab a couple, go make the aluminum for the auto arm, and then we're good. Just love it when it catches there every time you come out of there. It's really fun. All right, over here where we are doing a whole lot of all of this. Let's get that in there. This is now... Oh, this did not finish. Run some more of that. Oh, that's empty. There we go. Then we have some copper. We've got some aluminum. And there's our auto arm there. And we have our other aluminum, which we're going to use right after that, which we're going to need that, and we're going to need our graphite. There we go. Look at those RTGs just stacking up. We need one of those big boys as well. Let's go and do another one of these. Auto arms, set that off to the side. Again, we need another one of those columns. Wait for this one to finish printing. How are we doing over here? Holy moly, look at that, 27 aluminum alloy. Over here, 32 steel. All right, this is the part we're really going to have some fun. We could probably take our little floodlight out of there, move our lithium over here, put this here, take this here, because this has now already been refined. So all you really need to do is run out the titanium, run out the steel, and then it's just going to create a massive ton of titanium alloy. Though we only have 4 more lithium left, and that's why we went to go set up our lithium as well. And again, we'll get back to doing all of that. But now we've got tons of this. All right, and then we need our giant... I don't even look at it over here. I'm looking at it right here. 2 titanium. Okay. Do we use up all of our titanium? Most likely. Most likely, but that's okay. We've got 2 empty things now we can go ahead and use. And again, we'll get to the bigger ones here in a moment. But for right now, we'll get that going. Now, speaking of, let's go see if we have unlocked it yet. We have not, but we need 5,000 and we have 45,000. So we can unlock it like 10 times. So we're good. All right, now we're going to go ahead and do the big boy. Okay, now the problem with these big, gigantic canisters like this one here is they use titanium nanocarbon alloy, which is the highest end item in the game, or highest end resource, which is a massive combination of a whole bunch of resources to make this right here. But now that we have it unlocked, we can go ahead and just say snag one of these. Now that we're out of that, we got plenty of power over there. Maybe just set it over there for a moment. We can go to the medium one here, and I like to just kind of move it so I can see the hologram there. And just kind of dip through it until I see the one I want right there. And we need glass, we need titanium. And again, we're all out of titanium because we burned it all up. But I can bet you back at my thing it's making more. We'll put this over here for this because this is full. We'll put our carbon back in there. Look, we used like 6 carbon. A lot of argon there. That's all looking sweet. We are definitely getting this squared away. Let's take this and kind of put it off to the side. Out of our way over there. Okay, auto arm here. Into the backpack. What do we need? We need some power. And we got this. We needed our 2 titaniums for that silo. We probably want to do just a bit of titanium now. Let's grab some RTGs and just put them right here on the vehicle. I think we're only going to need 3 anyway. But since we're right here, let's go ahead and just dip back down this way. Good to take this out too, so it's easy to see when you're driving down. Got this little blocker here. Okay, we're ready for some extraction. Again, I like to put it on the top so it's not blocking my auto arm. And we'll try to line it up, say like this. Going in the correct direction would be awesome. We're going to turn this on. Man, that is going to be a lot of aluminum. Okay. We're going to wait for the first aluminum to extract. And while we're waiting for it to extract, we'll make some more RTGs here. And we'll take another one over this way. Put that right there. And that's going to make that extract way faster. There we go. And I like to make sure that every single one of these is has got its own limiter, so it's not just grabbing random stuff. Any new stuff in Astroneer? Absolutely break some stuff. Oh my gosh, they got a bunch of MEGATECH. That's awesome. A lot of really large things that you can do in the game now too, especially large canisters, which we're getting to right now. So you're going to see a lot of that new stuff in this particular bonus stream. So definitely stick around. You're going to see all the new stuff right now. What we're doing is we are getting to the point where we're extracting a lot of high-end resources, and that allows us to make more power, which allows us to extract more resources, which allows us to make more power. So we're creating that kind of loop. And once we have that loop rocking, as you can see here, everybody, it just absolutely cranks. So now we got our laterite. We're going to go ahead and turn that on. It's just going to limit it just to laterite. And as the laterite comes through, we're going to set this to enable. Now again, before you go dipping, before you dip out of here, you want to make sure that works. And look at that, everybody. Again, that is thousands of resources that could extract. The biggest problem is we just don't have a large enough canister, right? That's what we really want. We want the big boy canister down here, and that's what we're working toward right now. We've actually already unlocked it, but we need that nanocarbon alloy to extract those things. Now here's the thing, the things that make the nanocarbon alloy, you want more of all of that. And then you have the nanocarbon alloy, you can then get more of all of that. But we are a nanocarbon alloy, which is the highest end of, get over here, get some oxygen. Is the highest end of it. And then of course the nanocarbon alloy is the high end of all the resources. And then the RTG is the highest end of the unlimited power. Now there are some other powers that are very powerful, the ones for sun and wind and all that stuff, very large versions of those. But once you have a bunch of QRTGs, which it never turns off, it runs 24/7, it's like a fusion reactor. Once you have that running and you have it set up, I mean, there's nothing else you really need to do. I mean, that's going to run endlessly as long as it has a place to store it, right? That's the important part. Oh, and it already did it while I was talking. Yeah, see, I already took one and put it in that canister. We know that works. All right. Now, we got that going. Now, we need some aluminum so we can make auto arms so that we can extract more resources. So we want to do that one next. We also are going to need some copper for some stuff we're going to be doing later. So we also want to get our copper going. I find the one that trips me up at this point is typically copper. So this time I'm going to pay very much attention to it. We're going to go start our copper up here in just a moment. And now we got our aluminum squared away. Again, you're just trying to auto extract all that. And I can put multiple extractors if I wanted to go faster. If I want to get more resources, I could definitely do that. But the number one resource that you're really looking for at this point is typically titanium, because titanium is not only used in the process of making nanocarbon alloy, but it's also the process of making the storages that hold all the stuff. So you definitely want to work with that. But right now we happen to have like 20 of them, so we're looking pretty good. The one thing we don't have, lithium. So more QRTGs, more stuff over here. Honestly, can't remember if I had put a table and all that stuff on the lithium. We might need to dip over there again, see what our status is, and then come back. Let's go do that. Let's go check it out. Always keep yourself a good amount of hydrazine. Again, once you have your hydrazine thruster, I just keep a stack, a fluid container, holding that hydrazine, so less chance you're going to run out and then have to rebuild from scratch your thruster to get back to your main base. You can do it on anything, by the way. You'll never actually get stuck to the point where you can't get back to another planet. You just have to start over again, where you go, okay, I'll make a table, and then I make my furnace, and then I make some aluminum, so I can then make a solid fuel thruster, so I can then get off the planet. And then you go get your higher end fuel, like your hydrazine and stuff like that, once you're able to get off the planet again. Back to Venecia here, which is our lithium spot. Also doing our argon for us. Okie dokie. Let's go see what we got going. I forgot what I did. Did I go down here? I think I went down here and I like made a left or something. Yes, right here. Whee! Look at us sliding. See, now you know why I made this road so easy. Okay. Kind of remember bringing a table down here. We've got our jetpack now. We can just dip. Aha, here we go. Yes, okay. So this is all good. We just didn't have any power yet. That's what it was. Okay, RTGs. Fire them up. Start it up. All right, looking good. Did we bring our auto arm? We did not. All right, that's okay. We'll take care of that. One more RTG and an auto arm and a container. This game also night and day when you have the jetpack, everybody. Woo. As you can see, you can get around so much faster with the jetpack. You can go up and down and all in between. And especially when you're going up at an angle like this, the running is way slower than the jetpacking. Especially when you have both jetpacks. And again, I'm the type of person that doesn't like to go slow in games. So I hate just like walking. When you're walking through a game, that drives me crazy. Did not bring that auto arm, but such is life. All right, we're going to go ahead and just drop that down there. We're going to just pretend like we're going to drop it down that hole, start doing a little slide. We're going to left click, slide right down in here. And again, I could make a vehicle. I could come over here on the vehicle and all of that. But again, we're just skipping that step because, as you can see, not necessary. We're going to drop this on the ground. We're going to click on it. Then we're going to use our jetpack. Jetpack through here, jetpack through the side here. And then put this in the back like we've been doing. Put our other RTG here. So we got full extraction going. And this is actually already ready. We'll go ahead and just grab it, take it with us. Now we just need that auto arm. And our lithium will be good. We haven't done our copper yet. We will get back to our copper. But again, see me just taking a shortcut because I have the jetpack. It's so sweet. Now, once one of my ones run out, I have some hydrazine in my backpack, which will automatically switch up. Again, the dual jetpack is the fastest. Like so. Okay, very nice. We got all that done. Done. Look at it, still going. Still extracting that argon. Nice. All right, we're out of here. We'll be back. Auto arm. Auto arm. Not it. There we go. Wow, Kismet, are you doing a morning stream? I'm doing a bonus stream. I was trying to stream last night, but I thought, well, I got to finish this thing, and I got to do this thing, and I got to fix that thing, and that thing. Before you know it, it's 6 hours later. Then I had to do some stuff for IRL. I had to run to the store. I had to help a wife with just some stuff just now. You know how life goes. It never goes like to plan. And you're like, oh, I'll do a bonus stream on Friday because since I haven't been feeling good, we'll get some Astroneer in. Nope. But we have been going for a while here, for about 3.5 hours. I consider this my Friday stream, by the way. So this is Friday into Saturday morning, and then later tonight we'll come back. We'll be playing some 7 Days to Die with my crew. You don't want to miss that, everybody. That's always an epic time every single time. All right, right there. Let's go and get this auto arm, which is literally sitting right here. I could have brought it with me, but I totally forgot. Watch this. Also, we can put that right up there. What did I do with that nanocarbon alloy? I think I pulled it out of there to make a big thing. But you know what? Just make one of those. There we go. Then I'll go ahead and make another RTG here as well. All right, let's get this. I've got an RTG on me. All we need is the auto arm. Let's also work a bit on our hydrazine here. Oh, and again, I just take it out of here. Go like this. Again, this one of them, again, another great gaming secret for you for Astroneer, everybody. Just keep that sucker on you at all times. Absolutely. This part is super awkward, though. It's like a camera problem more than anything else. Is that, you know, you go first person, that would be super easy. But the game's mostly third person, or all third person. Even when you're on your vehicles and stuff, it can make those fine-tuning little things very difficult. But again, everybody, I don't make the games, so if they don't want to put a first person in there, I'll still play it. I'll still play it. There we go. You're loving this Saturday morning stream. I have to work Monday, Friday, so I can't usually tune in that much. Well, there you go. I'm usually here, though. I'm usually Friday into Saturday morning. If I do a bonus stream. Same thing on Mondays. I'll do Mondays into, like, Tuesday morning as well. I definitely do Saturday into Sunday morning. Because my stream usually starts at 10 p.m., and then I'll go for, like, 10 hours or how many ever hours. So I'll usually still be here in the morning playing around with all this. And again, this is just momentum at this point. Let's go check in over here. Did we get all of these going? I think we did. This one needs, just as I thought, a canister. So we'll just pop over here, let this iron keep going. And again, everybody, we're going to give it the bump. Here we go. Run it in. There we go. Let's give it the bump. That's where we go over here. Just pick it up, put it right back down. Now you can see it's halfway. So it's going to do its thing. How are we looking over there? That graphite is actually full. Now, see, look, this is just a matter of just picking the stuff up now. Such amazing momentum we just built in just, you know, the time we've been playing today. 3.5 hours. Just absolutely crushing it. All right, let's go see this titanium down here. This is what we really need, because we need this for making stuff. Totally full. Awesome. What you can do also is just bring this forward so it can extract a couple more. Now, every time you come down here to pick these up, and I wasn't really coming down here to pick it up, I was really just going to put that container on the iron. But every time you come down here to pick it up, obviously you should have one to replace it. And sometimes what I'll do is just keep 2 of them here. So that when one fills, it'll have another, or you can put multiple on there. You can have multiple tables full of them where the auto arm grabs it, puts it on the table, another auto arm takes it and puts it into the multiple tanks that you might have. Because if you had another large table, you could just take that large table and put it there, and then have that auto arm putting it into 4 more of the really big ones, everybody. Or the super giant one. There's a super giant one, which we will get to. All right, we got that done. Now we're really going over to Venecia, but thought I'd take that canister and put that down in there while we're here. And back to Venecia to get that finished up. Get our auto arm in here so it's grabbing the resources and pulling that lithium out. Oh, wow. Look at that. Right by where our base is. Awesome. Awesome. Whoa, it's 83 in here. Hold on. Be right back, everybody. I got the most annoying AC unit, everybody. It's hot, it's cold, it's hot, it's cold, it's hot, it's cold. It just can't make up its mind. So I got a thermostat that sits right on my desk, a little digital thermostat to let me know, because sometimes I don't know, is it me or is it just really super hot in here? It's really super hot in here. It's literally 83 degrees in my office right now. So I went and cranked up the AC a little bit. All right. we got that going. We're going down into the thingy. Where's that thing? There it is. Oh, wait, before we go. It's always on the most awkward side. There we go, and one more. And away we go. Whee! Camera does take a little bit of getting used to as well, everybody. Okay, again, all we got to do now is get the lithium from over there onto this platform so that it can feed it into the thing. All right, we'll take the first one, we'll put it right here, we'll turn this on, and then we'll wait. Now, you got to be careful because you can't run out of oxygen standing around here. Oh, I see a working printer over here, too, or generator. Oh, and a packager, too. Oh, well, hey. About that for easy. I put a packager there, and I could just use the packager to package the thing down. I love finding free resources, and then I may use it, I may not. I may just scrap it up. I don't know. We'll see. But this is now running at full power. This needs to be set to input. I always want to watch it work at least one time. Watch that oxygen level, though. Come on. It's almost there. There it goes. Puts it in. Grabs it automatically. All right, that's done. We let that run. We come back to it later. Set it and forget it. My favorite. We are on a roll. This is Caldor type of hot, right, viewer? You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is dang hot. Again, my AC unit either too hot or too cold, or too hot or too cold. I spend my days just going back and forth all the time. So yeah, again, I'm going to try to get more bonus streams in. I got so much stuff lined up, everybody. Again, I'd injured my hip somehow. I don't know how I did it. And I wasn't overall feeling that great. I hate missing streams. I really enjoy doing it. I enjoy playing games and hanging out with all of you. Bring a little pocket full of happiness into your day. That's what I try to do. And we good. Okay, and this titanium is the first thing we want. And again, double whammy that titanium right over there. And we have one that we can use. Put that back out of the way and just random thing over there. And then you want to stop it because what you want to do is just get one that you can use over here. There we go. And then what I call priming this one, you do that, then you run that out and it'll do the whole thing. Let all that run. Okay, what else do we got? We got some graphite over here, which I would imagine that it really needs the hydrazine. Yes, okay, wow, okay, we got a ton of graphite there. We need to get our canisters here. And we're just going to put this one. Why has that one got a thing on it? That does not need to be on it. There we go. Then we'll grab these ones and take those with us as well. And how much we got in here? 14. All right, we're out. Speaking of Caldor, let's dip on over to Caldor. This is a new save. How long have been played? This is the third day. You're like, Kismet, no way. You're on Nanocarbon Ally on the third day? Yep. Yep, I'd say about 20 or 30 hours. Not that much. Probably the fastest progression I've ever done in the game. And that's because I have auto research going. I'll show you that when I get to that part. But right now we got to go to Caldor. So what I did is I played through the game 30 or 40 times. I've played for 1,000+ hours. I played the game since it went 1.0. I didn't play it in the early access, but I did when it went. I had it on my radar for a very long time because it's totally my type of game, 100% my type of game. One of my favorite games of all time now. And since I've been playing games for 50 years, that's saying something. My first gaming console was the first gaming console, Magnavox Odyssey, the early 70s. Yeah, a little white square. You moved it around. Yeah, that's old school, everybody. Man, it was amazing for its day. It sure was. Holy moly, we got tons of hydrazine over here. Look at this stuff. Oh, my goodness. Looks like we need a bump. We got to get a bump going over here, everybody. Again, here we go again. Now, this is a triple extracting going on right here. This is the first thing I use extractors for ammonium. Now, it's going to extract all three of those ammoniums. See, this is what I like about Caldor. Very flat, very easy desert planet. Reminds me of Dune. So we just set that up, have that extracting. Now, it's actually doing multiple processes. It's taking out the ammonium, combining that together with the helium, and then making our hydrazine, right? So then we just take our hydrazine with us. We also, again, you want to be able to replace what you bring with you, right, or what you're going to take. So we definitely want to replace our stuff here, and then take all of this stuff with us. Man, we don't even got enough space. And again, they have other things you can put on here and expand the space where you can get even more. We'll get into those. The really tall ones are awesome, because what we'll do is we'll come over here and we'll put one of those down, and then we'll put like 15 or 18 or how much ever it is. I think it's 8, 12, 24. Like 24 of them on the side of that sucker. And we'll come over here and we'll grab 24 of them at a time. That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Now, again, I wouldn't take the ones that are kind of partially full. I would bring the ones that are fully full, like all of those. And we also have one in here that we've been using that we could probably leave behind. Now, here's a great trick, everybody. If you have a bunch of these that are kind of partially full, find the one that is mostly full, like this, and just combine them all together. And I'll run this one out. And then see, now you're walking out with all of them there. And then this one is input. Okay, make sure these are all inputs. Input, there we go. Okay. And I think it was this one that was full. Yes, this one's 24, that one's 20. Okay, we'll take that one. Now we got 5 of them. We're out again. Away we go. Again, that's what I usually do. Yo, what up, Justin Dude? Thanks for coming and hanging out. This needs a big canister. It does. That's what we're working on right now. We're trying to get into that big canisters, and we have already got it unlocked. The problem with big canisters is they use that nanocarbon alloy. So what we've been doing is trying to get to the nanocarbon alloy, which we did on the second day. We had that all ready to rock and roll. And we have the full process set up. Now, we haven't automated it all yet, where it takes everything and makes it all the way down the line. We'll get to that later. But what we're trying to do is just scale up our resources. Doesn't matter if you need the big canister. If you don't have any resources to make it, it's useless. The only big canister I have right now is right here, and it's usually the very first one that I make in the big canister, which is carbon, because you need massive sums of carbon in this game. But we're almost there. Here, we're almost there now. We're going to take our hydrazine, and we're going to put it over here with this so we can keep our graphene going. There we go, and we're going to put this right over here for a second, and we're going to run that back in so we can get our graphene going. In fact, while we're at it, we can get this going. Now, what we really need at this point, everybody, so that we can just kind of scale up our storage, is not only the very large storages, but we need the other kind of larger container things. I forget what they're called. Silos. There we go. Larger silos, so we can hold a bunch of these at the same time. So instead of putting like 4 of them down like I did, I could put 20 of them down, right? And that's a lot. That's a lot. And you can just let that run and run and run. All right, so we got this one here. We'll put this here. We'll run that in. There we go. And then we'll just put an obscene amount of all of this stuff on here and say go, 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 go. And then it's going to make a crazy ton of graphene. Okay, how we doing? We got a bunch of RTGs laying around. We got them in our backpacks already. Now we need this copper. And then we need to go and check in on our lithium. So let's go ahead and deal with this copper again. Do we need the... I think we needed a table. Did we take a table over there? I can't remember. But such is the way it goes. I do remember we didn't use this mountain. We used the other mountain. Straight out our road over here. We should bring a beacon. That's what we should do. And put a little marker there for where we have our copper. go back over here. I just happen to have some extra beacons and even have one colored the correct color as well. Let's go. Right there. Again, you can see I made a bunch of road. In fact, I have a road that goes completely around the entire planet. And that's what's so cool about getting the paver and the extractor or the mine. The mining drill, the drill bit. There we go. Trying to think of the name of it. And again, so I can just run along my roads. I don't have to worry about anything else. And later on, we'll get rail systems that'll rail all this around. But all we're really trying to do is we started a brand new playthrough from scratch because they were still working on the MEGATECH. Everybody had a little bit of issues, and we also got sidetracked on other games. You know how it goes. And they were still working on a bunch of that stuff. So I thought, you know what, we'll just create a new playthrough. We'll just go as fast as we can to get to nanocarbon alloy, and then now we're scaling it up. We want to go over here and do, oh, we did not do a table. Okay, so we need a table here. We're just going to leave our RTGs here because we know we're going to need at least 3 RTGs. Going to need an auto arm, going to need a table, going to need a container, all that stuff. So we'll come back. Check out this sweet backwards driving. U-turn. Again, this is all using the paver, and you see all this stuff on the ground, but I just ignore it. You end up, at the beginning, like, everything is precious, all this little research and all these little things. But after a while, it's like, yeah, I got organic, blah, blah, blah. You just run past it, because you got other things to do. Remember, your time is your most precious of all resources. I forgot to put the beacon down. It just dawned on me when I got back. I forgot to put the beacon. Such is the way it goes. Away we go. Again, get the jetpack as quick as you can, everybody. Jetpack is awesome. Awesome. All right, what are we waiting for over here? I think it was some steel. It sure was. All right, let's go ahead and check our steel over here. How are we doing on our steel? We were waiting on our iron, so we have some iron. I thought we had picked up some steel over here. There we go. Take that steel, put it right there. Another extractor for another resource we're going to do here in a minute. We also need a table. So we're just going to need some of that iron before we run it all out. So let's just grab some out of here before it converts it all. And dip it right over here. And again, a lot of times I'll just put it up on the thing and it'll automatically pull it. I see. Oh, there. We do have our nanocarbon alloy. Put it right there. Then we made a bunch of resin, which we'll grab from over here. We'll put that over there. Now we got the large tables going. All right. And again, everybody, you can take the time to organize all of this. I actually took a little bit of time to... Oh, thanks for the lurker, love. To basically set up all of my production. But I don't necessarily go through and set up every single different type of output. I may do that later. Or I may not. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Again, now we got dual production power going there. We have all of our titanium converted. Now, before I turn it into titanium alloy, what I want to do is go right over here and start to create these large resource canisters. Oh, and the other thing is going to be... Oh, I know exactly what to do next. And that is quartz is the next thing we should work on. Because we need glass. Now, it just so happens that I do have a little bit of quartz that I was leaving over here. Apparently did not lock that table. I was leaving over there just in case I might need it for a beacon or, in this case, some glass. And it doesn't matter. If you don't have any quartz, you ain't making no large canisters. So really the extraction, I think, is the most valuable thing to get going. Even more than getting the bigger canisters, even more than getting all the other larger stuff, like larger power production and stuff like that. All right, there's our second canister. Now, the first one we got for free. That's part of a quest. But now we're just doing it on our own. Again, grab our nanocarbon alloy over here. We'll just put it up on the side here, so when this one's done, what else does it need? Titanium, so we can just grab the titanium ahead of time. And we can just put that over there. And then the last thing is going to be quartz, which we can actually go over here, put this back here, put this, come here you, into there, go like this and say, you know what, I'm feeling a bit lazy, even though we massively have a ton of quartz right at the bottom of that ramp. We'll just be lazy. In fact, we'll be somewhat lazy, but not completely lazy. Because what will happen is it'll actually extract that quartz from the dirt, then automatically put it into the forge, convert it into glass, and that glass will then allow us to make the big boy canisters over here. And the funny thing is, you know, I was making all these little canisters, everybody? They're obsolete now. Now I will replace them all with the larger canisters. And what is the number one thing that you want to use your larger canister for, other than carbon? What is the other thing that we just never seem to have enough of on these big boys? Usually resin, by the way. Usually it would be resin, but in this case, so we're going to go back over here, and actually we'll just snag one of these graphites and make another packager and repackage this. Because we don't need it on this planet. We need it on a different planet. And the thing I find I usually need the most of, titanium. So, we out. We out again. Again, just back and forth. Scale up, scale up. One, go, 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 go. There you go. I have done that in the past, viewer. Yes, I have done it on Venezia and let it run over there. I do like in the new MEGATECH that you can pull resources from other places. I'm not a big fan of hanging out on Venezia just because of the way that the planet is. I would prefer to do something like Glacio or on there. The only problem with Glacio is you have that constant wind noise, which is annoying. I have put my base on every planet before. Again, I've played through a game 40 times. I've played it since it came out 1.0. I've done all of the stuff you can do. I've finished Glitchwalkers. I've finished all of the content and whatnot. But I have not finished the MEGATECH. So we are working on the MEGATECH because the end of this month, open beta for Starseekers. So I definitely want to play me some Starseekers. I'm a huge fan of everything that System Era does. They've been doing a great job. Again, you got to put the fun in first, everybody. And again, sometimes you have technical problems and things like that happen. I give a lot of leeway for peeps on tech problems if they make a great game. Right? If you make a great game, all right, awesome. If you make a sucky game and then you expecting me to say, hey, why am I feel like I'm doing the beta testing for this release game? Then different. All right, everybody. It is time to go all in. Here we go, the big boy. Now, the problem is also is that our QRTGs are taking up some of the space here, so we're going to pull these out of here. And it's not like this has any other option other than to grab the titanium. But we're just going to go ahead and let some of this titanium run out. There we go. Then we'll put our QRTG or RTG there. That's not a QRTG, it's RTG. So we have 3 RTGs, 1 on the top, 2 down here on the table. Then we're going to give it what I call the bump. Right there. Boom. Look, it went all the way back to halfway again. And it'll just keep extracting and extracting and extracting. But I have seen it, even with the largest of largest nodes. If you extract long enough and with enough extractors, it will eventually deplete that node. But not for a really long time. Even if it's halfway, everybody. Even halfway, the only annoying part is that you have to come back and bump it every now and again. But you can extract that forever, everybody. Just, you'll see, this thing will fill up. It won't fill up on its own, though. I'll have to come back here and nudge it again. If it was all the way up to the top, if that was completely to the top, then it would fill up. It absolutely would. But because that green line is going to go down over time and hit that bottom, I'll have to come back, bump it again. And then usually 2 or 3 rounds of that, it'll be completely full. We won't have to worry about it. We'll let that run, man. We're going to come back. We're going to have 400 titanium, or probably around 200 or 300 titanium, and be good. Let's get out of here. You know what's weird? I haven't even worked on my little oxygen thing. Let's go see how our stuff's doing. Oh, there it is. Actually, it's already done. I was like, I could have sworn I could have got that. All right, so that is called the portable auctionator, everybody. It is like the moment in which you never have to worry about anything again, as long as you have enough power. So we'll go ahead and dip out of here, and we've unlocked the recipe for it, but we still need to make it. So we'll go back and do that. And basically, it's just like, what do they call those? I forget, the air things. We use the resin, you convert the thing. Goes right out of my head. Auctionator thingy. Look it up when I land here. I was just making them earlier, which is really annoying. When you get to my age, everybody, it's like a bad hard drive. It doesn't work as good. Got some read-write problems up there in that old brain. All right, what the heck are these things called? They are called... See if I remember before I even get to it. I shall find you. Again, don't tell me. No backseat gaming. Let's see. Oxygen filters. There we go. So it's like a permanent oxygen filter, and I would definitely keep all three of your QRTGs. So one QRTG is just going to be dedicated to that oxygenator the whole time, because that's all it's going to do is just keep your oxygen at maximum. So let's go ahead and find our portable oxygenator. Again, this is just day 3, everybody. Day 3, and we're basically about to unlock the power to never have to worry about oxygen and never have to worry about power again. Where are you? I know you're in there. I'm just going past it, I think. Beacon, work light, oxygen tank, portable oxygenator. There it is. So we need nanocarbon alloy, which is the highest end of the highest end. Happen to have a bunch right here. Let's just grab it. And congratulations, you never have to worry about oxygen again. And you know what you don't need? You don't need an oxygen tank anymore. Why don't you need an oxygen tank? Because that's going to produce your oxygen for you. So if I move away from here, we can see that my oxygen tank up here is going to... get away from my ship. Everything else, get away from me. Trying to show a point here. There we go. See our oxygen tank's going down? Now we have a lot less oxygen, but if we have an unlimited amount of oxygen, why do we need an oxygen tank? We don't need it anymore. It's obsolete. We just obsoleted the tank itself. And so what I do is I turn on this portable oxygenator. Right here, I gotta hold down F. My fingers want to work. And that's it. Never have to worry about it again. I can stand here infinitely. Because the QRTG is a fusion, it's a smaller version of the larger RTG. I call it the cute RTG. Basically, because you have that power, and it takes one power to thing, and one power to run the portable oxygenator, and the QRTG provides one power. So that's basically what it's going to do the whole time. So this, and this one, I'd say you never have to worry about again. I would just leave those kind of across from each other. Never have to worry about oxygen. You can run in down in there. You can get lost down there, run for days and do whatever. And then also if you have 2 more QRTGs, when you're shaping, especially when you're using the wide mod and the boost mod, you never have to worry about power again. So if you just went and you just did this, you're never worried about that again either. But by the way, this little light takes a little bit of power too. You always want to have your soil canister with you. And I would pretty much never take those off of my backpack now. If I didn't have the RTGs, then I might take the QRTGs off of there to power up my vehicles or whatever. But I never have to do that again. I never have to manage my backpack again, except for the last 2 slots, which are open now. But that's it. We basically won the game, but we already won it like days ago. Like on the first day, we had already won the game. Because, again, I've played through that many times. Now, again, I've not played through the entire MEGATECH, but I have played through some of it, and it is really, really fun. Highly recommend. Also, I've played all the way through Glitch Walkers. That's also really fun. I highly recommend that one as well. And just Astroneer in general, everybody. I mean, just really, really super fun. Okay, we got another extractor here. We probably want to grab this. We need a table. We already left our QRTGs there. We need an auto arm. That's what we need. Oh, and we need to extract the quartz is what we need to do. Oh, this right here, by the way. Don't need it laying around. Grind it up. Reuse it. Put it in scrap. Send it back. Get some other resources. Turn it into some resources you could use. Don't need it just floating around my base. Okay. Oh, speaking of, got some glass over here. Right here. Make myself another one of these big boy canisters. Go. And this could be going in so that it would take that glass and hold on to that glass for a minute. All right. So now we got that going. We are cooking. Me too. Waiting for a new game. Added to wish list. Oh, 100%. If you like this game, Starseeker, right now, go wish list it. I even told them. Now, by the way, in the past, they have sponsored the stream many times. I've given away many copies of Astroneer. Big love to System Error over there. This is not a sponsor stream. This is just me. I love the game. I think it's super fun. And I actually just told them, you don't even need to send me a code for Glitch Walkers. I'm just going to buy it. That's how much I love your game. I'm just going to straight buy it. And the same thing with Starseeker. I said, just put a pre-order in there. I know I'm going to play it. There's a 100% chance I'm going to play it. There's no scenario other than if I die that I am not going to play this game. So just let me buy it now. I never pre-order things anymore, everybody, because you know how it goes. Everybody, you pre-order, you get it as a piece of crap. You know how some of these games have been going. But I know I'm playing that game. There ain't nothing that's going to stop me. And again, they've sent me a lot of free codes, and I greatly appreciate that. And again, especially when I get to give them out to the community, that's my favorite. Is like they'll send me a free code, and they'll say, hey, Kismet, hey, you need a code? I said, yeah, can I get an extra one for my community? I'll do a giveaway or whatever. They're like, oh, sure, Kismet, here you go. And they probably give me, I don't know, 25 codes or something for Astroneer. And I greatly appreciate that kind of kindness. Because, again, I got, smaller stream. It's not like I'm, top percentage of Twitch. Though, if you have like 50 viewers, everybody, you actually are pretty high up in the amount of viewers. A lot of people, they've got 5 or 10 viewers. Guess what? I was there too. I remember being there. And I've had up to 200, 300, pretty solid. When Fallout 4 first came out, man, I was in that 200-300 stage. And I've been on the homepage many times where I'll have 5,000 people in the channel, or they'll be being referred from the homepage as well. I feel very lucky to do all of that, but I don't do this for money, everybody. I know it seems weird to people out there that can't even comprehend it. I have really bad medical conditions, so my doctors basically told me I was screwed. That's it, you're going to die. And I told them, screw you. I said, I don't think so. I'm going to get out of the bed every day. I'm going to do as much as I can, do what I want to do for the time I have. And so that's what I'm going to do. And actually, it's really helped me a lot. I've come a long way, lost 55 pounds. I do sleep better. I can get around better. I'm stronger than I've been in many, many years. And that's because of all the love I get here in the stream and all the love I give out in the stream. But again, there's something really wonderful to give back to peeps, right? People come in, Kismet, I love your channel, hit the follow button or whatever. And then I can go and, hit up a bunch of companies like Bethesda or Blue Yeti or, Elgato or whatever and say, hey, can I do a giveaway or whatever? Or especially people over at Bethesda Gear who have sent me things like, $200 statues and stuff like that. I buy a bunch of them. And I just give them out here on stream. So it's pretty cool. I only keep stuff that usually I buy for myself, like my little Fallout guy. I keep him right here. He's always giving me the thumbs up. He's like, Kismet, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Keep doing your thing. So yeah, that's what I do, everybody. Again, I'm not wealthy or anything like now. I got like $10 in the bank, but I have been well off. I know what it's like to have lots of money, everybody. And again, it's nice. You can pay all your bills. You still got to live, though. This is why you see people, everybody, they're rich, they're famous, they're all of that stuff, but then they're like burnouts, everybody. They like die from drug overdoses and alcohol and all of that stuff. They have all the money in the world and all the fame in the world, but it still can't fill up that emptiness inside. I feel just as good having all that money as liking who I am, everybody. Again, I feel like that's the hardest thing. Hardest thing you'll ever do is like you. Is like who you are. Pretty awesome. Happy for your success with your health. Yeah, it's been a while, and I'm still working on it. Again, about another 30 pounds to go. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll keep working away at it. Now, my big goal right now is to travel now that my kids I have twins who are 18 now. And my oldest daughter is 21, which is a miracle I'm still alive to see it happen. But they're about to graduate in about a couple weeks or so, which seems unreal to me. It's like you've been working your whole life towards something, and then the moment of that thing happens. Because when you have kids, everybody, you spend 18, 20, 30 years of your life just getting them to graduate. Because, if you have kids that are offset by years, you got the first one, you spent 25 years getting that one just to, get a job. And then, the other ones are just coming out, and then you still got the smaller one, the younger one. You might spend 30, 40 years just getting your kids out of high school into college. And all my kids are going to do really well, everybody. They'll be very successful. I already know it. And again, it's because we invested time in them. Do your homework, do your stuff. I got your back. If you need anything, you let me know. We'll take care of it. That kind of thing, that kind of base that you set up. And then what you do is you slowly transfer responsibility to them, right? You teach them how to tie their shoes, you teach them how to dress themselves and how to get ready every day and how to make their own food and, how to travel, and eventually teach them how to drive, or you hire somebody to teach them how to drive because they don't want to listen to you. That kind of thing. So I'm successful in so many ways, everybody, in all the ways you can be successful, both in life and in love and in family and all of those things. those are the things you're really trying to achieve. Because after you've already proven to yourself that you're good at whatever it is that you do, that just becomes a thing. You're like, oh man, I would be super happy if I had name of thing here, right? Like me, I bought a really nice car, right? So I bought a really nice car. I bought it from the factory, had my name on it, whatnot. I was like 20 years old. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. It was stupid though. It was a huge waste of money. And now that I'm older, I'm thinking, well, that was dumb, right? So I had the car. You got a car. It's a fancy car, convertible, blah, 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 blah. And about 6 months, it's just a car, everybody. It's just a thing. And if it's like tied to your ego, like look at me, look how successful I am or whatever. And I've had, really expensive clothes and really expensive stuff to show how successful I was and all of that. And the thing I found out, everybody, nobody gives a crap. Nobody cares if you have fancy things. And if they do, those are fair weather friends anyway. The people who are truly your friends are there when you don't have a nickel to your name, everybody. When you don't have nothing and they call you up, but they don't ask you for nothing. They don't ask you to come help them or ask you to do anything for them. They simply say, how are you doing? Those are your true friends. When they call you up, they don't need nothing. They just want to know how you're doing. And then you call them up and you ask them how they're doing. Don't ask them for nothing. Be a good friend. And just say, how you doing? What's up? Are you okay? Oh, yeah, I'm good. Or, oh, no, I need help with this or whatever. And again, that's what a true friend does. And I call those friends, and if my friends call me right now and they say, hey, Kismet, I need you to back me up, I'll say, this stream is over. Boom, I'm out. Because I believe in that, everybody. I believe in that. You be the type of friend that you want them to be back to you. And if they're not, right? So the golden rule. I have 2 rules, everybody. The golden rule, which is do unto others as you want done to you. And if they don't do that, don't do nice things for a-holes. That's rule number 2. If they're going to be an a-hole, don't do nice things for them. Stop doing nice things for them. So you know what? Hey, you treat me badly, I'm not doing nice stuff for you. Nope. You treat me good, I got you back. You treat me bad, I don't have anything to do with you. Simple as that, everybody, because you got people who are, just negative, just, weighing you down. You got all this negativity, some sort of negativity backpack because they keep putting all this negativity on you constantly. And those are the people you got to separate from. You got to say, nah, I've had enough of your negativity. I had enough of you bringing me down all the time or laying all your problems on me all the time. Again, I don't mind being there for you. I don't mind backing you up. But if you're just constantly negative, constantly, what I call the negative Nancy, it can't be done, it's impossible, this kind of stuff, just count me out. I'm over it, everybody, because it will drag you down. It'll really, you'll get depressed because they're depressed. I mean, again, and some people, they have a little pity party for themselves all the time, right? Woe is me, it's all about me, me, me. They don't care what's going on with you. Do they ask you how you're doing? No. All they ever think about is themselves, and they just live in that selfish way, where they just think about themselves, and they don't want to meet you halfway. They don't want to, change or grow or be any better than they already are. And the one thing I know is that I know a lot about some things and nothing about other things. And that's a good place to be, everybody, because you want to leave yourself open to learn new things. Leave yourself definitely open. Now remember, it's your life. They're your life choices. You do whatever you need to do. For me, that's what I'm going to do. All right, what do we got to do over here? We need some carbon. Throw that carbon in there. There we go. And we need another thing over here. And we have a little bit of steel over here we can grab. You want to keep these running. More extractors. All right, there we go. And then over here, I always forget to change that first. Run that back in. Now later on, I'll set up a button that does all of this for me, everybody. Button repeater and stuff. That will allow me to control all of this at the same time. So I press one button, it'll run it all out. I press another button, it'll stop and run all in. I'll show you how to set all that stuff up later. Don't need it right this second. I can just manually do it for now. Okay, again, lithium is what we need. So, what do? We went over there, we got the lithium going. All we gotta do is go pick it up. That's right, we just picked that up. Now, we need one of these. Where the heck did our vehicle go? I think it's on this side. Yeah, we're working on this thing. We need the auto arm. That's what it is. Stop putting that stuff in my backpack! Wish you could turn that off, but it won't let me. Okay, titanium is what we need also. Titanium here. Titanium there. Make our storage silo. We also want to make the really big storage silos. We'll get into those as well. We got a lot of stuff to get into. You might go, Kismet, how the heck do you have 43,000 research and you haven't even collected any research today? I mean, a little bit. I had some when I was walking around the road, but I must have collected like 300 research, but I just got 10,000 more research. How did I do that without ever picking up any research? Because I have it all automated. You can do it right at the very beginning of the game. And it won't be a lot at the very beginning, but if you do a little toward a long period of time, you get a lot for sure. See these bushes right here? They're going to keep growing these little things, everybody. They're going to keep growing them. They're these little things right here, these little research samples. And then all this does is keep picking them up every time they grow, and it puts it right here to be researched. And again, it's not a lot. It's not like a massive amount. You can see this one's almost done, but it's like 40. And so 40, and then 10 of those would be 400, and then 100 of those would be 4,000, and then 100 of those, and so on. You get the idea. And that'll just do that forever because it never runs out of power, and it never stops making them. So there you go. Now also on Aatrox, which is the highest level area, you can go in and set up an automatic one, and I have every so often it'll grab 1,200 research, and then process it, and then grab 1,200 research and process it, and it will do it forever. It'll never stop doing it. And I didn't even need the RTGs for it, but I just did this. I planted some trees. I have it doing the tapper, which is extracting organic, auto arm to a smelting furnace. Smelting furnace makes it into carbon, runs it on the medium generator, do it right at the very beginning of the game. And then you have 20 power, which is a lot of power at the beginning of the game. But now we're scaling it up to where we're going to have hundreds to thousands of power. And that's what we really want to do. Okay, I say we just go ahead and try to get this auto arm. Come on, auto arm, after we're doing this right here, because I need that later. Auto arm. There we go. Aluminum and graphite. Okay, we had already started our aluminum going, and we got to get that going again too. But I think we're all out of aluminum again. Just snag that. Oh, can't grab it. Wow, that's actually full. That is completely full. Alrighty. We'll just go ahead and grab this though, put that over there. So we need that aluminum, which is down in there. Oh, we need hydrazine. Add some right here and right there. Okay, let's take care of this first. We'll come back for that auto arm. We're going to run this table out here so we can get the table going. We need an auto arm so it'll pull the copper out of there. We got to do our aluminum. We got to do our quartz. And again, I didn't do them in the very beginning. The reason why I didn't need to. I don't do stuff I don't need to do. Including making massive large canisters before I have enough resources to make the canisters. Right? What you need is you need a lot of nanocarbon alloy, and if you don't have the resources to make the nanocarbon alloy, it's pointless to unlock it. You don't need to unlock it until you can actually make it. And you can use those research points toward the stuff that you need to unlock it. And have those resources. Alright, and as you can see, we made a little tunnel right through here. This is going to be our copper over here. Let's see if I remember to take my beacon off this time. Park that right there. Okay, let's get our table out of here. I love these big tables. They're so awesome. Gonna need a canister as well. And we'll just go ahead and extend this out a little bit, holding down Control to make it a little longer. And this way we can just roll up, grab what we need. Now again, we're going to automate all of these eventually. In fact, we can even make some rail cars that'll carry this back to our base. And we'll put our RTG, let's put it on this side. And the one in the back. And we can actually just grab that off of there, let it keep running. Then our little beacon. Actually, I don't even need to put it on there. We'll just put it right there. And that'll just remind us where our stuff is. That'll do its thing. But we need that auto arm, so we need to work on our aluminum. And we'll just turn around here in the tunnel. Usually one of the easiest places to turn around if you have the large vehicle is actually in the tunnel itself, because you can just back into the wall. And I like to use my road that I made. Yeah, Astronium is awesome to automate it. Don't need any Astronium right now. Again, if I don't need it, I don't make it. But I actually do have some Astronium sitting on my things. We already drilled all the way down. While we were doing a bunch of drilling to get, whenever I need a bunch of soil, that's typically when I'll do a lot of that drilling, or I'll make roads or whatever it is. Or I'll just drill out the side of a mountain, which you can see from over there. There's a bunch of holes in the side of that mountain. Oh, I need to drive around the other side. Let's drive around the other side. I should make me a little road here. I'm not going to bother for right now. We'll dip around the other side of the base. Still haven't done all of our little slug friends yet. Okay, see, this is the problem with my inability to remember what the hell I am doing. All right, let's go over here. And get ourselves some RTGs. We got some room for RTGs up here. We do. Oh, wait. That's why we were doing our thing here. All right. That's why we made our thing over here. We can put all of our RTGs away. Also great for picking up, like, loose trash, like organic or stuff like that when you're dipping around. All right. Right at the bottom of this ramp, there's an insane amount of quartz up in here. I hate it when it's mixed, though, so this one's a little mixed with compound. And sometimes you'll try your best, but you'll keep getting that compound instead. How's this looking? I know we've seen a bunch more of this elsewhere. Oh, mama, right there. All right. So we're going to oh, mama that right there. Now, before we put that in there, though, here's what we're going to do. Oh, apparently stick it on the side there. We're going to put this out here first so we can put the RTG on the top. Again, I purposely blocked the top so that it only puts the resource at the bottom so the auto arm can grab it. So let's just put that up there first. We can actually start this up if we want. That has power. We're just going to try to tuck this in here without losing our extractor, which has happened to me before, and it really sucks. Oh, that's good enough. Turn it on. Off it goes. All right, now we need a table for that one. And we need a couple RTGs, so let's just leave an RTG there. Nothing like just leaving like the highest in power in the game just lying around. Okay, and then I think we went left for our aluminum. And I can make little signs, or what I like to do is typically leave a little bit of that resource in that direction so I'll know which way to go. So let's go down here and see how our aluminum is doing. And I like to take these edges off so I can see it from further away. How about we got a full canister of it? That sounds good to me. I'll take it. Again, this will all get replaced with full-size canisters. Not only the ones that are 400, everybody, but the ones that are really giant. The really giant ones. And then you can just let it run until it runs out. Come over, grab it. A lot of times, by the way, I'll also not pick up those giant canisters. I'll just have them there so it can max out the amount of the extraction. And then I'll use a smaller canister, one of the 400 canisters, and transfer it. Transfer to the 400 and then just carry the 400 out. I'll show you. We'll get there. We'll get there. Got the extractor right in my way. Get out of the extractor. Get over there. Okay. We got that done. Now we're going to convert a massive amount of aluminum here. We're going to look for an empty thing. All right here. You go over there. You go here. Let's start that up. Empty canister. Come on, I know there's one around here. There usually is, or one with like one thing in it. Yep, plastic right here. Run that plastic out of there. Come here, plastic. Let's put you over here where you go. Plastic. Right over here. That's compound plastic. We'll just set it right there for when we're looking for it later. Again, we'll automate and clean all this stuff up later, but again, we are optimizing our stuff. All right, this is laterite. This is glass. All right, we'll take our glass out of there. And we will stop this. No empty ones, huh? No empties? Aha, right there, empty. There's usually an empty one laying around somewhere, everybody. You just got to hunt it down. Okay, set it to inputs. Put this here. Get it up here before it screws me over. Put it in the back. All right, that's going to go ahead and convert a bunch of aluminum. Actually, we should move this to the front. What that got to do with it? Laterite right here. All right, there we go. That's going to make a ton of aluminum. Okay. We need the aluminum for our auto arms. That's what we're doing. In fact, we could probably just try to dip one of these out of here. Let's turn that back in. Turn this around the other way. There we go. Just dip one of these. Awkward. All right, there we go. Run that out. Get another one. Run it back in. Run that out. Grab this. This way we're not waiting on that to finish. We can just go ahead and keep it going. And run this out. Run that back in. Grab this graphene or graphite. And we'll make another one. Momentum for the win. Okay. Now we just need an auto arm. We already have our power. We need a canister. We need a canister and a table. Got 2 extra extractors right now. Awesome. All right, now we need tables in a big way. Resin and iron. Let's see, we got some more iron laying around. Let's see, did we convert all of our iron? Looks like we did. That's perfectly fine. Unless we have some sitting over this way. This is glass. Definitely put that right over there. What do we need for another one of these big boy canisters? Titanium and nanocarbon alloy. And we got this. We can run that titanium out a little bit. There we go. And then the other thing is nanocarbon. And we will take that, put that right there, and now another big boy. Okay, we'll put the other big boy over here. I think we need one more big boy over there. We need to take this auto arm and put it in my back. I already have one in my backpack. Awesome. Maybe dip this onto our vehicle here to use up this hydrazine. So awkward. Alright, what else? So we need one more of those. And we need to take this auto arm over here. I think we could probably just dip. Yep, just dip. Now I have the oxygenator now, everybody. I am untethered to anything. I can go anywhere. Don't need a vehicle. Don't need oxygen. Don't need power. I have it all. The one thing I will need, hydrazine. There is no unlimited hydrazine backpack, because if there is, I'd be working on that right now. Okay, we need a container for this. We'll come back. It's all about power, everybody. And I consider hydrazine part of that power because it's powering your spaceship. It's powering your jetpack. Look at this cool shot. That's cool, everybody. I really like it when you get up a little bit higher and you can see the kind of curvature. And the world really is round, everybody. It absolutely is. Because when you start to build your base, you'll start to see that your base is going up and you're getting a further gap from the ground edge. Which is really cool. All right, we back. Okay. So we got that done. We got that starting to extract. We need a container. We need 2 containers here. let's go take care of this first. How many shots? 14 shots. Off we go. Again, you can only work on so many things at any given time, everybody. Again, what we're scaling up, scaling up, scaling up. And again, this is only day 3. That's why I love Glacio. Glacio has some of the greatest resources in the game. But you definitely want to scale it up. And so that's what we're going to do. Right now. Now, we made already one large container. We brought that large container over here and was working on the very first thing that I wanted to work on, which is titanium. Now, my goal is to backlog as much of these 3 resources as I can. And those resources are titanium, iron, and graphite. So, it just so happens they're all very close to each other as well. Okay, so we already have a full one here. Now we're going to take this off of here. We're going to go ahead and move this back while we are doing this. This one can put that in there, and then it can keep that going. And then I'm just going to prime this one with a few of these. Put that bad boy on there. It's going to go ahead and clear all those off of me. Clear all those off of there. And then that's it, everybody. That's going to collect 400 of that thing. And now it won't stop it. See, it will stop because it'll get 32 of that thing and then just stop. Where in this case, we don't ever have to worry about it again. Pretty much we can just come over here with a smaller container or another one. Like I would have these paired with 2 of these. One that's being transported and one that's bringing here. Now remember, in the MEGATECH, we can actually bring our MEGATECH lander over here and actually have it automatically take it, put it on a ship, take the ship and bring it over to Sylvia or Glacio or Caldor or Venetia, wherever you want it to be. And that's awesome. Again, I got about that far into the MEGATECH. And again, no backseat gaming. Backseat gaming is any course of action. Like, hey, Kismet, do this. Or Kismet, go click that. Or you should do that. Or even the old sneaky, well, this is what I do. I do get that from time to time. Just watch out for that backseat gaming, everybody. There we go. Does trade ship show work? Sure did. I used it right at the very beginning of the game. That's how I got so far so fast. The trade ship is awesome. Especially when you're trying to get titanium in the very beginning. You definitely want to use that trade ship. Then you don't have to run over here to get the titanium because you have a small ship. And it's pretty difficult to do that. All right. Now, this one's really insane, everybody, because look at this green line over here. Again, we're going to give it a little bump. Almost maxed. And that will literally fill that sucker up. Absolutely. Or get pretty close to filling that thing up. We'll just let that run because we do need all that graphite right now. First, you're like hurting for graphite because you're trying to make like, you know, packagers and stuff like that. And then you'll see that we'll just have an obscene amount of resources here. And this is what we've been working for and working on the whole time. Now, by the way, when I go down here, don't have to worry about auctioning anymore. Don't worry about it. I got my auctionator. Whoa, look at this big boy. Oh, she got 50 in there already. That's already more than our previous canister. Now, since I'm here, again, I might as well just give her a little bump. Right there, and then she's just going to run and run and run. I don't have to worry about nothing. She's running at 100% efficiency. All good. Now, could I grab that graphite or that titanium and take it with me? Sure, I could. But I'm not going to. I don't need to. I'm good. Let it run. Definitely going to take this iron, though. Let's go. Easy mode. Are you going to do 7 days to die with your crew tonight? 100% chance. Well, at least 80-20. Depends on what happens. If I die, then I'm not going to. I'm going to try to, though. But I'm just running a bit long on this stream because, again, I did start late on this stream. I did rest up earlier a bit. Oh, here's our chance. We can click on it just before we go. See if we got it. There's actually like a little circle in front of it. Sometimes I accidentally hit that. Oh, we good. All right, we back. Okay. We are crushing it. Alrighty, and then we're going to go ahead and go right over here. Convert some more of this, like so. Cool thing is, once we run a little bit of that, we'll stop this. Run that there, set that to input, which will automatically grab that iron. Now we've got our aluminum back up and looking sexy. Titanium right there. So we'll go ahead and run that out. If I can press the right buttons. We got here tungsten carbonide. We'll dip over that way. We've got our... Oh, wait. Our aluminum needs to be over here. Where we're doing these auto arms. Okay. Like that. Okay, now our real main focus, containers. We want to do as many big boy containers as we can from our nanocarbon alloy. So I'm just going to keep siphoning them off over here. And then I'm also going to use this one in the back for these big boys. And again, nanocarbon alloy right over here. Guess how much nanocarbon alloy I've made before, everybody? You don't need to guess. Over 2,000. And I thought, and that was after I'd already used a bunch of nanocarbon alloy, but in a single container. Yeah, those big boy, really big boy containers. For sure. Oh, also we need to work on some tables. So let's move that off over there. We're okay on extractors for right now. Resin and iron. And that's why we got the iron over here running like so. There we go. And we got a whole stack of resin somewhere over this way. That we, oh, it's right there. That we extracted. And just throw our resin up here, run it out a little bit. And good enough. Sit over there on the side. Another big boy canister. All right, now, where do we want to put this canister? That's a good question. I know where. I know a great spot. Something we need to go get anyway. While we're there. Again, this is a really great transition here. Right? We're transitioning into that nanocarbon alloy. We already did enough power to do all of our larger resources and some of the smaller ones as well. But now we want to go back to Venecia over here. And it's going to help out. What up, Straight Toasters? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Found that XL Cleaner on Glacier, just took that and now is full to the brim with Astroneer. There you go. That's what you do. Absolutely. I've done it many times. It's super fun. Again, this is like my 40th playthrough of the game, everybody. I played through many, many times. And I love it. This is an incredibly great game. But I learn new stuff every time, so very fun to play. But we're just kind of going a bit fast in this playthrough. I hope you guys don't mind. Again, I'm showing you all my gaming secrets, though, along the way. Like the ability to do unlimited research, unlimited power, right from the very beginning of the game. And then now we have unlimited oxygen and unlimited personal oxygen and personal power as well. So we don't ever have to worry about that again. And then we want to take this bad boy with our other thing that helps us with our nanocarbon alloy. Again, I just drop it, start to slide, click it, left click it, and we all good. Hit the corner here. Drop that. Press my shift to run. And I'll just pick it up and jetpack it. All right, yeah, while we were gone, again, this is called Set It and Forget It, everybody. One of my signature things that I do. Where we set stuff up, we run away, we go do a bunch of stuff, we come back, boom, the whole thing is full. As you can see. So again, we'll pull this off of here, we'll pull that off, we'll put this here, it'll start to pull that in, we'll take our QRT, or RTG, not QRTG, put that right there. I like to put it in the opposite side of the extractor. Then again, we'll give it a little nudge love. Boom, right there. Come back. We're going to have a massive amount of lithium. I can fly with it like this, or I can just put it down like this and then shift click it, fly it out of here. Oh, ran out of hydrazine on that right one. But luckily, I still have some on the left one. We got some hydrazine up here. We'll get it. Always keep it with me. What game do I love more than each other? You can find out all the games I love. You want to see it easy? Kismet.gg right here. What a cool name for a website, right? You go right here. Top games. Boom. Here they are of all time. These are all the games I'm currently playing, and along with which ones are the most played ones on Steam, as you can see right here. These are the ones I'm currently playing. As you can see, Astroneer right over there. And you can click on it, by the way, and it'll take you, you might get a discount on it. Here's some of the ones I recommend. Here's my top favorite of all time. Number 1, Ultima 4. You want to know why you got a Fallout? You want to know why you got a Skyrim? You want to know why you got all of those RPGs you've ever played ever? Ultima 4, the very first one, the grandfather of all the modern RPGs. You're welcome. I still have it to this day. Still have it to this day. I have all the packaging. Came with a cool cloth map and a little book, because in those days you didn't have quest trackers, so you had to write it down, and then you would go to the NPCs, and the NPCs would say something like, go talk to so-and-so about this thing, and then you would write it down in your little cool little book. You know how you get collector's editions now? Well, guess what? You used to get that at normal price back in the day. And again, so many other ones. Like right now, everybody at Sid Meier Pirates, I seen that Winrose game, which actually used to be under another name, by the way, that my Tycoons had suggested to me. Also, love me some Gauntlet, everybody. Absolutely. I actually used to own the 4-player Gauntlet as well. I wonder if I have that picture in here. Did I put that picture in here? Let me really dazzle you. For all you new peeps, let me show you how long Kismet's been gaming. Let me see if I can find it in here. Let's see. Do I have it in here? That's a good question. I've been rebuilding my whole stream from scratch, and now it runs like a rocket ship. I just added it again. Right over here. Let's go. All right, hold on. Take me a minute. I actually deleted my entire setup, rebuilt it again from scratch to eliminate a whole bunch of other stuff I've been adding over the last 10 plus years, and man, it runs awesome now. And I did it a whole different way than I did it before as well. Eliminated a bunch of extra plugins and programs that are all obsolete now, and it runs awesome. Okay, where did I put it? Right in here somewhere. Still photos, most likely. Where did you go? There you are. Boom. There it is. You're like, Kismet, what the heck is this? All right, let me show you. We'll just zoom in on it for you, make it easy. Put it right over here. All right, everybody. Again, a lot of my peeps have been in the stream before. I've seen it. There we go. Look at how much I have in the bank there, everybody. You're like, a big deal, Kismet. You got 2.5 trillion. I had 2.5 trillion in a game before. By the way, everybody, this is on the day that it says right there. I played it to the day that I was playing it. It starts like in the 1800s, right? This is a game called Taipan, which I absolutely love. Basically, it's like a pirate game. So you start off, you got a ship, and you can start with some money from the money lender, and then you buy yourself, say, some arms, right, for 710. Well, then you go somewhere else and you sell it for 1,400, right? And that's pretty much the whole entire game. You just go back and forth, you buy, sell, and then sometimes pirates try to get you, so you blast them. Now, look, it's really a green and white game, because it was the old green monitors. This was not a color monitor, but we didn't have color back in this day, this long ago. So that's January 15th of 1986. So probably before most of you were even born, Kismet was making 2.5 trillion in games. I didn't even know what a trillion was. I was 15 years old at the time. I didn't know what a trillion was. I'd never heard of it before. I knew a billion, but I never heard of a trillion. So there you go. If you want to know the OG gamer, you're in my house right now. You're in the house of the original, AO number one, Kismet, one of the longest running gamers of all time. So there you go. And again, modern games, everybody. Love me some Fallout 4, Satisfactory, 7 Days to Die, New Vegas, of course, some Fallout, and some Fallout Shelter. And again, my video playlist. These are all the games I've played on stream. You can actually go in and click on these, and they'll take you to my videos. I have nearly 5,000 videos. That's not an exaggeration, everybody. Literally, nearly 5,000 on YouTube. You can go back, watch me play hundreds of games, different types of games. You're like, Kismet, I want to watch you play Subnautica, or I want to watch you play Surviving Mars, or 2 Point Hospital, or whatever. Go for it, because again, that list is long. As you can see. Again, each one has links. So you go in there and say, hey, Kismet, have you ever played Once Human? Yep, right here. I played it on July 14th of 2024. You can click on that link. You can go watch it. And it'll be the stream in its entirety, everybody. Very few people who do the entire stream. They'll do like clips or highlights or whatever. I do the entire thing. And then I also do highlights and clips as well. But I always have the entire thing up there. And nearly every one of my streams are up there, which tells you how long I've been streaming. So there you go, Kismet.gg. There's a bunch of other cool stuff there. You want to see like what microphone I have and studio equipment and all that other stuff. You can actually see my setup here, which I call the command center, with my 6 monitors and all of my crazy way above and beyond stuff. Because I don't want to just I don't try to do anything to just, at the regular level that everybody else does. I'm always trying to elevate everything that I do to that higher level. By the way, you notice that I wasn't even worried about it. By the way, do you notice also that it no longer does a tether to my character? Doesn't need to. I don't need power and I don't need air anymore. Notice that the vehicle is no longer tethering. Don't need it. All right, so we got that set up. That's going to collect an insane amount of lithium. There you go. Ultima 4, yeah, played Ultima Online. That's not it. Right, no, that's not it. Ultima 4 came out before Ultima Online. Fallout 2 is the GOAT. I love all the Fallouts. I've played every single one. In fact, I played Fallout 1 more than any game I have ever played, to the tune of 10,000, could be 20,000 hours in real time. 20,000 hours. You're like, no way, Kismet. Yeah, over many years, everybody. It wasn't like I just did it all at the same time. I played through it over and over and over. I was absolutely obsessed with Fallout. Fallout's my favorite game series of all time. Very, very good. All of them. And yes, I like Fallout 76, before you even ask. I do like it. And you're like, Kismet, how would you rank it, though? Oh, now you're going to start a little fight. You're going to start a fight in the Fallout community. All you have to do is say, I like name of Fallout, and then everybody's going to debate you. Mine in order, you got Fallout 4 and you got Fallout New Vegas. New Vegas has the best protagonist and the best main storyline, but Fallout 4 has building. And I'm a builder, everybody, so I love to build. And if you watch my mega playthrough I'm doing right now, The Rise of the Tycoon Empire on Wednesdays and Thursdays, I'm doing a mega playthrough. We're going to do everything in the game. Just as the minimum amount, just a micro amount more than Fallout New Vegas. But I love New Vegas. I love Fallout 1. I love 2. I love 3. 3 is especially good as well. But I love them all. And Fallout 76, I would put way back at the bottom. But I do enjoy it because the best way to enjoy any game, everybody, is with your friends. So just think of it as Fallout 4 with friends. That's what I call Fallout 76. It's also a prequel, too. So you get to learn a whole bunch of secrets in there, by the way, in Fallout 76, and a lot of great game mechanics in Fallout 76. You got your cards where you can switch your builds, which is awesome, because you can do like a crafting build where you're doing a bunch of crafting. Then you can switch over to being like a tank, so you're taking a lot of damage for the whole entire crew. And then you're like, okay, well, this time I want to go stealth, and you change your cards around, and man, now you're stealth. You're sneaking around in the corner, no one can see you, and boom, you blow up all the boss man, get all the sweet loot. That's what I love about Fallout 76, because they took the card system that was from Fallout Shelter, another game that I really like, and they took that card system and they integrated it in Fallout 76 and took all the great stuff from Fallout 4 and integrated it in. Now, of course, when it first came out, it was a dumpster fire, as most games are, like World of Warcraft, and I could list them all, everybody, every single one, pretty much. Very few games come out nowadays that are not just a dumpster fire on launch. But eventually, it actually got way better. And again, they had like the Z team on there, and then they got the A team eventually. And the A team's on it right now. I feel their biggest problem, Bethesda's biggest issue, is not that they can't make great games, because we know they can. They've done it before. They could do it again. Is putting out stuff too early. They put it out broken. So then they're just known. I mean, it's cute when there's a few bugs in there and they're funny bugs or whatever. But if you're putting out a broken product every single time, that's not good. Again, I want them to succeed. I want them to do well. I want them to do great. So it makes you nervous for Elder Scrolls, doesn't it? Makes you nervous. And they're one of my sponsors, by the way. And I'll tell it to you straight. I told them I'm going to tell people to it straight. And they're like, Kismet, do what you got to do. But I love the Fallout series, and I hope they succeed. I hope they say, you know what, let's go in and let's fix all the problems with Fallout 4. In fact, let's go in and do what 7 Days to Die does and gives you the most current version, and then you can have the version before that in case you want to play some mods that go along with that one, and then you could have the version before that, and you can play some mods with that one because they're the really old mods and you want to play with this version. I think that's the most genius thing that 7 Days to Die did, other than their blocks. Their blocks are awesome, everybody. The building blocks, where you can build a bunch of stuff and build some cool bases or build whatever you want to build, and then say, okay, is that what I want? Okay, that's what I want. And then you actually turn it into like concrete, because you can always pick it up and put it down and change the shapes of it to a whole bunch of different shapes. It's absolutely brilliant in the way that they randomly generate their whole entire world, and just the replayability. It's actually my #1 play game which I don't play zombie games. So that even tells you even more. I mean, that's how you endorse something without endorsing it. You know what I mean? Just by the fact that you play it a lot and you enjoy it. So there you go. How old are you, Kismet? I am 55. Going to be 56 this year. I'm not afraid to tell people. I don't care. By the way, you feel just the same when you're 55 than you did when you're 25. Just so you know. You're just hopefully a whole lot wiser. Hopefully you don't just keep making the same mistakes over and over. You say, ow, that was a really painful mistake. I'm not going to do that again. Which a lot of people don't, everybody. They just make the same mistakes over and over and over. They never learn from them. They never progress. I call it leveling up in real life, everybody. There's some people who this is why they call them zeros. Level 0. They don't learn any empathy. They don't learn anything new. Their curiosity was left when they were young or they never had it. I like to keep my curiosity always running. What's going on with space? Oh man, we're gonna make a thing on the moon. All right, let's go make a moon base on the thing. All right, let's go do it. I'm for it. Let's go. I love that stuff. Did you win on Satisfactory? Got the golden nugget? I've done it multiple times. Not only I've won like 30 times in the early access and several times in the thing, but see, I won it in a way that no one else has won it. In the fact that everybody builds these big things and they build all this elaborate stuff and they spend thousands and thousands of hours to build this 100,000 power or 1.1 gigawatts or whatever, like Back to the Future. I did it with 20,000 power. I think that's much more efficient because what is the mission of Satisfactory? The mission of Satisfactory is efficiency first, right? Kismet crushed it more than anybody else. Go and try to do the whole entire game, the whole entire Satisfactory, and never exceed around 20 to 22,000 power. Try it. It's not easy, but it's awesome. You love some 76 Fallout 4, but Fallout 2 is the beginning. This is true. This is true. The reason why I fell in love with Fallout in the first place is the ending of Fallout 1. Because I went, no way is that the ending of the game. No way did they do it. I'm like, that is ballsy. I'm not even going to tell you what it is. You got to go play it because it's awesome. And you're going to see that ending. Or you can just go Google it, I guess, on YouTube if you're lazy. But yeah, I'm just like, okay, they got me. Come on, Fallout 2. Let's go. Let's play some Fallout. I love Fallout, everybody. That's why they call me the Wasteland Tycoon, everybody, because I dominate. See, when I'm playing games, everybody, I'm all about how you can dominate it using your economic power. How can we build up economic power? In the case of economic power that doesn't have a monetary thing, like a game like Astroneer, what is the currency, right? And people don't think of power as a currency, but it is. Not like power like you're the, like in charge of people, but power is in physical power, like how many things can you power, right? That is actually one of the great powers in this game, is how much power you can produce, and that power also makes you how much resources you can produce. And if you have power and you have resources, you win the game. That's it. That's all you need. Power and resources, because you can unlock everything. In fact, I got 45,000 right now. And I still haven't unlocked a bunch of stuff, but I don't need to unlock it because I'm already doing it as I am. Already crushing it as I am. I only unlock stuff that I actually need instead of unlocking stuff that I don't need and building, 500,000 power for no reason. Again, I like to do it my way. All right, come on, let's make some more nanocarbon alloy. Make a bunch of that. Off it goes. And I needed me some more lithium to make me some more of the thing there. Actually, I could probably take this out now. I got a good idea. Here's a good idea. Let's turn this off after that one. I say we make a bunch of extra of these suckers. Like that, like this. Let's do a bit of this. There we go. Get these all to run back in at some point. Yeah. Run it out. Run it in. Holy moly. All right, get in there. Now, carbon alloy. Okay, where did our empties go? Come on, there's got to be an empty one right here. All right, now we're getting serious, everybody. This is when you know you're getting serious. When you actually make a canister to hold your nanocarbon alloy. Now you're serious, bro. You are serious. All right, make me an absolute ton of that. All right, off it goes. Okay, over here, we are going to make ourselves another one of these big boy canisters. Go for it. What else do we need? We need more glass, more titanium, more nanocarbon alloy. We need a table. That's what we need. And we need some iron over here. Come on. You know why we need more iron? Well, we need more iron so we can extract more quartz, so we can make more glass, so we can make more canisters. So we can make more glass, so we can make more canisters, we can make more iron, and make more stuff. You get the idea. So we're really cooking now when it comes to these bad boys. And now we're going to put these canisters on every single extractor that we're using, including eventually our ammonium as well. So that we can also have extra ammonium eventually. Okay, so we got that going. We got another extractor. Speaking of stuff we need to work on. And we already have it down there. We need an auto arm, which we've got right here. We need some more of these. I got one on me. I'll put more there. How many do we got up here? We got enough? We sure do. We just need that big boy table over there. I don't like to have stuff in the way of it printing, because you're just asking for it. So when that thing comes in and you got that thing, it'll take your canister and go boom, and off it goes. And it will just sail clear across the horizon. I've had it happen to me so many times. Everybody just goes flying. And I'm like, and I gotta go over there and I get in my vehicle, or I fly out there and I gotta go find it. All right, speaking of things that I need, let's get some hydrazine over here. Age is just a number. Yeah, well, according to my doctors, I should be dead now, so screw them. I should be 100% dead-a-reno. And they did offer me a disability. I refused. I thought it was a death sentence. I said, nope. Count me out for death. I will take the other option, please, where I bust my butt, lose 55 pounds, and get stronger every day. How about that? I like that one a lot. All right, there we go. So, we need this table. Come on, hurry up with this table. Yeah! Let's go. Get over there. All right, and we're going to probably do another table after this, so we should just prime it for a second table. So we're going to go ahead and put 2 of those babies in there and 2 of those babies in there. Come on, we got to get some quartz. Quartz. And we're going to put this bad boy on it. Oh, we're going to need some room over here. We are all out of room. Take that off of there. We need our soil canister? Probably not. We need that more than we need our soil canister. All right. Because we already have a road. And away we go. Again, all we're going to do is go down the bottom of the thing here. All good. All right, let's get a massive amount of quartz. You'd be surprised how much quartz you need also in the game. Quite a bit. Alrighty. Turn it this way. This is when it gets real awkward. Trying to get... it's extracting compound. Dang it. Stop extracting compound. Yeah, we might have to move this. Yeah. You suck. Well, such is the way it goes. When it has mixed resources like that, it really sucks. Guess I could try to take out the compound and get the quartz. Let's give it a shot. What you want to do is move the compound back away from where you're extracting and see if that works. Yeah, let's try that. Come on. There we go. All right, that worked. Okay. Yeah, it's 50-50 chance. Come on, drop it over there. Okay, now, auto arm. Lock that bad boy. I always just put it on whatever it is I'm extracting. Got that up on the top. We've got to get these back. So we're getting our full extraction speed. That on the inside. Big boy. Extractor here. Probably just put this in the back. Put that there. Alright, make sure it works. You're going to need a lot of glass. A lot of glass so I can make a lot of these containers. Grabs it, puts it on the table. Table automatically grabs it, puts it in there. That's just going to run. We'll come back and give like 400 of that. Really about 200. Alright, looking good. Let's go down here and see how our aluminum's doing. I bet it's doing good. Did we put a canister down here? I don't think we replaced this canister. Let's go see. Kind of feel like I just picked it up and took off with it. Oh, well, we know where to put another big canister. U-turn. Again, I'm just going to go around, replace them all with large canisters, set them and forget them. And we'll keep doing that on every single resource that we have. And again, our goal is to scale, scale, scale. Just keep scaling, get bigger canisters, more extraction. We could also do more extractors as well. If we're like in a giant hurry for quartz or whatever, we put another extractor down and another extractor. I usually max about 3 extractors, though you could go more if you wanted to. But 3 extractors is going to extract a lot very, very fast. Or at least relatively fast. Okay, we got that. We got 2 of these bad boys we can use for something else. But we just need to straight up focus on these bad boys. So what are the things we need? Glass, titanium, nanocarbon, alloy. Okay, how we doing? How many did we make? 14. All right, that ought to get us started. Run some nanocarbon alloy out here. Oh, I think it's time. Oh, it's time for the big boy. I think it's time it is. It is that time. All right, we're going to use the medium printer, actually. Medium printer. Over here. All right, let's go unlock the big boy. Where are you? If I can remember where you're at. Honestly, I always forget every single time I play this game where the heck these things are. It's in here somewhere. There it is. All right, everybody. There's multiple silos here. You've seen the real skinny one, which has like 24 or so it can hold. This is called large silo A, which is like a double stacked. But we need the triple stacked one, which is actually fairly easy. It's just steel, because we already have steel. And then they have like these really massive containers, everybody. The large gas container. Wait till you see this. If you have not seen this yet, it is awesome. And then the truly massive large fluid and soil canisters that they have now too. But typically the way I would do it in the past, and I'll just show you now, is to do these because they're actually cheaper. The recipe is. And then the actual resources are cheaper as well. Not sure if I have enough. I might have just enough. All right, let's put it over here. And we'll say silo B. Or C, whatever it is. B, yep, B. And I think I might have just enough for one of these. And you'll say, oh, yeah, that thing. Get that out of the way. Okay, and pop another platform. While we're waiting, let's just go for it. Let's get the big stuff. Large gas canisters, large fluid and soil canister. Now there's an even bigger one, the truly massive one, which is in here, right here. Now, we can't do this one until we do a mission. Once we unlock that mission, we're going to get the truly exceptionally large ones as well. We'll let that run for a minute. We'll go check our quests over here. I do like to unlock most things through the quests, but there is some quests that are really, like, they take a lot. Take a lot. Also, by the way, check it out. That's our MEGATECH right there, which we can try to get to. I love the gastropods, one of my favorite quests in the entire game. I do enjoy the railroad stuff as well, very fun. Medium battery, I could have sworn I'd already done that. Let's go ahead and put that one in there. That one's easy. 91 schematics. That's going to happen automatically, but you know what? We'll just put it in there. Xenobiology. What else we got in here? Safe houses on all the different planets. We're not going to probably do glitch walkers in this particular playthrough. We already did it before. Gateway chamber, super easy to do right now since I have the RTGs. Probe scanners, easy. Exo request platform. Those are for events, which I'm not doing right now. Find a vehicle data recorder. Oh yeah, vehicle data recorder. And then, the vertical thinking one. This one's actually really fun. Especially if you get a vertical kind of VTOL vehicle that you can go up and then fly with it. What you can do is put the winch on it. And so you get this vertical flying vehicle, you connect the winch to like a gigantic solar thing, which would be really difficult to push with your vehicle, though I have done it before. And you basically fly up in the air and it picks up the thing and it's swinging as you're trying to fly it back to your base. I've done it in previous playthroughs. It's really fun. I haven't seen any yet when I'm out and about, but I usually run across them at some point. Giant solar panels that you could use that came from like a satellite or something. Very cool. All right, there's some of these that we can do. Get a few of these done. Print a medium battery. I think we've unlocked a medium battery. Let's go find out. Let's see. If I was a medium battery, where would I be? So much more cool stuff in here. Yeah, right there. Man, I could have sworn I've done one. Lithium and zinc. I don't remember what all the resources are, but I don't memorize them by heart. Kind of a waste of time if you think about it, because they're right there. This is in the small printer. Right here. I might as well just take this small printer and plug it in right there. Oh, that's medium battery. I saw that zinc sitting over here somewhere. There it is. Put it right in my backpack. And when I go to print it, it'll automatically pull it from my backpack. There we go. Get that quest done easy mode. Okay, let's go over here and check this out, everybody. Again, check this sucker out right here. This is going to be awesome. Like I said, I forgot how many it is. Yeah, it is. Actually, that was a good guess. It was actually 6 on each side, which is 12. 12 you can attach to the side of it, which is pretty awesome. Might want to package it back down again because we're going to go use it. Over here, though. See if we got any of these are empty. That's completely full with graphene. Oh, we got an empty canister. Utilize that. Utilize this. I like to reuse my stuff. But in a minute, these canisters here are going to be obsolete. But we'll go show you. And this silo will be obsolete too. But we'll go try it out real quick. We'll be back. This is where things get real interesting. I'll dip over to Caldor, get it going on. Yeah. Yeah, this is me without caffeine. Imagine if I was drinking like caffeine right now. I try to bring all my energy to the stream here, but I rest up and then bring it all here to, my job is to entertain you. That's the thing you want to think about when you're a streamer, everybody. Your job not to just sit there and play a game. What's your take on the game? Why are they uniquely watching your stream? They're there for you. Most people are here for me, right? For what I do, the way I play games, the way I commentate on the way that I'm playing the games. That's why people are here. Hey, stop putting that in there. You crazy bastard. Stop putting that in there. That over there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and just put these right up here like this. Look how many of these suckers we can stack. Why is that thing not locked? There we go. And we can just stack those big bad boys right up there. And then we can do the nudge. Here we go. Nudgy, nudgy. Nudgy McNudgy. Nudge, nudge. Whoop, okay. A little over nudged. Ah. Love it when I go to click on something else in the way. That's a little closer there. There we go. Look at that. We're starting to get there too. That should go even closer because get more. There we go. All right, so we nudge those together. Now, I prefer to have all 3 of those at maximum because then you're just getting a massive amount. But see, here's what you do is you have one of these, and then you have another one that you make with canisters. You have canisters up this one, and then canisters all up on the other one. And then you have this massive amount of stuff that you can just swap, right? So you're just swapping it at any given time. But by the fact that they added these really humongous canisters, everybody, again, these are now obsolete. The second I unlock those, which I already have, they're absolutely obsolete. And speaking of hydrazine, there's some hydrazine on our vehicle right now. There we go. Let those fill up. And so all I got to do every now and again is just come in here and nudge the nodes. There's actually a faster way to come here even without a spaceship. I'll show you how to do that eventually. Kidding me, how can you get to the planets without a spaceship? I will show you. Yeah. And by the way, have you ever seen that Lego movie where it's like, hey, let's build a spaceship? I actually have that spaceship. The original Lego spaceship. I've actually built it on stream. And then I bought the modern version of it. Holy mackerel, is that sucker hard. It took me like 8 hours to do it. One thing I learned about doing Legos as an adult, I'm not that into Legos anymore. I love Legos. I think they're brilliant. Especially great for younger peeps or whatever who are learning about architecture and how to build stuff and use their creativity. Amazing, amazing. Really, really good. But what would I rather be doing? Playing Astroneer or playing Legos? I would say Astroneer 100%. 100% of the time. Oh, I forgot to put that one on there. That was my bad. My bad. Come on, get in there. There you go. And let's see. Can we get another one in there? Nope. And graphite out of my backpack. Put that on my backpack. There we go. Actually, I should probably use up that. Hold on. Let's do this. Sometimes I just burn them up. Good enough. Okay. Let's see. I actually should have had it the other way. I should have put this lesser one in there, and then that one there, and then have that one switched later. Okay. Where do we need this? What do we make that table for, and where do we need to put it? Kind of feel like it's at the copper. Where to do the copper? I don't even remember where I left off on the copper. Okay. So we got a table. We got extractor. Probably auto arm is probably where we're at. Let's just make some. Auto arms. Makes me just want to make a bunch of materials and make like 50 auto arms. Aluminum and graphene. That's why I had that graphene in my backpack. That's why it was there. We're making this over here. Let's just make an auto arm so we don't have to make an auto arm, if you know what I mean. Totally not what I wanted to do, but sure. Okay. So we got all that other stuff going. We're trying to make our larger stuff here. Our larger... Ooh, we can make some gas canisters. Yeah. Silicon, glass, titanium alloy. Let's try to make one of those. Okay, silicon, easy, right here. Glass. Oh, glass is our problem. That's what we need. Okay. Let's go take care of that first, and then we'll deal with our copper. Wee. Okay. Now, while we were gone, he was collecting a massive amount of this. How much a crate? Well, 12 so far. Is this actually connected? I feel like it's not connected. It is not connected. All right, that's why it's going slow. Speed it up. Okay. This should have had a lot more than that. So what I'm going to do is transfer from the large one to the smaller one. And just grab whatever we can grab for now. And there we go. Okay, and then put the large one back on again. And now that we actually connected the power in there, it's going to go much faster. You need all the resources that make your resources go faster. All right, run that out. I like putting the output resource in the back and then kind of the finished resource here in the front. There we go. Then I'll put that resource, it'll take care of it. Okay, so glass. Titanium alloy. Have we used up all of our titanium alloy? I bet we have. I bet we have. Okay, what do we need? Definitely have plenty of nitrogen. We have titanium. Graphene. Oh, well, that's certainly not an issue. Let's run this back in. Always picks the last one. Always the one I want to put it in. That's when it chooses. Okay, graphene out. Nitrogen out. Make me a bunch of titanium alloy that I can use over here. Also run one of these glasses out. Grab one, stick it over here. I'll run it back in. Alright, titanium alloy. Oh, who the man now? Who the man? Alright, we're running that out. What else we got? What was the other one we did? We did another big old container. I can't remember what it was. The name of it is called Large Fluid and Soil Canister. Let's go. Plastic, glass, titanium alloy. What a surprise. Plastic. So again, that's why we set up this whole circle of resources here. These are all the different resources that you can make using the chemistry station. It was definitely worth my time, for sure. Then we need glass, which we have over here. Throw it over there for now. Put it up there, it'll grab it. Titanium alloy over here. Throw that over there, and we are ready for the big boy. All right, get it going. We're going to run this in. We're going to run that in. We're going to take an empty canister somewhere over here. We're going to put that right there. And we're going to wait for this to come out. Actually, we'll move it off of here first. Okay. Do this. Running it in. There we go. Out, out. And off it goes. All right, it's going to make a bunch more. And then here we are. Okay, we're not going to unpackage this yet. We'll take this with us. Right there. And again, we're making the other big boy over here. We're doing large gas and large fluid. We're going to need another table. We all out of iron over here. Do we use it all up? Nope, some over here. Another table. Okay. So finished doing all that. Ran out of titanium. We need more titanium. Let's go. And this is a gas canister. I remember what it is. What's the number one gas you use in the game? Not asking, I'm about to tell you. Just making you think. The number one that I use is typically argon. But when you're doing nanocarbon alloy, you do a lot of helium as well. But we're going straight for the argon first. I don't even know it's going to fit on this table. We might have to bring that big table over here later. But I'm going straight for the argon. Let's go. All right, everybody, here's the big boy. And that is one massive container. It holds 2,000 gas. And you can see that this table is not big enough. Definitely not big enough for that sucker. But we could put it on this other table, but that's not going to help us. But you can kind of do it, because you can do this. You could put this here. You could put this over here. And it will just pull it off of that one for now. But you definitely want it to be all in the same table. That is awesome. All right. Get all of our power back on there. Okay, we'll leave that for our argon, and obviously we'll make a crazy ton of this. All right, off we go. Okay, back to where? Glacial. It's actually a really cool flat spot right here. It's awesome like you're awesome. Well, thank you. The old game, Fallout 2, didn't be forgiving. Wrong choice and you're dead. I appreciate that. That's true, Straight Toasters. That's very true. Yeah, you make some bad choices. You got problems. Okay, so let's go over here and check and see how our iron's doing. Yeah, 64 iron in there. That's twice as much as we could hold before. Give this a little bit of a nudge. We don't need that iron right now. We're okay on iron, but we'll come back for it. Put that right there. Put that right there. Check in on our graphite. Holy moly, that is not even halfway down. Right now, 63 graphite. This again, look how far it's got to go before it goes all the way down. That's 63. That's going to definitely be hundreds and hundreds of that, but it's not going fast enough. We want it to go faster. So when we come back here, boom, we've got 300 of those babies. We just grab a big boy, run it out if we need to. So we'll get to that. We'll get to this over here. Again, we got that one running. It's about 60. We'll grab this. Dip. Let's see how our titanium's doing down here. Should be about the same, around 60 or so. How about 103? Okay, that works too. How about we just go ahead and run it right into this one. While we're doing that, give it a little nudge. Actually, while that's running, go get the other one. Watch my time, that I don't go too long. Because we do got to play some 7 days later on. It's going to be super fun. We're like game stage 1800, everybody. I don't think I've ever been, and I played for thousands of hours. I don't think I've ever been to game stage 1800. I don't remember doing it because, again, they boosted all the game stages in the later zones, and, man, it is hardcore. It's awesome, though, man, because, again, sometimes in games like 7 Days to Die, when you really start to learn all the mechanic stuff, you get to the end, and it just starts to feel easy. But, no, man, they swarm. They swarm big time, and you got to be up on it or they'll breach. They'll absolutely breach your base, so keep that in mind, everybody. If you are playing some updated 7 Days to Die, they did a good job, though. They did a good job of making it more enjoyable, for sure. Let's go on that one, and then we'll go down. Go ahead. Down you go, little guy. There you go. All right. Whoa, that one's full, too. All right. There we go. 64 titanium. Remember, earlier we were getting like 10 titanium, and now we're at 64. And again, eventually we will replace all of that with very, very large containers. All right, we're out. More titanium. And again, we're going to adjust the process here where we'll do all of this eventually before we even get there. Now, one of the ones I suggest you do is that you do some of it that converts the iron and then some of it that doesn't. If you're going to make the titanium alloy, you definitely want to make sure that you are leaving some of the iron because you will use iron and steel separately. You definitely want to have both. Same thing with the titanium. Need both titanium alloy and the actual titanium itself as well. And again, we'll have separate processes for all this stuff eventually, but again, why not just use our stuff to our advantage? Wait for that to process a little bit. Okay, we got to process a whole lot of that. And again, look at this. We still got 25 titanium right there. All right, what were we doing over here? Large fluid and soil canister. Now we get to have a lot of fun. We're going to go on the back of our vehicle here, and we're going to do that. That holds 300 soil, where this holds 24. 324. Get the difference? All right, and you know what we're going to do with this? One of my favorite things. We're going to turn this around. Man, I got too much stuff in my own way. Right here, out of the way. Coming through. Oh, I took the RTG off. Go back for it. Got to put it back on the thing. There we go. Where are we going? Right over here. Bye-bye mountain. By the way, this one canister is worth 16 of the other canisters, the smaller canisters. So this is 16 of them at the same time. Because you might be going, Kismet, that, oh, look at all that copper. That must be filling up pretty slow, but it's not. You think it's filling up 16 of those at the same time. We're going to go underground right here. Like, we're going to go just below the surface. Just drill underneath the surface. And try to bring it up a little bit so we don't go down too far. And we're just making a hole under the ground. Diggy, diggy hole. Now I try to stay just below the surface so you could literally just keep going for a really long way. But the goal is to get as much soil as you can. Yes, I could use it as a fluid canister, but we'll get to that. This is going to take a minute. Should be filling it up. Doesn't look like my bar is moving. Going on my bar back here. 58 of 300. It's paving and drilling at the same time, but it should be collecting enough to keep the soil more coming in than going out. Oh God, are these things bugged? Feel like it's just going real slow. Yeah, it's just going real slow because again, it's like 16 of them versus 1. Just below the surface. That green tells us we're pretty close to the surface. Then if you stay under the surface and you're just driving around, you won't fall down into any hole. And I don't want to create a hole that I'm going to fall down into. But I do want to get a lot of this soil. And so that's what I'm doing. At this rate, it's going to take a really, really long time. There we go. Now I'm leaning over to try to see around the car because it's first person. Or third person. Wish it was first person. Way easier. Easier on my neck so I don't have to look around the side. Alright, we're in a mountain now. We're in the mines of Moria. Oh, we came out of the mountain. Dang. That's a lot of soil. I think this will be the only time we need to collect soil for a very long time. Oh, there's an underground cavern in here in this mountain. Again, I'm just going in a random direction, just trying to get as much soil as I can. Because what you want to do is fill up that soil container, and then anytime you're like, oh man, I need a little bit of compound, or I need a little bit of resin, or I need a little bit of this, you've got it. You don't have to worry about it. A little tougher on console because you have a tendency, you know, the more stuff you take out, the more difficult it is for it to process. But on PC, man, you go for days, as you can see. Avoiding coming out on the surface. Yeah, see right there, I made a hole. Came up and it hit the surface. Another hole there. I'll find those magically. There's like 2 of them in the entire thing, and I'll fall into them. I'll find a way. I usually do. I don't think I've ever bothered to try to fill up one of these canisters with this much soil. Now we're on a mission. Now there's gaps between the mountains. Caverns. Can't see squat. Crevasses. Man, that's a serious amount of dirt, bro.
Retweets are good.
Oh, retweets are good. You're right. Hey, let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of kiss caps. Way to crush it. There I go, making holes in the surface again. Dig down. Ah. I say just below the surface. This is an easy way also to accidentally basically just skim underneath your base and then have your base fall in. Because you went right underneath it. I should be far away from my base, but we'll see how it goes. Wow, a bunch of... see, I'll just back up like this, and then I'll say, screw it, just cover it up. Oh, well, I tried anyway. Because see, what'll happen is you'll do this, and then it just goes nuts, right? You're just trying to get past that those resources. Collecting more than you're using. Vitally important. Plan's gonna just be hollow by the time I'm done filling up this canister, it looks like. Holy moly! That's a lot. Oh, look, I have another flat part that was already there. In that spot. Might have looped. Man, it seems slow. But it's a lot. It maxed and just not showing me. 282 of 300. Again, we are using the paver, so it should be using some of it up, but not all of it. It should definitely be filling it up. Especially with this much that we're running into here. Real cool thing is figuring out how far away I am from my base after this. And there it is. Alright, we're out of here. Going straight up. Alright. Where's my base? Back that way. There's nothing that shall stand in our way. Man, I feel like we looped around the whole planet. I can actually see it right over there. It's like we went all the way around and came back and ended up back at my base again. I mean, what are the chances we would go that far and be this close to my base? Unless we looped the whole thing. Yeah, I don't think we're going to need soil for a minute or two. If we need any of these lower level resources, bang, bang, we got it. Okay. Got that. In fact, we can probably use this platform over here now. Oh, actually, I think I have another platform right here. Ha! I forgot it was back there. Let's move it up just a little bit. Oh, put it over here already. Dropped it on that plant. I think we're good. I think we're good on resources. That's 300 soil, everybody. That's crazy. Crazy amount of soil. All right, and then we need one of our little canisters. And then we're going to run that out. Okay, if we ever need anything, we know where to go. All right, we need another one of those. Plastic, glass, titanium, alloy. Another one of our tables we need. Glass. Plastic. Titanium alloy right here. Okay, well, away it goes. Again, this one canister is worth 16 of the smaller canisters. And it basically, once you get those larger canisters, everybody, it just obsoletes those other ones. Okay. And we need our big canisters. So we're going to go back to those bad boys. There's resource canister. Glass and titanium. Ugh, why do you do that? Why does it become unlocked? Titanium. Fill that up. Okay, got that done. Now we need this one. We know just what to do with it. Again, I just built this whole thing, showed you this thing, and then I'll eliminate it. Again, that's what's so cool about knowing the game mechanics, everybody. You can just keep jumping ahead. It's all about the research, too. If you can get the research going, especially you can automate it like I have, while you're busy doing other things, it's just collecting your resources the whole time. And research, basically. Collecting the resources through your auto extractors, getting your research automatically, and then applying that research. Wow, look, it's actually filled all of those. All right. Now all we need is really this. Let's turn this off for a second. We're going to take these and move them over here. Put that in there. So now what I'm doing is I'm running it all into that large container. Surprised we haven't brought any RTGs over here yet. Well, we're using them for our extractors. Holy mackerel, that's going to take a while. All right, let's let that run. That's going to take a really long while. There we go. Let's kind of move that out of the way. It is empty. This one's empty. Empty. $136 of them in there right now. Awesome. Okay, just like those other very large containers, everybody, you can just do that. Now to carry these back, I hate when it does that. Stop doing that. We'll just go ahead and put a bunch of these on here. Attempt to put this in our ship, and we can actually take that with us because it'll miniaturize it while we go. We'll kind of move this over this way, and this will just process this forever. As long as it's got the resources, it'll just keep processing it for a really long time. We already have it like half full almost. All we gotta do now, a little nudge before we leave. Filling up the canisters is a problem of the past. All right, let that run. We're out. Gonna dip. Okay, man, we are really getting there. Really getting there, but we got to get our super big container unlocked as well. I love it when I come in and I can see my base right when I fly in, right there. Awesome. Oh, we did that quest earlier. Medium battery, large wind turbine, large stuff. I mean, I don't need it, but if we got it, might as well use it. Right over my house. Ceramic. Oh, that's a really big one. Okay. Yeah, we'll probably eliminate this last research one now. I think we're good. Yeah, when I have extra stuff, everybody, I just grind it up. I don't keep it in my base if I can avoid it. Grind it up. Okay, large resource canister. Where do we want to use that? Probably down in here. Or this aluminum. Still got to get back to that copper. Where we at here? 44. It seems slow. But it is connected. Should be more than enough power to keep that running. Just needs time. That's going to be a whole lot of that. That's going to be a massive amount of that. All right. Aluminum good. Quartz good. Again, it'd be nice to go in there and put multiple extractors if we're really in a hurry for it. Not that much of in a hurry for aluminum and quartz. Just let that stuff run for now. Okay, so now we just need one over here for this copper, I think. Unless we already took one over there, I don't even remember. Just in case we didn't, let's make another one. Titanium and glass. Again, we make some more of these fluid canisters. Oh, we were going to take that table to Venecia. Keep that one. We just made these the other day, but now they are obsolete. Now we're really going to have some fun. Okay, over here, see this thing here, this medium storage silo? You can just tap it to the side of this thing right here. And now you can do that a whole bunch of times. And you'll end up with just an insane amount of resources that you can just stack up there. Big time. Okay, more extractors. We already got a couple extractors. Maybe more resin. More iron. Let's put this over on this side. Iron. Resin. Resin. Also, you can do this. Put a bunch of iron. Bunch of resin. Or you can just have them running up there if you want. Like this. And then just go make as many of these tables as you possibly can. It's going to make a lot of them. That's for sure. Alright, back to the copper. Hopefully, last trip to the copper here. Hopefully the last trip and we can set it up. Again, I don't remember if I gave it the big canister or not. I don't think I actually brought a canister over here yet. Again, getting all these big canisters going, super helpful. And funny irony, we'll probably end up moving the base anyway, so we'll try to find easier places. Just thought of something. I wonder if the MEGATECH, don't tell me, just thinking out loud, if you could have the rockets actually go on the same planet. I think I tried that last time. Again, don't tell me. Don't tell me. We'll try it. We'll try it out. That'll be part of the fun. Oh yeah, we definitely need a canister over here. Okay, good enough. Okay, now it's gonna make a big boy one of those. We got our copper going today. We got our quartz. We got our aluminum. We've got our iron. We got our titanium. We got our graphite. That's a lot of big stuff. And our lithium. All going, all rocking. I'm just going to go off the path here. In fact, I'll probably make myself a road across here. Right from here. Oh, I don't have a soil canister. Funny, I just grinded a bunch of them up. I'm working away over there. Nice. Okay. This is that aluminum. Now we're making crazy tons of tables. Where do we need a table? We need a table. Actually, just bring a double table. Venecia. Now we're going to really scale up our other locations. Not just this location, but our other locations. We're going to make those much larger so we can do much bigger extraction. And you'll get to a point where you're just like, wow, I have a lot of everything. Thousands of everything. And that's where you want to get. And again, we're trying to get to that point first before we do the MEGATECH stuff. Then we'll do unlock all the MEGATECH when we have all of our resources auto-extracting and doing all that fun stuff. You can do it much earlier. I've seen in my last playthrough I did tap into it earlier. But I like doing this part, kind of setting everything up and letting it run. Okay, out with the old, in with the new. Let's go. Okay. Holy moly. It's already got 250 in there. We'll let that run for an absorbent amount of time. And then we'll come back and that sucker going to be full. We can run a lot of iron with that. That is for sure. And might as well throw this over here, just sitting on the ground. And again, you see my RTGs over here, which I call the Tower of Power. I usually use those tall things and put all the RTGs on the side. Don't need to, just put the two tables together and they run completely in unison. I'm all good. Speaking of things I need to do, go ahead and put these back under here. We're going to try to make it as awkward as possible while I'm trying to put them in there. We out. Now what we really want to do is do what we just did, but on every gas extraction. So now we really want to work a bunch on those gas canisters. And we're going to go back to base. Okay. We also need to think forward to our other stuff that we're doing. Need like 2 more of these. There we go. Get me some hydrazine from a backpack. There we go. Run that in there. All right, so we're going to need some tables. All right, and get a part of the process going that we need, which is the smelting. So we're going to need some smelting furnaces. There we go. Compound and resin. Making a mess. Why is this not running out? Oh, I didn't put it on loop. Gotta put it on the loops. Now if I need it, it's up on that thing, see? I can just say, hey, run out some glass, run out this, that, and the other thing. A little close to my stuff here. I need to nudge this a bit right. So away from my other stuff there. Okay, smelting furnace. Put that over there. And it's printing out some more tables. Do another smelting furnace, compound, and resin. Well, resin's right here. Compound. We know we saw some of that earlier, right here. No, nanocarbon alloy. More resin. Another smelting furnace. Alright, while that one's cooking, we'll go do a delivery. Deliver some more infrastructure. Even when you have the larger vehicle, you do a lot of back and forth, because the stuff is so large, you can only carry like a couple of them in there. You can't make these tables any smaller. But they are pretty massive. Could just keep them on the same table. Think about it. Don't think I've ever bothered to keep them on the same table. Usually I bring it to another table. Why not just keep it on the same table? Yeah, why use 2 auto arms when you can keep it on the same table? Oh, hold on. We'll try something new. We'll just leave these here for now. Yeah, try something new. Keep them on the same table. So instead of just having it do the raw resources and then auto arm the raw resources into the finished materials, we could just have it all on the same table, where it grabs the resources, converts it down, and then puts the finished resources into the container. I must have done that before. It does seem familiar, but I don't need another process for it if I can just convert it there. So we're going to need dish. And we're going to need dish 1. So the problem is we've already got a bunch. That's going to be the biggest problem. As we got a bunch, and we need to run all that out and have it run to somewhere. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Wait a minute, I should go back. Because I'm going to need a container for it to end up in after we convert it. So we're going to need probably 2 large containers. So we're going to forge all that down, and then eventually we'd only need the 1 container. Let's just go make another big container and go from there. What's up, Nova? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you. We're having a good time, as you can see, processing some serious big stuff. All right, what are we doing back here? These are fluid canisters. We had already done these. So let's get back to the big boys. Large resource canister. All right, glass, titanium, nanocarbon alloy. This one is empty. Iron. There we go. Run out some more tables. What else? Glass. I feel like I just run a few of them out. Why do I have 2 glasses? There we go. Glass. I forgot what I'm already looking for. Nanocarbon alloy. I see this thing. Grab it from over here. Get in there. There you go. Alright, we'll make another canister to go with that. Again, we're making some tables. Might not need to do these tables. We'll have to do 1 more and go from there. Smaller canister here, which we might be able to use to help us with that. I'll put it over there. Lots of power, lots of stuff, a lot of conversion. Oh, speaking of power, we're going to need to bring our power. All of our little RTGs up there. We're really getting there now. Again, this is just day 3. And I've already unlocked the top level stuff. We're really scaling up to the very, very large containers. Especially with your gas and your soil and your fluids. This is big stuff here. And this 1 container here is like 400, but it's not the big ones, the 2,000 ones, which we'll unlock those too eventually. But I find I use the really big ones and these ones in combination. Just like I use these and the smaller ones like these in combination. Alright, I think we got it. Let's go. Again, gotta watch that timeline. Okay, back to the Glacio. See if we can get this all on 1 table. That would be even better. Man, it came in right over the top of my base. Sweet. That's pretty lucky stuff. Come in right over the top of your base. Like so. Okay. Another canister. And we'll just do it with iron here first. We'll do the rest later. So again, instead of taking the raw resources over there, screw that. We're going to just go ahead and convert it. Like so. Well, the problem is you got to have a place for it to go to. Turn this on. Turn this off. And then we'll let that fire up for a second. Turn this off. This is when I need the second table for power. That's what I need the second table for. Put this back here. This locked. Lock this. Get out of there. Put that QRTG over there. And then I need another QRTG for the additional smelter that I added. That is a medium generator. That is not a QRTG. Though we could set that up, or RTG, not QRTG. There we go. So now to run everything together. That's a battery. What the heck? What am I putting on here? Where's my actual RTG? Alright. It's okay, we'll leave the battery too. We don't need it. There we go. Alright. And the battery actually is really useful because it'll tell you when you're in a surplus. It'll start charging up. You saw that it wasn't charging up before because I wasn't in a surplus. But now I am. So there you go. Okay, so this is going to run this out. And we're going to run all 116 of these out. And again, this is like massively scaled up now. So we can do both the collection, the storage, and the conversion of our iron all in one. Though, don't really need to store it as the raw resources anymore. Just basically convert it to iron. You very rarely ever use the raw resources, I find. But let's go ahead and get some of this stuff going over here. How's it? Spot. We don't need that auto arm for right now. We do need some RTGs, so let's take that. Slide on down. And we'll kind of do the same thing over here. Lock this table. Run that out. Turn this on. Convert the RTG so we're getting more power, so we can do that. And then we need somewhere for that to go. It doesn't have any container it can go to. That's when we're going to need that second table. We're also going to need another container, but second. Whoop! Scared me. All right, we got it though. We got it. Totally thought I glitched it through the ground. But luckily, no. Okay, lock this. And again, we could use a smaller table. It doesn't have to be this big old table. But it definitely needs a place to go, but we still want power. Again, we probably should have brought a battery too, so just so we can see the battery going up. Again, now we need somewhere to put that titanium, and actually probably want to swap this. Probably at you little. Put this over here. That there. Turn this so we can see it. There we go. Run that out. That's just going to smelt that down. But we need some place. Again, we need a storage to store the titanium. Let's go. More big storages, man. We are making some big progress today, everybody. Big progress. Again, can't make those big storages without nanocarbon alloy. You got to get the nanocarbon alloy set up first, and then you can unlock the bigger storages. And then you can see that they do take a bit to get them going, though. They sure do. Just both in time printing, and then of course making all the nanocarbon alloy to go along with it. Again, eventually, because we're scaling it up in this way, those canisters will make it so we can scale up the nanocarbon alloy, so we can scale up more of the storages. Very useful. Okay, speaking of nanocarbon alloy, what are we looking for over here? We got helium. We got plenty of helium over there. We can take this graphite, put it over here for an auto arm later. We got plenty of lithium. All we really need is our titanium alloy. How are we doing? And what do we do with our titanium? Throw that over there out of the way. I know I had a bunch right here. Okay. We were using those for this. Let's just go ahead and run some of this titanium out. Glass is blocking. Stop that annoying noise. Sit over there and stop being annoying. Okay, let's run all that back in. Let's take our titanium here. Get that ready. And then we need somewhere for it to go. Right over here. Okay, titanium, go. Graphene, man, we got a lot of graphene. More auto arms. Get it going. Okay, so we're gonna have this run a whole bunch of titanium alloy. How are we doing over here on our steel? 30 steel in there. That's nice. Run this back. Run that back. So we got our steel at the ready for nanocarbon alloy. We need a canister. Man, we got titanium alloy right there. We already got some titanium alloy. That means we got what we need. Again, see, I'm always looking for a canister that's empty. You always are. Doesn't matter how many canisters you got. Holy moly. Okay, we got 4 more zinc here. And let's run that zinc out. We know where it's at if we need it. Okay. And this is this. And we could probably just take this off of here for now. Put our lithium up there. Prime this as going in. Run there. Go here. Do that. Click that. Maybe a bunch of nanocarbon alloy. Alright, there it goes. Yeah, this is... Oh, it's only got 1 more there. Okay, no problem. What are we waiting on over here? Gas. Run out that nitrogen. Okay. So, run that back in. Run this back in. Empty canister. Pretty sweet. Gonna make a bunch of titanium alloy. Over here, we're gonna need to run some more steel. I don't think so. We got a ton of steel. Ton of steel. Alright. So, it's got that going. So, we're gonna need more canisters. More big canisters. So, while we're waiting for that titanium alloy to run, I'm going to run this out. Put that over there so we can get another canister for our aluminum. Okay, now we don't need to convert our graphite, so we don't need another canister for the graphite. Graphite typically stays where it is. Though you could, in theory, try to set up a whole system where it converts graphene over there. Let's see. Let's figure out what do we need. We need the hydrazine, and we need graphite. So we just take the hydrazine over to Glacio and put the hydrazine there instead. But we can look at the thing over here for Glacio. To the planets like this, Glacio. What has it got? It's got argon, so it doesn't have any helium or anything like that we could use. Yeah, not really what we need over there for making graphene. Yeah, because what you need to do is make the hydrazine, or you make it somewhere else and you bring it over there. Man, we got a lot of hydrazine just sitting here. Let's go ahead and make some more graphene. We really need to make more big canisters for right here. That's what we really need to do. So the output of what we're doing should be large canisters too. There we go. And then run this out, run that out. Do your thing. I love just do your thing, you know what I mean? I love it when it does that. All right. Put that back in there. Grab another one of these. Put it over here. What's the other thing? Glass. We have a bunch of glass somewhere right here. All right. Now we're just going to put this on loop. So every time we can make one, it's going to make one. This is for Glacio. I go really fast, everybody, so I do try to slow down a little bit sometimes when I am playing, so you guys can see. But if you see me just doing the same thing, I'm just ferrying, storages back and forth. I'm trying to scale up those storages so we can now fully convert it at the location into the titanium and the iron. So we don't have to bring it back, forge it back where we have it. We want to forge it out here. And all we need now is another container. Right here. Not sliding, are you? Okay. Time to get the job done. Okay. Now it's going to collect all this resource, but it's also going to burn up this other canister. Once that canister is empty, I'll give this a little bit of a nudge. Once this canister is empty, we actually don't need the second canister, and then I'll start to swap them, meaning that I'll wait for that one to fill all the way up, and then I'll take 400 titanium, and then this one will then be the conversion one where it'll convert all the titanium, and you'll end up with thousands and thousands of resources. If you didn't also notice, everybody, that this one is outputting, but that one's still grabbing it and putting it into there, so you can use it like a buffer, so it'll continuously grab those. Even if it is actually set to output, which is a really tricky thing to get that to work. But it's working, so we're not going to touch it. We're going to let that run for quite a long time. And that's all automated now. Nothing else we need to do to that. Another thing that we could do, by the way, is we could set up a train that takes that final output and then brings it up here instead and then organizes it. And the same thing over here, we could just have this, take it right here, and just basically work there. And then later we're going to do the MEGATECH, where it'll take it and bring it to the planet to us automatically. We don't have to come over here and pick it up anymore, which is really cool. All right, how are we looking? We probably want to put some more hydrazine in there. Make sure we're stocked and ready to rock. Okay, anywhere else we need to do something? Do we put the thing over here? We did. Hold on. We got to go nudge this. Or see what it's doing. What's it doing over here? How much has it got? Yeah, 134 ought to get us going. Now, typically, I would triple up on these. And we'll get to that. Let's go. Kind of tempted to go see how my hydrazine is doing. Yeah, let's dip by Caldor, see how that hydrazine's popping off. Again, we just put the really large gas canister over here. And again, I typically do this at Caldor. You can do it at Sylvia. I don't know, Caldor is a little sad because, you know, not too many times you really need to come over here for much. So I just kind of come over here and put it over here. Oh, mama. Look at it go. How's our power doing over here? Some QRT. We need some RTGs over here. I can see that the battery is on diminishing. Do not put that in my backpack. How are we doing now? Still negative. Yeah, we gotta bring a table over here. Help it out. Stop putting that in my backpack. Helium generator, that's not going to help us. Any more? Oh, we're all out. Okay, okay. We got this. Those over there. Yeah, so what can we do? Like we don't even need that anymore. We could just do this. Maybe. No, we need that so we can pick it up. Though we could use one of those silos. Yeah, just stick it over here. Get some use out of it. Oh, wait, right here. Even better spot right there. Yeah, this part needs some power. I can see that power is diminishing during the nighttime. But the thing is that this is 25 power this thing is putting out. So if it lasts all through the night without running out of power and then charges up during the day, which I think we have it set up to do that, I don't think it's going to be an issue. But right here, this is 20 power. This is 10, so that's 30 power. 8, 16, 24, 24, 34, 54 power. And all you got to do is see that that plus is going. Yeah, see the plus is going. But this doesn't run the whole time. It only runs when it needs it. And most of the time it doesn't. All right, more nudging. Nudge. Nudge. Fail. That last one just loves to fail on me. All right, come on. There we go. Keep making me lots and lots of hydrazine. Again, look at this sucker, man. 188. I don't remember filling that up. But maybe this will be the time. This will be the one. Okay, keep going. I mean, I think you only really need one of those at this point. Later on, you're going to need a bunch of that for our vehicles, but we'll deal with that when we get there. All right, back to Sylvia. Got our stuff auto-converting. We got our lithium extraction going. We have both of our quartz and our aluminum going, and our copper. Again, I keep forgetting whether I put a container there. I believe I did. That copper is running. I think of what else we really need to work on at this point. I would just say scaling up the amount of all the gas canisters. So we could go to Atrox and do that. What do we got here? Large resource canister. Don't need a large resource canister for Atrox. I need gas canisters. We need to get a lot of that going. Silicon titanium alloy. Let's just put this silicon over here. Like so. Get that out of the way. Put that up there. What's the other thing? Titanium alloy. What a surprise. Surprise, surprise. All right, right over here. Get another one. Okay, and in the back side, same thing. Large gas canister. Go. We're going to need these tables. Probably need more power eventually too. Right here. Not sure how many tables I took to Atrox, but let's go check it out. And I'll show you guys my auto research extraction. It doesn't have to be that big. I can make it 50 times bigger if I wanted to. But Atrox is where you get your really high-end research. And I can pretty much go to Atrox and just spend a little bit of time there and unlock everything in the game. If I wanted to, but I only unlock the things I need to unlock. I don't need to unlock everything if I'm not using it. Plus, also, you have to flip through it in the menu, which I don't like doing if I don't have to. But I believe we had brought... We did. Whoa, look at this. Yeah, we got this whole thing running on generators. Nice. Oh, man. Bring some RTGs over here. It'd be really styling. I feel like we need to bring a battery in each area so that we can see the battery status. But this definitely needs this. What do we got here? We got methane going there. We've got helium going there. And the only other thing I'd want to do is sulfur. And since we got the tables, let's add it. And really gases and research are the two things I do on Atrox. Those are locked. Those are locked. Okay, what are this over here? Locked. Just telling me all this stuff is locked. Oh, that's not locked. Lock it. There we go. Locking is very important, or again, it goes flinging. We need another atmosphere condenser here. So this is, again, helium and methane. Like, these are the two I would use the most. Actually, sulfur I would use the least, even though you do use that a lot in the long run. But we definitely need more power. Is this even on? On now. That's on. So yeah, we just need those big canisters. We're good. Okay. Should I replace this with the big table? I think totally unnecessary. We'll be back. Atmosphere condenser and very large fluid containers. Or not fluid containers, gas containers. All right, again, I'm trying to set all this stuff up so I can take a break. Set all this stuff up, take a little bit of a break. We'll let it run. We'll come back. We'll check on it. But let's get it all running first. It's really cool just to, you know, set up your stuff and then go AFK. You know, have yourself a sandwich or watch a movie or whatever and let the game run. You can also do the same thing in Satisfactory. You just let it run and you come back and you're like, ba-pow, cha-chow. You got like 10,000 tons of resources, which I love doing. All right, so there we go. We got that. Let's go get our very large gas canisters. There we go. We're going to need one more silicon titanium alloy. Let's get this. I got a lot of silicon over here. And titanium alloy here. There we go. Is there another gas one that I need? I'm trying to think of the other gas place I might need. Switch my headphones. There we go. So we have two, and we need a third one. That's resource canister. That's gas canister. Leave this here. So we put this medium generator over here. Since we don't have this thing at the end anymore. Might as well. We ain't doing nothing. We can put this extra carbon right in there. Okay, one more gas canister. We need an atmosphere condenser, which I think we already have one sitting around somewhere. We'll just steal that one and we can always make another. We need some graphite. And we need to make ourselves a packager. That was some graphite sitting right there. All right, we could probably use more power. Let's put this back on here. And it's looped. And how many we got? 2 nanocarbon alloys with that's explosive powder. That's not what we're looking for. Right here. Probably good enough. And then we were waiting for our titanium alloy. There it goes. Oh, high-tech spec. What we get? Print and RTG. Psh, I've done it like 15 times now. Hey, we got a medium battery, which is weird because we wanted to take those and put those on those other things. So now we know. We'll just put it. I got an extra QRTG as well. Pretty awesome. We'll take this little squeaky out of here and just put it here in case we need it later. Medium batteries, we'll bring those with us so we'll know when we're in a surplus of power. And we will take all of this, which is our gas canisters, back to Aatrox for some massive gas extraction. The thing about the gas extractors is that they'll never stop running until it runs out of space. So if you have a lot of space, it'll just keep running to fill that space, which you'll see right now. And then we won't be worried about, oh, we don't have enough helium or we don't have enough this and all that. It's really like, do we have enough other resources to go along with the helium and the other things? And these are the highest in gases over here also on Aatrox. Rotate that around. Alrighty, now we're going to have some fun. So helium would be the one, you definitely want a whole bunch of that going on. So we're just going to fill that bad boy up like this. Aim it this way. Make sure that's on loop. It totally is. It's going to do its thing. Then we're going to go over here. We're going to pull one of these bad boys and put it right there. We're going to take this one and do this. And we don't need these printers. We just did that as an example. Prime this one with methane. And there we go. And again, you see it's putting all the methane away. Then we're going to prime this one with sulfur. And then we can put this over here and it'll put all the sulfur away. And then we'll get another atmosphere condenser here, which is going to be like now up to like 60 power. Like so. There we go. And then we put this over here where the methane is. And we'll put all the methane away. And we no longer need this over here. Okay, now what we need is to fill every one of these little extra spaces with power. Because it needs a lot more power than it's producing right now. Right now it's doing all of this with about 18 power, and it needs about 60. And I could scale this up, by the way. I could add more medium generators and scale up all of this. But I don't think it's worth it because it does cost you some power for running the smelting furnace at this scale. And since we have tons of resources, the best thing to do is to bring a bunch of RTGs. So we'll leave that as is. Say, do your thing. Again, if we leave that long enough, it will fill up. It just will do it very, very slowly because it doesn't have enough power to run at full speed. So we'll let that run. We'll go back over this way to our primary base. I have to click it the second I can see it. Right there. Okay, more power. Okay, get this out of the way. Run these back in. Let's go ahead and set this to grab the nanocarbon alloy. Right? No, we don't need to grab the nanocarbon alloy. We need to run the lithium. Like this, run the lithium out so it can automatically run. Yep, there we go. And then run all these out. And now it'll run out all of the lithium and produce all of the nanocarbon alloys until we have another giant stack of sweet loot over there. We'll probably just take this back over this way. See what's going on back here. Wow, I filled that up. Build that up. See, something you can't swap it out fast enough before it like gets in your way over here. It's kind of annoying, but you do what you got to do. Run that out. It's gonna make some more. Oh, actually, we should wait. We should wait until it runs it out, and then we got an empty one here, and that will go there. that in this one. Put that there. Run that out, run that out. There we go. Use up the rest of that graphene. How are we doing on graphene over here? 17. Waiting on some more hydrazine. This is empty. We need more graphite. This one's empty. Probably just grind a bunch of these up. Yeah, look at our trade platform. Last thing we got was lithium on there. And I just do it every now and again when I go by. I kind of clean that stuff up. Don't need that many of those anymore. Yeah. Now we're getting there. Look at all those. Look at that, everybody. Holy moly. We should make a little table and clean it up for us automatically. Let's do it. Okay, watch this little trick, everybody. This is fun. You go ahead and grab an RTG, you limit it right there, and then you make yourself a little table. Like this, and then we're going to run some power to the table. And then put this, I'm going to spin it around this way. And put the, this on there, there we go. And put that on there. Now what we're going to do is have it automatically pick up the RTGs and put it here, because we're just going to put this in its little circle here. And so now it's going to automatically clean that up for us, which I think is totally cool. Put those away for me. Actually, leave the auto arm. There was something else on here that I need to get rid of. RTG, RTG. Now, those are all RTGs. Okay, cool. Maybe not. Okay, what's it waiting on? Titanium alloy, which means that we have done our steel. We need our titanium alloy here. What's it waiting on? More graphene. Okay, well, we got some graphene. Let's run it out, do your thing. Wada, wada, wada. Take this, put that over there, put that back in. Man, we have got an insane amount of momentum going here. A bunch of containers that are empty. We got the ceramic, which has just been sitting here this whole time, doing nothing. Let's get it over here. More of this. Okay. No, do we need a gas canister? Where do we need a gas canister at? We got one at, let's see, we got this here. We could do it at Caldor, but you don't really need that much hydrogen at Caldor. I mean, if I was going to use it anywhere, I'd probably use it here for the nitrogen. Yeah, let's do that. Silicon titanium alloy. Silicon. Run one of those out. Can't see it. It's on the other side. Getting messy in here. Clean up that mess. Put it right up there. There we go. Let's see. What else do we need? We already got extra tables. We got extra extractors. We've got our large resource canisters now. Want to take that large resource canister and use it for my graphite. Oh, wait. And take another extractor. It's all about scale. Right over here. So now that we're doing more, we want to do faster, right? That's what we're in next. So what we're going to do is scale up how much graphite that this is going to hold, because this is going to be a lot. And I'm scaling up the graphite first because that's what I'm going to need here in a minute when I scale up this graphene production. So we'll do that, and it's right here next to the base, so pretty easy. And it's the actually best node so far that I've found. So let's first grab this and this way. And then we're also going to use this large container. All right, here we go. Come on. Connect them first and then squeeze them in. Have you already found the primo spot? Right next to the primo spot is also a primo spot. Hey, K-Man Mox coming in. What up, K-Man Mox? I'm going to put this RTG up here. We're going to definitely need more RTGs to do our thing. Happen to have a battery on me as well, so we can see how our battery is doing. Over here, you can see it's not in a surplus because we're not gaining extra. Over here, same thing. We got a battery in that one. That one definitely looks like it's in a surplus. See how we're doing over here. In a surplus, meaning that it, man, this thing is trying, whoa, 106 of them already converted. All right, awesome. Keep that rocking. Faster, faster. I don't think we brought our RTGs with us. Which way? This way. For every one of those extractors that I put down, they're going to take more power, right? So this one right here, each one of these takes 8 power, which is 2 of these RTGs. And you can see we're going to run out of table space here too. So we're going to need another table for that one. What I call the Tower of Power. Oh, and we can put another one of these on here. We are definitely going to end up with multiple of those running. And there we go. Okay. Need another table and another extractor. Getting low on launches here. Hey, Ollie, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. What up, man? I'm doing good. What up, what up? And again, thank you for that 51 months of sub love. Good to see you, Kez. How's the hip? I know the pain well. It is actually feeling better. I was a little afraid that was going to be permanent pain. You know how it goes, man. When you start to feel some pain, you're like, oh, God, I hope this isn't forever. Kind of like my dizziness, everybody. I didn't know it was going to be forever. I just thought it was a temporary thing and then it would go away. Nope, never did. 11 years later, never went away. I've had little brief moments where I wasn't dizzy, but it just comes right back. And it's a bummer. But, you know, you do what you got to do. All right, we're going to take another table. We're going to take that. We're going to take all these massive amount of RTGs that we just did. We're going to take our hydrazine out so we can fuel her up. Definitely don't want to take it out and then not fill it up because it's going to be a real short trip. And fuel... don't put that up there. Put it down here. There we go. And then we're going to put this in here. Oh, okay. Or not. I got an idea. Let's put this in here first. There we go. Maybe it'll stop being so squirrely. There we go. Okay, back we go. That's why we were making all this other stuff. And again, you see I'm not scaling my iron and my titanium first. I'm scaling up the graphite first. And the graphite makes graphene. So if I'm not making graphene at a high enough rate, it doesn't matter how much titanium I make or iron I make. Because I need the graphene to make the titanium alloy. So that's why I scale up, and then also the fact that it's going to extract faster than the other ones because it's much higher density of graphite. And I usually end up with multiple things of thousands of graphite. And again, very conveniently right here by the base. Okay, our job is to get 3 of these in here. 3 extractors like we're doing on Caldor. And be at a surplus of power. All right. Not connecting. Come on. There you go. Again, look at this scaling up, everybody. Scale up. Get it the way you want it, and scale it up. This one I'm just going to connect to this table. There we go. And take the RTG, put it at the top, turn it on. Make sure that it's actually being hit by the thing. Maybe. Well, we'll check it. Now comes the cool part. Check that battery. Is it going up? Nope. More. It going up, everybody? That means you have more than enough. That's why the batteries are a great indicator. They're also surplus power if you're using solar power. So at nighttime, you can run it on your batteries. But these RTGs never stop running. They're fusion generators. So they run 24/7. Doesn't matter if you're underground, above ground, wherever you are. They will just non-stop run. So if you know you're out of surplus, everybody, you never have to touch that again. That'll just run. All of it. The only thing you got to do is come over here and nudge those every now and again. It's also going at 3 times the rate now. Or really, 2 times more of the rate. And that's because now all 3 extractors are running at the same time. And notice again that I have them capped with the RTGs, so they never actually run out of power. If I accidentally cut one of these lines, all 3 of them will still have power, and they'll still go up and down. But you do want to chain all the power together, just so you know that everything is functioning. And again, this is already 162. That's 12 there. We'll come back. We'll have 800 of that. It'll all be good. And we're just going to leave all this power right here because we're going to do the same thing again. And Sylvia. Oh, we got to go to Aatrox too and scale up that power. We'll get to it. Get these things running. Okay, more jetpack stuff first. There we go. More extractors. Let's go. Steel, tungsten carbonide, and rubber. How much tungsten carbonide do we got left? 17, man. We got a ton of them. Run a bunch of this out. Now, see, again, this is why you put these little storage silos on there also. You can just run a little bit of each resource that you might need, and then you can make a few of them. Like rubber. Where'd you go, rubber? Well, that's nanocarbon alloy right there. 9 of them. 9 of them sitting right there. Run this in. What do we got here? Steel. There it goes. Now we need somewhere for that to go. We need a one of those little thingies. Storage silo, there it is. Because it has nowhere to put it. See, it's got it, the auto arm has it, but there's nothing here for it to put it there. So whatever's there, including my backpack, if I run through there, it'll put it in my backpack. But we want to just do what it was doing before and stack up some more over here for use on other stuff. All right, again, we're doing our graphite over here as well. We need more. See how this is missing? It needs that graphite, right? And I have one over here. I guess I could just run the one. But we need that graphite to keep that graphene going so we can keep our titanium alloy going. And again, put this off to the side. Plenty of iron over here. And again, we need, not that, we need this, steel and rubber. Got some steel right here. Run some of that out. Let's put it right here. And I know we had a bunch of rubber, but did we use it all up is the question. Because it's making rubber right here. And we've got a bunch of resin, and we have a bunch of organic rubber sitting right there. Ah, dropped it. Right here. This might be some rubber in here. Ah, there it is right there. Okay, we'll just run some out onto there. And then we'll just flip the switch and tell it to loop. There we go. Make a bunch of those. More extractors. Oh, there's that other gas canister, which we're going to use for our hydrogen. Eventually, we'll just go ahead and pull that because I feel like we're almost running out of hydrogen here. Here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and put this. We're going to prime this, not hydrogen, nitrogen. There we go. We'll prime that as nitrogen. We'll take our silicon, put it over there. Deal with that later. Take this, put it over here, have it grab all the nitrogen off of there. There we go. And then this is going to go here where it should run in that titanium. We'll just take this and put it over here. We can use it over here. It's not being very useful over here. Okay, so now we got our nitrogen, but we don't have a lot of it. And so we're going to need another atmosphere condenser. Notice how it's switching all the resources and not dropping them on the ground now? You want to leave yourself a little bit of space so that you can do that. So you don't end up with a bunch of stuff on the ground. Forgot what it said already. It was something else. Plastic and iron. That's what it was. Grab some more of this plastic. Any plastic left? Carbon and compound. We've got compound. We got carbon. Why are we not making none of that? I don't know. Let's make some. Let's make it some. Put the carbon back in. Oh, carbon's full. Okay. Just run it out. Run it in. So we can put this here. And what is this waiting on? Compound. Lots of carbon. I know where to put it. Right over here in our ginormous container.
Break time!
I know. Been trying to take a break here. Got to set all this stuff up first. We'll get there. Thanks for the reminder, though. We'll get there. All right. Ah, you little. There we go. All right, now we can just auto run it. And then run out the carbon. Now what this is doing is auto extracting the organic over here, converting it in the smelting furnace, and then using that carbon to make this plastic. So we'll let that run. It'll burn up all that compound and all that other stuff. You can also see that I have it right here on the table. This spot right here, eventually we're going to put a button there where we press a button and it'll automatically switch this from inputs to outputs. And this way you don't have to click each individual one. You just have it set where, okay, I'm done. It'll just stop the output of all of the resources. Works pretty good. I can also stop like the organic thing. I can tell that to stop when this fills up. You can actually tell it to detect whether it's full or empty, and it will stop collecting it, which I think is really cool. You can set up a lot of logistic systems for the game. Very, very fun. See some copper over here. Ooh, look at it go. Look at it go. Okay. We have nothing collecting this titanium right now. Why is this not collecting it? There we go. That iron right there. Not there. Okay, let that run. So, take a little break. Get in there. I find the safest thing to do, just go in your shelter. You'll be fine. All right, everybody, we'll go ahead and bring in some fun for you guys. Man, we haven't taken like a break this whole time. How long have we been going? Holy mackerel, 7 hours. All right, going to bring up some fun for you guys. Just take me just a moment because this is quite the technical feat to make it work on 2 platforms at the same time. I've never seen anybody else do it other than me. And it was no small affair making it work. That is for sure. All right. So we'll try to get the Twitch one working first. Now, again, this is these are anagrams, so you just descramble the words, work together in the chat. If I see you guys working together in the chat, when I come back, I'll show you a bunch of Kismets, which you can use for giveaways. There we go. All right, first one underway. Now, again, you just take that up there, and you're off and running. Looks like geyser is a word there. I can see it already. Again, so if you're in the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/Kismet, you can type on that side, and then YouTube here is going to come up here in just a second. I got to click a bunch of buttons to make it work. And we'll turn off the game sounds. And there we go. So now it's collecting me tons of resources. It's doing like 25 things right now. I don't have to do. And this is what I like to do. This is what I call momentum, everybody. So you build up all this momentum. It's doing like 20 things. It's making a bunch of extractors, extracting a bunch of this and that and the other thing. And then I can just go AFK, take a little break, come back, and then we'll do a little bit more. And then I do got to go in a bit to rest up. But we're definitely going to do some more. We're going to just keep scaling up all of our extractions. And once we get 3 each, forget about it. It's on. It's on then. Because then you're really at a stage where you're just getting every single resource at the maximum speed. And you can do more. You can do 6 of them around there if you're really that much of a hurry. I think it's really not necessary. Totally not necessary to go more than 3. Because while you're busy doing something else, it's going to be extracting all the stuff over here and so on. All right, you guys enjoy some words on stream, and I shall be back. Don't let Flare Up do it all, everybody. You guys help out. All right, back in just a bit. I'm back, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Let me go ahead and stop all this awesomeness. I saw you guys working together. Nice job, everybody. We're going to get back into it. We're going to get back to some Astroneer here. The second I find the right buttons. There we go. There we go. Right back to it. And man, see, the cool thing is I let it run while I was taking a break, everybody. And now we have a bunch of stuff that it is run while we were busy. Oh, it triple stacked them over here. I just got 4 of them done while we took a break. So we got a lot of extractors. Very cool. Let's turn the game sounds back on. And that's what we want. We want a ton of extractors here to scale up all of our stuff. We also have some more RTGs, which we'll take with us. All right, we're off. Right to it. Here we go. Thanks for the 1 in the chat, everybody. And here's a bunch of Kiscats for being awesome and working together. Now, this is a bonus stream on top of my normal streams, everybody. This is what I consider the Friday into Saturday stream. I will also be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for some more with my crew for 7 Days to Die. But we want to get in here and have some fun. And then on Sunday, also playing some 7 Days to Die, but solo. And then maybe getting a bonus stream in on Monday. Because, again, I've been out this week due to issues. But my hip is feeling much better. I'm feeling much better. And that's good. That's what you want. Gotta find my base. There we go. Now, again, what we want to do is go over here and start upping our extraction. So we're just extracting faster so we can get more resources faster and then have those resources get converted automatically. So we need more power and more extraction. Now, we've already kind of optimized where we want these to end up. Turn that on. Put that up there. There we go. Then over here. Like this. And we'll just nudge this one here. Oh, man. There we go. Nudge that one to get that going. Make sure that these are plugged into the table here. There we go. This one over here. So that we're getting that power to all of these. And then up here at the top of this one, turn that one on. And there we go. We're a triple threat. Make sure that the extractors are where they can be grabbed by the ring here. This one's being super feisty. There we go. I try to get them all aimed toward the center and then make sure that it's actually touching all those. And you might want to watch it. You definitely want to watch it to make sure all three of those are good. Now over here we can see that the battery is going down. So we definitely need some more power. And we're simply just going to throw some RTGs in here. Pretty much what this second table is for is to hold all these things to boost our power. And again, if we're seeing that going down, then that's bad. Still going down, still going down. Starting to slow though. And there we go. Now it's positive. Now we're powering all three of those bad boys. All right. And that extraction is going to go tremendously faster. Now this one over here, what we want to do is we want to prime this second one as an input. And now what it's going to do is it's actually going to fill up both of those with actually converted iron. So instead of just doing the raw resources, it says, screw that. We're going to actually have 2 containers full of iron. And that's a lot. That is a lot. To extract. All right, very good. Let's go check on our aluminum down here, or titanium. Let's see if we do have a second thing. We do have a second one. Okay. Has this converted? It is still outputting? No, it is good. Okay, so this one, same thing. We're going to input that one. We're going to run some of this titanium out. Then we're going to run it in. And now both are titanium. In fact, I could actually just move this over like this. And just put this over here. And then we can see the levels of both of those. And we need more extractors. Again, getting to this level, everybody, on the third day is pretty hardcore. Pretty hardcore to get this much going on. Let's go ahead and pull this out of here, too. We need to go get some fuel for our ship as well. We got to remember to put some fuel in there so we don't run out. Luckily, we've got a bunch back at probably Sylvia. I think we have it back there. We'll just go there and see. You've been sick as a dog for a few days? Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, man. I'm glad you're doing better. Yeah, I don't know. It goes around about this time because it's like hot, it's cold, it's hot, it's cold, it's cold. It can't make up its mind what it wants to be. In Tennessee here, it's like, you know, just wait a day and it'll be something different. One day it'll be 90, next day it'll be 20, and then it'll be raining and it'll be, you know, everything in between. All right. Let's get these other extractors up in here like so. Let's get our fuel in here as well. There we go. How's our backpack looking? Let's just take a couple extra for our jetpacks. And we're off again. Actually, we could just go like this and put that in there. Another thing you can do is just fill up these containers and go to every single planet and just put the fuel at every single planet. Wherever you're going to land at that planet, you just keep fuel there. Just in case you forget or whatnot. Where are you hiding, Caldor? It's usually way the heck out there somewhere. There you are. Sometimes it blends in with the background. You feel like an apple and an orange? There you go. Yeah, anything that's juice is basically pure sugar, so watch out for that stuff. You'd be better off just eating the orange or eating the apple. That's what I did. I stopped having juice. I just get the actual thing. And what you do is you just take an apple, you cut it in half, and you cut it in half again, both sides. And now you got an apple, or you can just use those little slicer things. I use that as well for apples. And orange is the same thing. Cut the orange in half, and then cut that in half, or even you can cut that in fourths if you want, or whatnot. And it's better to have the actual thing than it is to have the thing that's supposed to be like the thing. So yeah, juices are just pure sugar. They're terrible for you. They're absolutely terrible. I know, because I was foolish enough to think they were good for you. I'm drinking so much juice of everything. It's not good. And again, if you don't know, you don't know. Of course, I never took the time to find out because, you know, in my day, we didn't know that stuff was bad for you. But now we do. Now we know that stuff is just sugar with a little sprinkle of orange flavoring, basically, or apple flavoring, depending on which one you're talking about. Okay, we got that up at the top. We'll grab an RTG back here to keep it from going to the top. We'll run that out. See if it's close, maybe a little bit further back, a little bit over, to just get right there where that one is. Looking good. Again, you see how I drop it first, start to slide, then grab it. It's way easier to do it that way. And I could drive it down here with one of those big vehicles. Totally think it's faster to do it the way that I do it. Much faster. Holy moly, we're going to have a ton of this. We're going to have a lot of this. All right, let's see if we can get this one to go here. Yep, all right. RTG on the top. I so see our battery going down. That tells us we need more, but again, put it on the top to prevent it from doing the thing. All right, looks like it's going to get all three. We'll let that run. We'll go get some power. Oh, missed it. I always think that's cool. He picks it up when he slides. You got to click on it just right, though. All right, we got to get back to a positive power flow. Let's go. That's all good there. Again, just use your battery as a guide. There we go. Now it's in a positive flow with all three of them running and the smelter running at the same time and the auto arm. And that's just perpetual power. Now, that's just going to run and run and run. Okay, how we looking here? So, that's holding titanium. This is holding titanium. Again, you don't need the raw resources. It doesn't do you any good. Might as well just convert it right there. Okay, where'd our other one go? Over there. Okay, so now this place is styling. Like how it's turned in such a way that it'd be awkward. Alright, there we go. Still got plenty of RTGs here. That's all I really need to do here. I could actually power that thing over there if I wanted to. But we're not to that yet. We'll get around to it. But now we just want this to just keep cooking until this sucker fills up. And then we'll have 400 iron and 400 graphite and 400 titanium. And then we'll have as many RTGs and canisters or whatever else we want that our heart can desire. Off we go. Now we got another stop. And that is over here at Caldor. Now, currently at Caldor, we are using a bunch of stuff that we found, a bunch of solar power and stuff like that to keep it going. Actually, I should have brought a table. We'll go get a table first. Launch to another planet. We'll go back, get a table, and we'll come back. We're probably going to need more room for all this power I'm about to put down there. I can also get one of those really tall tower things and put it on there, which I usually do. That's why I call it the Tower of Power. But let's go ahead and try to do it without it. I think one table ought to be enough to give it a bunch of power. The one that really needs a lot of power is going to be Aatrox. Aatrox is, because of the atmosphere condensers, they're grabbing gases from the air. That's going to need a tremendous amount of power. All right. Do we have an extra table laying around? Doesn't look like it. So we will check our table thing here. We need iron. Where is our iron? We got any more iron around? Empty canisters there. Don't see any iron. We got here titanium. Iron right there. Okay. Run some out. Have it make it some more platforms. In fact, as many as you can. Okay, a bunch of iron there. And does it have a bunch of resin? It does. Okay, we'll just let that run. And I could get this other one involved, but I feel like we want to make more extractors. So steel and rubber. So some rubber. Some steel. And make another one of those too. All right, cool. It's going to run both of those. So, while we're waiting, what do we feel like doing? I guess we could just take a table that we're not using and then use it to replace that table. Not really using this table all that much over here. Also, I could eliminate all of this. I think we'll make some of those towers anyway so that we can use them later on. Okay, so we're going to need steel for that. How much we got here? That's tungsten carbonide. 2 steel. Not enough. Oh, we already had one. Okay, cool. Just enough. Okay, I need more steel is what I need. Over here. Okay. Don't have any iron on there right now, though we know we had some iron because I was just using it. There we go, 9 iron over here. Okay, run out the iron. Oops, prime that steel. Still in there, run out the iron, run out this, run out the carbon. All right. Look at that. We got 3 things popping off. I gotta love it. All right, I really need the table. But we also have the large storage, so we'll take that too. And we can probably consolidate these two. Here's another great trick, everybody. If you do have one of these that has more than the other one, you can just put this one here, put this in front of this, because it's already set up to move the RTGs, and it'll just consolidate those down for you. You don't have to. It's pretty cool. I got over here. Man, I got a bunch of titanium alloy. Holy moly. I got a ton. Need me some stuff there as well. Well, thanks for consolidating that for me. I shall take that and put that back up down. Okay. And then this, actually we'll put it up here. We'll put this up here. We'll go get our table. Now we can get Caldor really going at maximum speed. Now the great thing is once we do this, Caldor will run 24/7. It will never stop running infinitely. And that's really where you're kind of working toward on all of your extraction, is that it just continuously runs. It never runs out of power. You don't have to worry about wind. Don't have to worry about solar. It's all running continuously. And that's why I love the RTGs, because that's what they do. That's their job. Look at that sucker, man. That thing's almost full. Wow, 230. Okay. We're going to put this back here. We'll set it off to the side. And we'll go ahead and pull these solar arrays off here now. Lock that, lock this. How's this one over here? Is this one locked? That one's locked. Okay. And we'll keep these solar arrays because might as well, right? They're just sitting here doing nothing otherwise. And so we'll just kind of tap those into each other. All right, and you can see that currently our battery is actually going down. And that's okay because we're going to fix that right now. In fact, we're going to really infuse this with a lot of power. Good time to do it is right now, and when it is nighttime, before the sun comes up, and then it kind of offsets our stuff here. But I'm really going to go to town on it here, and again, we'll grab our thing here. And this is going to be more than enough power, but, and again, you can see I can just stack them vertically and get way more in there than you normally could. Like that. And there we go. It's got no problem. All right, now that doesn't even need a battery now. It doesn't need any of that anymore because that is all going to just run and run and run. Hey, I'm putting that hydrogen on my stuff. Okay, and now this will just run and run and run. The only thing, again, we got to do is run over here, give it a little nudge. I suggest aim for the bottom part here to try to keep it from bumping or doing weird stuff. It doesn't look like it's actually grabbing this one. Let's try to bring this one a little closer, turn it inwards a little bit. I got it, but it's being awkward. Stop being so awkward. There we go. Aiming in there so that this one can be close to it. I feel like we might want to rotate this table just a little bit. And rotate this in. Ah, there we go. That's very nice. Okay, there we go. And those, again, you see that it goes back up, the green goes back up, but eventually it starts to diminish where it doesn't go all the way back up as much as it did before. And eventually, they won't go back up. It'll use up all of these resources. And hopefully we can find a better spot around here, which is all the way up, which I prefer. We'll do all that at some point. But again, we want to make sure it's utilizing all three. Plenty of power all around. And we good. Okay, we got another stop. Let's go. We got another stop as well. Let's see. Where are we going? We're going to Aatrox. Yeah, it's on the far side. I saw it over there. We go all the way around. All right. Again, just trying to scale all this up. And we got that going, then we're good. And again, you can just go to every resource now and just scale all that stuff up. So you don't have to worry about it. And this one here is 100% going to be a power problem, because this one is using massive amount of power. Well, let's just scale this up. Again, each one of these is using 20, which is about 4 of these RTGs. But it's definitely going to go faster than it is going now, even with a little bit more power added. Like that. So this one's completely powering that one, which is great. Don't need the centrifuge. And again, we can get 4 on each of these, plus this little bit of extra power here. We should be good. So we need about 6 more RTGs, it looks like. I don't have that down. That's an auto arm that's on there right now. More RTGs. Let's go. Again, this is our big goal for today, is to scale all that up, give it enough power to continuously run. And then basically be getting hundreds to thousands of resources. Tried to grab it. I might have got the other one. Yep, got the other one. Kind of hard to get it because it's covering the other one. I was trying to get around the edge of it. But sometimes you can just go back to that one, so you don't have to go all the way around, and then try to click it again. We'll see if we got it that time. So it just backs you up and then you can click it. But it burns up your fuel, but it is what it is. Okay, more RTGs, please. Okay, what are we waiting on over here? Probably nanocarbon alloy. Okay, cool. We need helium. We need all the things. We have nothing there. Plenty of this. We can run that out. Get that rocking and rolling. Take that off of there. That's not doing anything. Got another extractor. Very nice. We've got more tables. Also awesome. Another extractor there. We can make another table, so let's do that. We definitely need our steel, which we were also making right over here. We'll run the titanium alloy back in so we can get our steel and run that out. Run titanium alloy out, and then our helium. Again, that's why we need that helium, is to make that happen. Now again, it's going to automatically make the RTGs. Now I'm actually wasting an RTG just so it'll only grab the RTG and not start grabbing all of the resources, which I don't want it to do. We can take this one out of there for right now. And we need about 6 of those. And how much we got here? 2 more. 2, 3, 4, 5. Or it would be 4, 5. And then we have how many so far? 2. Yeah. Plenty here. Plenty there. So really, the limiting factor right now is the steel. So that means we need to get more iron. So let's run all those back in. And we can get some more iron. Let's use our small containers here. Or we just bring our big container. That's what we'll do. We'll just utilize our big container now. And come back. We should do our fuel. Best to do your fuel when you get around, 5 or so. Might as well just put it in there, especially when you have a lot of extra fuel like I do. Just plugging it into that's real awkward. Put that up there. Do I need to bring any tables? Do I need to bring any extractors? Not really. I just need to collect those resources and come back. All right, here we go. And I make sure I make that atmosphere condenser at some point too, for that nitrogen. Okay, we are going to get more iron. Going to get some iron, that's what we're going to do. So now what we're going to do is do the swap technique, where we had made 2 large containers for the iron, the titanium, and the graphite. And so one will be at Sylvia and one will be the other one. And when we deplete one, we'll go and swap it with the other one, right? And so we don't have to constantly be using these smaller containers. Oh, we're going to run over here and we're going to check on our iron. How we doing? We got 74 in that one, 178 in that one. So I'm going to run this one out into that other one, and then I'm going to grab that other one. And that's going to take a minute. And hey, while we're doing that, go check on our titanium. Or actually, we go check on our stuff over here, and same thing. Again, I like to check them to see which one's got the most. 205. Oh, that's pretty even. I'm going to run that one out into the other one. And we might as well start doing that with the titanium. And it usually does it pretty even, I find. All right. That's going to take a minute. Yeah, I think we're pretty good. Okay. How are we looking? All right, that one's now empty. And this one's 257. So we went from like collecting like 32 or 24 or 10 at the very beginning to now collecting hundreds of each thing. And again, while you're here, give it a nudge. Oh, well, hopefully your nudge is closer than me. There we go. And then over here, again, little nudge. Sometimes works good, sometimes super awkward like this. I hate it when it's awkward. There we go. And then here, and then this needs to plug into somewhere. Seriously doubt it's going to reach to there. There we go. Sometimes I'll just kind of cross connect them just so I make sure that they're all getting enough power. And then the last one we need to nudge. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it goes awkward. Those all look good. Okay, these are locked. Nope. That one's locked. Okay, now we got a massive container of iron. There we go, very nice. And then put this here. Still going. Yeah, that one's almost full. Like I said, everybody, again, this is a massive amount of graphite over here. And then we're just going to nudge these while we're here. Oh, mama. A lot of that. That was a lot. And again, it can't even, it's doing it so quickly, it can't even get the graphite in there because the other one's running out into here. There we go, and we'll just take that, and then it should grab this other stuff. There we go. We'll let it grab that little bit. You can see we collected way more graphite than we did in any of the other resources. And to take that. Now, the really important thing is to make sure you set this back so it will actually grab the resources, because you walk away and then it'll make like 4 and then it will stop. That really sucks when that happens. I've done that many times. But I usually kind of watch it and let it do one of them and then transfer it. But I'm going to let it run while I grab this and run this back to the thing. Like this. And again, same thing over here. You should go look and see if it's actually collecting. Now, see, this is actually doing the wrong thing where it is collecting the hematite, which I don't want it to do. I want it to collect the actual iron. There we go. So make sure it's collecting the iron and not the raw resource, so that it can process all of that while we're doing other things. Okay, one more to check out again. We'll go down here. See if this is done swapping. It is. We'll pull this out of here, move this over, set that to input. Let's just give it a minute. Actually turn this off for a second. There we go. Make sure that that is actual titanium. There we go. Can't see squat. Okay. Put this up here. We're going to come back for that one, because we only got room for these two. Let's go. Can't package it down, by the way, with resources in there. You'll just lose those resources. So you definitely don't want to accidentally package it. You'd be collecting all those resources again. Not that you couldn't. You absolutely could. But this is our first round with the very large containers with hundreds of resources. Because remember, the other ones carry up to a certain amount, which is way less than these big boys. And there's one that's even bigger than this one, which we will get to. Okay, now this is the fun part, when you just take one of these big boys, like graphite here, and you just plop it down. Over here. Oh, and we need another big container. Speaking of big containers, take this. Put that over there. All right, more big containers, not the silos. Large resource canister. There we go. Grab some of this nanocarbon alloy over here, and we're going to need... See, now that we're inputting large amounts, we're going to need an output of large amounts as well. And that's what's so nice about these very large tables, is that you can put very large containers on there. So this is what these are built for, man. They're built for these big boys to go on there. But I need a container here that's going to process all of this and run it out the other side. And I have a couple hydrazines here. Again, it'd be nice to have the hydrazine, the graphite, the hydrazine large container, and then the output of the large container as well. We'll get to that. And we need to make not glass, but soil canister. There we go. Plastic titanium alloy. Titanium alloy here. And we were making a bunch of plastic over here. How we looking? All right, we got 17 of them done. And then we can get that going so we can swap our fluid canister when we need to. Okay, we got this one for the output. Again, you're going to see me start replacing all these smaller ones now with these very large ones. Again, we want to prime it first. Make sure to put that in there so you don't accidentally put like the raw resources in there. And then out, and that's going to make a ton of that, everybody. A massive amount. It's actually going to be limited by our hydrazine here, which is, let's just call it 50. So it's going to make 50 of those, and then we can make 50 of these, and 100 of that, and 500 of that. You get the idea. It's going to be a lot of that, and a lot of this. Okay, now the other thing that we need to scale up, and we'll get some more extractors over here. And we'll get our iron out of here. Remember, this iron is converted. We don't have to put it in the forge. It has already been done for us. So we're going to rearrange this just a little bit here. We're going to move this over. So we have our inputs on the left side, like this. And then the output's going to be on the right side. The toughest part of this is your third element, which is your gas in this case. And I typically would have a separate table for the gas and then let that gas run in there. But right now we're just going to go ahead and utilize this. And we'll set up all that secondary table stuff later. Output. And that's just going to run a ton of that in there. In fact, we could probably just do this. Wait for this to prime first. Put that in there. Do this. All right, now we're ready. Output, output, output. And that's just going to run that crazy. That still says 360 carbon, 254 iron, and 45 argon. So it's really a limiting factor of the argon, but actually even more so a limiting factor of the medium resource canister, which can only do 32. So it basically is going to max out that canister with steel. Then we'll have 32 steel to run massive amount of nanocarbon alloy. But what we really have a problem with right now is the fact that we don't have enough lithium. So we got to go get more lithium. I think we should probably bring some power. We are definitely going to need that. Don't remember if I brought a second table, but always come back. We got some tables sitting right there. We can grab them. Let's go. Again, everything to do with your nanocarbon alloy, you can start at the end and work your way backwards, or you can start at the beginning and work your way forward. I like to work my way through, get to the end where I'm making the nanocarbon alloy, and then figure out, okay, what's the thing I have the least of? Oh, I don't have lithium? Okay, let's go do that. Okay, I don't have iron? Let's go do that. I need titanium? Okay, let's do that. And I need aluminum, whatever it is. I will revert, instead of just going through and doing all of the resources, I start with the resources that are most important first. Look at this, holy moly. How's it doing over here? 620 of them already. That's gonna be awesome. All right, let's go ahead and grab an extractor here. We're gonna do our little slide technique. Oh, I jumped a little too much. Nope. Okay. Fine, we'll put it down here. It keeps clicking on my other monitor too. It's throwing me off. All right, come on, let's do the slippy slide. There we go. Wee, slide, slide, slippy slide, slippy, 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 slippy slide. Whoa, okay. Around the corner we go. Let's drop this so we can jetpack and awkwardly open up our thing when I didn't want to. All right. Let's go. Awkward. All right, we do not have a second table. Very important. Need to work on that. We're gonna need to give this a little nudge nudge. There we go. Get our other one here to increase the speed of our extraction right there. And we're gonna very awkwardly try to find some connections here. Nope, okay, not what I wanted to do. What you do, you, bro? Okay, let's do the other side. I get you right in there. There we go. Let's see. We'll go around the back here. See if we get these two to connect to each other. Nice. There we go. Take the RTG, put it up on the top. Most important part, start it up. Again, it'd be nice if you could lock those. Those really need a locking function. You don't accidentally pick up your extractors all the time, which I do, and it's very annoying. Make sure you got lots of hydrazine to zip around. Again, the reason why we need a secondary table is for the power. Honestly, the bars are not that important on your secondary ones, but it is nice to do what you got to do. Why did this move? That should have been locked. No way that should have moved. It's not locked. That's why it moved. Not locked. Very bad. All right, there we go. Now I gotta unlock it and put it back the way I wanted it. There we go. All right, now we'll lock it. That was my bad. I should have locked that. Let's see. Can we snap into any of this or get to there? Nope. Okay, we got to find a connection. There we go. Start that up. Take this, put it up here. Back with some power. Now, by the way, I don't have to worry about oxygen anymore. I don't have to worry about power because I have the oxygenator and have a QRTG, which is 1 power, which is powering my oxygen all the time. I don't need to worry about oxygen anymore. And again, that's one of the great things about getting to the nanocarbon alloy is that it will give you the recipe. Or if you have 10,000 research, you can just go ahead and research it, or somewhere in 10,000. I forget actually how much it is. But it's quite a bit. We'll go ahead and just leave the stuff here. Go get ourselves a table. Come back with a table. We'd be all GG's. Not sure if we had powered that fast enough as well. We might need some RTGs for that. But we'll get this going. All right, back to Sylvia. Again, our ship's just not big enough, everybody. And we have the biggest ship. So you are going to go back and forth a whole bunch. You can also set up production over there if you want and just build it there. I find it's just faster to have it all kind of centralized. You can make all the little pieces and parts and all the different things you need. Boom, make the stuff. The only thing I don't centralize over here is typically my hydrazine production because, again, it's actually fairly difficult to do on Sylvia because it just doesn't have as much resources as Caldor typically does as well. All right, back over there. Do we have any more of these over here? We need the stuff here. So let's bring one of these as well. Actually, bring 2 of these. Bring back some of that lithium while we're at it. And we're going to need another canister for... Where'd you go? There we go. We're going to need another large canister for the lithium as well. Which I don't have right now, but we'll just use these small ones temporarily so we can make ourselves some more power. Again, we can just transfer it to the small ones instead of taking the big one, or we can put the 2 small ones there, but I prefer to keep the big one there, so it's always keeping that production going and it never stops. And it will go at full speed if we have enough power. Alright, moving off to the side so you don't go flying. And then table drop. Slide. Gotta keep it out in front of you because it's so awkward in those tight spaces. Alright, let's snap it up here for a second. Okay, again, I don't know if it was unlocked or what. Hate it when it does that. I was trying to hold down control, make it wider, but it did not want to do that. That's probably one of the most frustrating parts of the game too, is that when it does that kind of stuff. When it moves your stuff when you didn't want it to, and then you're spending a lot of time just fixing it over and over again. See, like that. But we'll get it. Just going to widen this out a bit so we can get both tables in there together. Again, don't remember if I locked it. Could have sworn I did, but I might not have. And we're getting all 3. Doesn't look like it. Okay, now we got to fix this. All 3 of these connected to each other. That one's connected there, that one's connected there. So all of these are connected to each other. And then I'll just use this one. Connect to the table. There we go. Okay, and then move this table. Lock that. Now we know for sure that we've locked it. Put this over here for our power. Like that. Run this. How much we got here? 225. Wow, okay. All good, all good. Go get that power and power this up. Right, we could have used a battery over here too. Definitely going to need a lot more than that, and we need more on Aatrox as well. But that at least gets one of them going at full speed. Yeah, almost two of them going full speed. More. More. Actually, here's what we'll do. Just run this onto here. So we're already down here. Okay. Good, good. It's on loop here, yep. 6:55, sweet. Alright, we were going to take these down there. But we'll just leave those there for now. Actually, yeah, just leave them. Leave them for now, and if I need them later, I'll have them there. Probably end up just making a larger container anyway. But we'll leave them there. Because lithium is what's slowing us down for some more power. Again, this is always just a circle. It's like you need more power, you need more extraction, you need more power, you need more extraction. And just going back and forth until you get them all squared away. And eventually, if you just keep doing what I'm doing, you'll have all that done. It'll get done. And then over here, we can take this, like so, run these back in. Put that right there, and then it's going to burn all those up. Let's see, and then we can put this back here, let that stack it up. So much of a mess over here. Throw that over there. Thrown on the ground. There we go. Over there. Got my Astronium right there. More fuel for my vehicle. I grabbed some of the fuel off of my vehicle so that I could use it as my jetpack, which you can do. It does work great. Better than trying to put that fuel on there, that's for sure. Sometimes I get frustrated with it, and I'll just take the actual thing off of there, and then put the fuel on, and then put it back on, because it can be quite annoying. There we go. Okay, we're all about more RTGs. Yeah, there we go. Come on. Come on now. What we got? We need steel. Oh, while we were busy running all over the place, it made a bunch more steel. Here we go. Go, go. Do the things. Do all the things. Oh yeah, it's gonna make a bunch of those now. Okay, let's make another container while we're waiting. Oh, we're gonna need to snag one of these nanocarbon alloys here. Probably need to stop this for a minute. So I can grab one. There we go. Make another table while we're at it. What are we making here? Extractors, steel, tungsten carbonide, and rubber. There's some steel, tungsten carbonide, and rubber. And make us some more. Hope we don't need to tell it to do it. It's already set to auto. So off it goes. Again, look at all the stuff we're doing, everybody. Doing all that. Cranking out a bunch of RTGs. Just keep cranking these out as many as you possibly can. And again, the more you crank those out, the more resources it's going to extract, the more you can crank those out. Again, you'll see us start to scale all of this up, and it will be all automated. So once it's done making the steel will automatically be put over here, and then run to nanocarbon alloy along with your titanium alloy. And again, I could set it up right now with auto arms and things of that nature. Really not necessary. I've got plenty. Again, I can just run it into a container, and I'd be just fine. Now we have run out of titanium alloy, so we're going to move that over here. We're going to see what's slowing us down. Graphene, what a surprise. But over here we happen to have 45 graphene. So we used up all of our hydrazine that we had here. Very nice. I'm going to run that back in. I believe we have a container over here that we could use. So we're going to set that to input. We're going to run the graphene into the smaller container for now. I'm going to move this way over there. Container, what's this? This is a gas container. Put that over there. All right, come on. More. Go, baby. More power. Unlimited power! Unlimited power, everybody. Day 3. Day 3, and we have unlimited power. And massive extraction, massive everything going up. And we even have it automated, isn't it? We don't even have to put it on the thing anymore. It does it for us. I love to watch it run, too. There's just a fascination with it running. All right, there we go. And it ran out of titanium, I could tell. And then again, I can run back in all the steel just to kind of clear it out of there. Like that. We'll run back in the helium. Looks like we're getting low on helium as well. And then we can also, once that steel's run in, there we go. Then we can run in the lithium out of there, and then we have our little thing back. Very nice. All right, more power. And away we go. And back to Aatrox, I think we feel like we want to get to first. So it can be running at maximum efficiency, gathering insane amount of gas. Again, same thing with that we're doing with the larger containers and stuff. I think I should have grabbed that larger container now that I think about it. That we're doing with the larger containers, that we have a pair of them, right? One is the one that's actually currently being extracted and stored, and then the other one is the one that we are using for transport back and forth. And eventually we'll do the same thing with these gas containers, where we'll have a corresponding gas container. One of it will be at our base, and one of it will be over here. And then eventually after that, when we get to MEGATECH, we'll have it just bring the stuff to us. We won't even need to come over here anymore, and that's really the ultimate goal, is to have all these planets producing resources that eventually end up at my primary base, and I don't have to go and track them down. Which sounds like a good plan to me. There we go, and if we just fill up all these empty spots, and if I have to bring in a little tower thing, I will, or if I have to go ahead and do anything else, I think we are good, because this actually exceeds the amount of power that I need. It'd be awesome to have a little table to put a thing on. I don't think I even told this what to be yet. Sulfur. And go. Alright, now we got them all going. So this is sulfur, this is helium, and this is methane. And that's all good. And again, if we had a battery... Oh, wait, we could do it right here. Show you a little trick with the vehicle, by the way. You can go ahead and roll up here with your vehicle, and your vehicle can actually act like a big battery. You can see it has these little stripe things on the side. That's pretty much acting like a battery, so we can go like this. And then if this is going down, it's actually stealing the battery away. And we'll go ahead and take these RTGs out and see if we can get it to go down at some point. Yeah, see it going down? Then you know that you don't have enough power. But now if I put one more RTG down, see it's going back up. But if I put 2 RTGs down, it doesn't go any faster, but it is a dead giveaway whether that if you're exceeding your power or if you have more than enough. So in this case, more than enough. Also, I have an extra one on the vehicle itself, an RTG on the vehicle. But I do like to have excess power so I know that everything is running at its maximum speed. So let's double check. That's on loop, and running in. There we go. And then this one on loop. And this is really all I use ATRAX for. But down here where we have our stuff, and we'll just jump down there. Again, we don't really need our vehicle anymore. We can just dip down here. Do a little bit of sliding and a bit of jetpacking. Oh, it's running right now. See, all this is doing right here is utilizing these trees, grabbing the organic. Again, you just right at the very beginning of the game, buddy. I did. And grab the organic from here, take the organic, convert it into carbon, put it in a medium generator, and that medium generator will let your research and your auto arm. And then these little things that you can see is in here, everybody, these little research samples. You can see this one right here has 76 left, but they're about 1,500 each. So if you just have it automatically grab that, every now and again you're going to get 1,500. Remember how I had 30,000? Well, guess what? I burned up like 30,000 and now I got 30,000 back again. And now it'll just run. I know what I need to do. It's already set and ready to rock. Don't need to do anything. And I could set up 15 of those, or 50, or 100, and just let those run and run and run. But I think one is more than enough. Again, I'm not unlocking stuff at such a pace that I need to worry about it. I just let it run while I'm busy doing other things. And you have a lot of logistics you have to set up. Extraction, power extraction, getting all your resources from wherever they are back to your base or back to wherever you're doing your production of that particular thing. And then once you're ready, then you're like, okay, now I need to unlock such and such thing. And then boom, all right, now you're scaling that up. You're all good. Okay, this is styling and profiling. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take our power with us. And we got one more stop. Let's go. That's set up. That's good. We're going to have 2,000 of all of that, everybody. And again, we'll make, when that fills up, we'll come back and we'll say, okay, we'll have a replacement for that. Where we put those jars back down again, and then it fills it right back up to 2,000 again. All right. And again, I should have got the storage. I think I forgot to grab it. Let's go back and grab it real quick. I need that other storage for the lithium. I don't remember putting it up in there. I did not put it up in there. Because it most likely wasn't ready yet. There we go. And this lithium would be another one that I would, instead of going all the way down in there to get that lithium every time, I would bring the lithium up to the surface level. And we'll probably do that next time where we go in and start to bring all of the underground resources to the surface level. So what we could do is have it extract, take it, put it on a train, have that rail system, bring it up to the surface level, then forge it down and put it in a container so that when we land, we just pick up the stuff and we just take off. And that's typically how I would do it before the MEGATECH, is just have it available. When I land, boom, put it in the ship, fly it back, right? So I'm just like space trucking the stuff back and forth. Don't really have to worry about it. But now that you have the what you call it, the MEGATECH, you don't need to do that anymore. You can set it all up so it'll actually bring it back to your base for you. So even cooler. So you could have it come out on rail, put it on the thing, it puts it on the ships for you automatically, and then brings it back to your base, which you can also make that work as well. Okay. And lithium's another thing that you don't need to forge. So go ahead and fly this on out of here. And always very scary when this thing's flipping all over the place when you're flying with it. Just don't click. Don't click when it's in the wall. Another great reason to make this come out of here so you don't accidentally click it and lose it. And we'll get into rails. We'll get into rails. We'll get into being off the rails. There we go. Okay, put that back up there. We got our replacement. We're going to take this with us. Grab it. We can just slide a little faster. Get through here. Okay. Again, would have been nice to bring a what you call it? A battery. That would have been smart. I do like to leave one of these open, so this has a spot to, or one of these little sections, so really two of them open. So that has a spot. Now we can also just figure it out by the math. This is 8, 2 of these per each of these, and it already has 1. So you already got 1 here, so that's 4. Then this would be 8. So now you got a pairing. This one and that one pairing. This one and that one pairing. So now you have more than enough. And then of course you also have the auto arm, right? So that's more than enough for all of those. Probably put this over here. So again, you'd probably need what, 2, 4, 6 plus extra here. And this is like 9, so that's way more than what you need. But we put it in there, put a little extra. We never have to think about it again. But we will use some of that power to power our rails later. So we'll just leave it as is. Okay, very nice. We all good? We all good? How much we got in here? 252. Okay. That ought to get it going. That ought to get us some more power. In fact, we got extra power now. Put it in our primary base. Where are you, Sylvia? There you go. Sometimes looking for the planet is the hardest thing. The other side of the planet. If I click, I'm going to land on that other spot that's in my way. See, I rotate the camera so I can see it when it first comes up around the curve. Okay, so we're not going to have any problems with lithium for a moment or two. Okay. I feel like I might want to put a table over here temporarily. And just do myself a solid by putting that there. Putting these on here, setting these to input, and running those out. This way I can use the smaller versions of those things on there. I do have some extra ones here. I need steel is good. I need titanium. Oh, I never went back and picked up those titaniums, did I? I don't think I did. Leave these here. Let's go back and pick up that titanium. Okay, we were just over there. We could have just grabbed it. We were just over there. We could have grabbed it while we were over there. Didn't think about it. Did not think about it while I was there. I like the fact that it's right here, though. Why is that orange? Why is it not green? Oh, I have a green and an orange. $125 already in that one. Again, you seen what we did, everybody. We're just scaling, automating all that process, scaling it up. We're getting hundreds instead of just like 24 or 32. Earlier, we were just getting 10. And it's just all about scaling. And you'll get to this point where you are styling. And it's just there's a bunch of resources that we haven't scaled up yet. Get it? Oh, I was behind that other one. But that's okay. We'll get to those. And most likely I'll scale those after I move the base, because I'll end up moving it to work with this MEGATECH, because you need a lot of big open space for the MEGATECH to run well. I learned that in my last playthrough. You definitely need a big flat space, though we do have a lot of flat space that way. Maybe I'll just leave it. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Now again, remember, this is converted titanium. I don't have to convert it, so I don't need a forge or anything. It already did it. Just take this out. Put that right in there. We converted a bunch of this into a smaller one. And did we do 2 of them, or did we do just 1? Because I sworn I was going to do 2. I forgot. So we have titanium there. We have titanium here. Let's run this titanium into the big titanium. We'll take this out. Take that out. We have this, this, and this. There we go. We'll just do that. While that's running, we'll convert. Let's just put this over here. There we go. Again, we'll just do 2 of them. And that's just so I don't have to make another table and do a whole bunch of stuff with the table. I'm just going to convert it over. And just to make it where it's a little bit easier. And then titanium alloy here. And it's really easier for the end result over here. Okay, graphene, titanium, nitrogen. Atmosphere condenser is the other thing we want to do. Over here. And atmosphere condenser. Plastic iron. See an iron right there I could use. And plastic. Oops. There we go. That was awkward, but we got her done. Getting that titanium alloy cranked out. We want to crank out our... Oh, do I not have another one? Right here. Our steel over here now as well. Okay, look at this. We're doing lots of steel, lots of titanium alloy. That allows us to make a bunch of nanocarbon alloy. And we got our atmosphere condenser. How do I wish to do this? Probably want to wait for that to finish first, and then when that's not running, I'll put the atmosphere condenser on there, like when I'm waiting to get more titanium or whatever. I'll just put the atmosphere condenser on there, and it will then just keep running that into here, and then I'll make a huge backlog of it, and then I'll just pull it off. And again, I can make another table for it, which sometimes I do. I put the actual gases on another table, and then I just have an auto arm, which is just feeding the gases exactly into the chemistry lab. That's really super useful, to where it is just putting the one thing in there and not filling up the entire table full of that stuff, which the atmospheric condenser commonly does. Or you can put it on its own and then let it backlog and then just take it off of that one and put it on here. That works too. And again, right now, not really worried about steel, more worried about this. And again, need more lithium. We've got a tremendous amount of lithium over here. Actually, we could probably consolidate all this lithium as well. This way we'll get our other container back. There we go. We got an empty container and a full container of lithium. There we go. And we're going to try to get a full container of titanium alloy, a full one of steel. What are we doing on steel over here? Oh, I think argon's going to be our problem. And this is steel, so we'll run these two steels together and it should fill up. And we're definitely going to need that argon so we can work on a gas canister. While we are waiting. Glass titanium alloy. Well, we know where the titanium alloy is, that's for sure. And what do we got back here? Oh, that's our other fluid container. That's right, we need that for over at Caldor. And then glass is always the other one. We got here. We got one glass left. Which means we probably have an absolute ton. Oh, there's another thing we could do. I don't think I've ever done that before. It just dawned on me. We could go ahead and have our glass automatically converting as well. Put that on there. Drive this around. We're going to tuck this back over this way as well. Get that out of the way. Forge. So we want our glass container here. Get that for our stuff. We're going to need, this needs to be a furnace. Nothing furnace. Oh, we've already got the resources for it and everything. There we go. Alright, how we looking? Almost full. 32, 32. Oh, and that's when it ran out. Ah, perfect timing. So now, again, we are using our nitrogen here, and we'll just put this over here, and then we can just go ahead and replenish that nitrogen using our atmosphere condenser. Where are you, nitrogen? There you are, and we'll put this on loop. We'll set this to input, and now, since it's not doing anything, it can just go ahead and make a ton of nitrogen to the tune of 2,000 of it. Titanium alloy. This gas canister is for which one? Argon. Argon is the one we need it to be for. So we'll put that up there. We have a soil canister. We have a gas canister. We have this canister, which is going to go to this. Okay, that's all good. And we'll set up all of that gas extraction separate. Yeah, it's all good. All goodies. Oh, and over here we could break some more of these down. Keep that going. So we also need our melting module. Okay. What else we're going to smelt? I already forgot. That goes over here. The stuff, the quartz. So we got that, we got our container, we got this, we got that. We're going to probably have to come back for some power. But luckily, it's just right down here. Okay, so I feel like we can just put the furnace on here. Give this a little bump. Keep that going. Run this out. Turn the furnace on. And that's where we're going to need another container. Convert that. Man, that's a lot in there too. That is a lot. Okay, that's going to convert a whole bunch of stuff down here. But I doubt that's going to have enough power. I don't like the way that that's turned. There we go. I don't like this thing in my face. All right, there we go. This is locked. We're going to definitely need more power. Definitely. And we'll turn it this way. Lock it. We'll get some more power. Put that over there off my inventory. Grab some more power. And now we're scaling up our conversion of glass over here. Definitely need more batteries. I can tell whether it's plus or minus. Feels like it's plus right now. All right. Make me a ton of glass. Like 32 glass here in a minute. All right, we're out of here. Lithium zinc. Okay. Remember me throwing a bunch of zinc over this way. Clean that zinc up. And certainly not hurting for lithium. All right. Make a few of these batteries so that we can manage this. Again, this is titanium, and this is steel, and this is waiting for what? Waiting for me just to run this out. There we go. Burn up the rest of that argon. We're going to need the argon. We're going to take some medium batteries with us. So if we run into some places where we want to put a medium battery, we can tell whether it's in a surplus or not. Take this medium battery and we're going to just run it down here. And definitely a great way to test it. But even if you have one of the little small batteries, it is a great way to test it. And again, we'll see right now. Remember, it'll perpetually fill it too. Yep, see, it's in a surplus. See, it's filling the battery. And so we know all of that is good. That's just going to run and run and run, even when it's running at full speed. Notice, by the way, that I'm not putting multiple of those down on that one. It's in an awkward spot, number one. And number two, I don't need that much glass. At least not right this second. Again, this is aluminum. This is stuff that goes boom. Move that off over there. This is zinc. Here and here. And more batteries. Again, I can't remember where I needed the batteries now, but we'll just go put them in the places in which we know we need them. Like this. And we know that we have not only this stuff down here running, but we also have our aluminum running down here. And there's a certain point where you do need a bunch of aluminum later on, or even early on, but later on for sure. That we'll probably scale this up as well. We already have a very large container over here. But what we want to do is see how our power is doing. How's our power doing? It is surplus. Awesome. Give it a little nudge. Now there's another one right here, right? Do you need to keep the laterite, or would you rather have it be the aluminum? Personally, I would rather have it be the actual aluminum instead of this here. So again, we'll go get a forge. And probably need a second table to hold all the power. Forge and a table. And these are all independent too, so they don't rely on one central power. But when you start running your rail systems, you can create a central power and use the rail systems to run the power to all the things. Which I will do. Eventually, I won't even bother to put the power down there anymore. I'll just run a rail nearby and then plug it in, and then boom, you're good. And then you can have one central power up here. If you see that your power is starting to go down, then you just add more power, and easy as that. We need a table. Do we make another table? Do we have an extra table anywhere? Nope. No problem. Just need a little bit of iron. From over here, we're just click on the wrong thing, of course, to make it as awkward as it possibly could be. Thank you for that. Instead of actually just grabbing the iron I was trying to grab. But sure. Grab it from up here. Make me another table. Empty canister. And again, we need the gases. So this is fluid, this is gas canister. Alright, let's go take care of this. And again, another trip to Caldor. Man, this is fun. I love these type of games, everybody. I got a lot of really cool games lined up too, everybody. Again, if you haven't already done so, hit the follow button. If you're over on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, which is basically the follow button. You can also hit the like button here if you're over on YouTube. Does tremendously help the stream. And it's free. How cool is that? I love free. Free is awesome. All right, this is large fuel and soil canister. And you can see this bad boy is very, very full. All right. We're going to switch it out with that one. We're going to go ahead and give it a little nudgety, nudgety, nudge, nudge. And look at how perfectly that worked out, too. We just happened to get here right when it maxed out. All right. And then we got a large gas canister. And we're going to take that bad boy and wander off. And there's somewhere that needs more power and somewhere that needs more stuff. Honestly, can't remember where it was because we did so many things. But we'll just do what we got to do, and if we run across it, we're like, oh, yeah, there it was. That's what I typically do, because this is a lot to remember. Again, best thing to do is to write it down while you're there. You're like, okay, I need this for Venecia, I need this for Atrox, I need this for this. Atrox is pretty squared away. It's going to collect a tremendous amount of stuff over there. And we'll get that all set up in an easy way where it'll just, we take it and run the the stuff. Pretty easy. Okay, how are we doing here? Yeah, that's 770. I think that'll probably be good. I think that's probably enough for us right now, but we'll just go ahead and put that bad boy right in there, and it'll just fill that up. And again, you see now we're just bringing the large canisters, replacing it with one that's empty, and then you just let it go. Especially on atmosphere condensers. The atmosphere condensers, it's not like you have to come over. Uh-oh, we got problems. We out of fuel. But not really. Because I have basically a whole thing full of fuel right there. But I also have the one on the side here, which I'll just go ahead and use this one. And that's why I keep it there, in case I'm talking and I forget that I need to put those on there. Always have a backup plan. There we go. All right, now we're out of here. And again, remember, if you get stuck anywhere, you can always build it back up, where you can make a solid fuel thruster, and then make it back to wherever you're making your hydrazine. It's a little difficult to get all the way to hydrazine on some planets. That's why I just use the solid fuel thruster to get off of there and then go to your main production area. There we go. Look at this bad boy now. Holy moly. We're about to make a lot of graphene. All right. Over here with the big boy. Okay, well, we can use that later. Okay, so now we have graphite. We have hydrazine. We have a crazy ton of graphene. Going to go right into there. Okay, so we're going to run this out. We're going to run this out. Going to run it in, run it in. And we have a bunch of graphene here, which we could just prime it. But we're good. And why is this? Oh, because I think it split those. Put those like that. And then we'll just go like this. So that'll go in there. And now you just set these two going. And that's going to do, it's got 297 there, 324. It's going to be several hundreds of those now. So it's just going to do that for as many things as it can until it runs out. Most likely it's going to be about 300 because that's how much hydrazine that we have. And it's 1-to-1, so it uses one hydrogen and one graphite. And we have way more graphite than we have hydrazine. Hydrazine goes up to 300 on that container, and that goes up to 400 on the graphene. So again, that's going to be running for a tremendous amount of time. We'll have a massive amount of that. Speaking of that, though, we have a bunch right over here. And again, we need to backlog a bunch of nitrogen. It already has 80 nitrogen in there. Pretty awesome. And then this is waiting for graphene. So we're going to just take this off temporarily, throw our graphene in there, let it do a little bit of its titanium deal, and we'll get a container to prime that up, and then we'll let this run some more. Tried to grab it before it came out of there. Too late. There we go. All right, run that out, run the titanium out, run the nitrogen out. And then again, it's just going to fill that entire container full of titanium alloy. What do we got over here? We already got a bunch of titanium alloy, and we have max run steel here. So we're going to run that in, and what do we got here? Carbon. Okay. And so we got this. Now we got a bit of a problem on this one because this is pretty tough to have all of that on the same thing. But, oh man, we got two things of steel there. Very nice. We need, what? We need our iron. Where'd our iron go? Did we use up all of our iron? No, right here. Iron, carbon, and then we could use our table, which is over here, to transfer some of this argon. Move this out of the way. So what we're going to do is transfer from up here into here so we can have it all on the same table. Then we'll probably put this steel back in there just so it'll have the ability to run that steel. I should put the steel in the front. And then we have steel, we have titanium alloy, we have helium. Run this lithium back in. Like so. And then steel, helium, titanium. And I think this is set on loop. It is. And then that's going to run that. And we will stock up with some more RTGs. Again, this is how you win this game. Right? This is 100% how you win this game. If you have just an unlimited source of power coming in all the time, and you're just scaling up and scaling up, it's exceedingly fun to keep that going. And we also need to run out the lithium as well, so it's running that. And we have a big stack of lithium over there. We got a big stack of gases and stuff. Again, you can also have it just transfer the gases into the smaller ones, like this, and then make more steel. And off it goes. Over here, this is waiting for my... Did I run out of graphene already? Holy mackerel, it already did all of those. Ran out of graphene already. Run that all in. This is zinc. Over there, zinc. Okay, holy moly, this is so fun. Oh man, we gotta take a break though, because we're gonna be back with some 7 Days to Die. We needed a table or something. We needed a table so we had enough power for our. I think it was for our aluminum, so we can forge the aluminum. That's what it was. So let's make another forge over here, which I think again we already have the resources for. So again, it's just gonna do the aluminum at the actual location. I did the same thing in Satisfactory. Instead of like getting the raw resources, like the raw iron, and then bringing it to my factory and then make it into plates, I just make the plates wherever the resource is, and then I just send the plates to my factory. That's way easier. Again, you just do the process, the basic process there, especially if there's no other use of that raw resource. If that raw resource is only going to become plates and it's not going to become anything else, you might as well just run them plates right at the node. Works pretty great. See, we're a little bit low on our battery there. See how it was running the battery down just a little bit. Kind of feel like we got little spots over here we could use. We also replace these smaller little things now too. We got a bunch of RTGs over here. Let's go ahead and just throw some in these spots that are not even being used. Connect them into our central power, like so. Give it a little bit of extra power because we're doing a lot of stuff simultaneously now. Again, eventually I'll centralize all this power and we'll run it via our rails. I'll show you how to do all that too. So we want to bring that. We want to bring this here, and we'll let that just make a bunch of those, and we'll be back. We got to go back for that smelting furnace. But we ain't got room for it right now, so we'll run out here. I gotta remember to put this battery down if I didn't already. Put that battery down? I did. I already put the battery down. Awesome. Second one for power. Make sure both of them are locked down so they don't go flying. And then we'll just go ahead and... Wow, look at how much laterite is there. Amazing. Okay, we'll pull this over here. Put the battery out here where we can see it real easy. I'm going to move this forward. We're going to go ahead and put more power on here because we're going to need it for our forge. Put a couple of those babies on there. And now we got that done. We'll turn around. We'll go back. Get that smelting forge. Could have brought it down here if I had the space, but I didn't. Again, I could make several other things behind there in which I can transport a lot of very big stuff around. Which if I do move my base, you'll see me do. And again, how are we looking over here? Yep, I was thinking that was going to be full. All right, let's pull this too while we're at it. Again, you can guess that we need to have one of these larger containers so that we could convert all of that and then free that up so that one is not full of quartz, but eventually we'll just be doing our thing. Do not put that in my backpack unless I tell you to put that in my backpack. Okay, speaking of putting stuff in, you put that right there. We've got some glass over here. Run out some glass. Let's go. Awesome. Throw it over there in case we need some more. Okay. We need our smelting furnace. Yeah. I need to put some hydrazine jets on here because you can actually use it to go way fast, by the way. Haven't done it in a really long time, but it is fun. Hey, WFO, what's up, man? We're doing a long stream today. Holy mackerel. This is actually a stream from yesterday. I'm still live. Still at it. Okay. And again, we're going to need to get a very large container. Turn that on. Do this. Put this power over to here. There we go. Give this a little nudge. Holy moly, it's going to collect a lot of that. Alright, so now we're converting that. How's our battery looking? Positive on the positives. And so now what we need is we need another container for this to go into. I'm a big fan of like setting up all this stuff and then just AFK. And then you just come back, boom, 400 of this, 400 of that, 1,000 of this, 1,000 of that. Again, that's why you work so hard to get this all automated. And then you let that automation do a lot of the work. And then you convert it into the thing that you needed all those resources for. And so we need it on both of those. We need to have a few more large containers. Let's get on those. Let's see. We need our nano. Or no. Yeah. Large gas canister. No, we need our this one. Nanocarbon alloy. Okay. I think we made enough of these. Let's go ahead and have it stop after that one. We made so many we can't even fit it on the thing anymore. Whoop. And I dropped one. Can't even fit it on the stacker. Luckily, I have another stacker. There we go. Alright, so now what we want to do is prime one of these for this. We can stop this. Get the nanocarbon alloy. Put that there. What are we missing here? Titanium alloy, which we were making. Over here, which we have enough of those. Put those there. Put that there. What is this waiting on? More graphene, which it has 70 of them right there. Mama. See, what you want to do is have all this going and then grab the finished product, the titanium alloy, and then feed it across. Now might be a good time for that. All right. Let's go ahead and use my little trick here. This is one of the times where I actually use the small tables. Yes, okay, and they only use one resin. So let's figure out what the heck we do with our resin, and then we'll be good. Where did I put it? I thought it was right here. See some over here. We can run out some resin. Okay. Oh, don't need that. I need the resin over here for the table. Yeah, there we go. Over there, and then we need that auto arm that we've been floating around here somewhere. There we go. And now we have a little table. And we can just say we're going to aim it, no, this way. This way. And then we'll do this, put this here, use one of these to grab this. And what we can do is no longer need all of this, see, because we don't need the actual output. So we can take the graphene here along with these other ones, and this is a lot here. This is going to be a tremendous amount of this. That's like 80 of those, 200 of that, and 70 of those. So that's going to wait for that to produce it, and then it's going to put it over here. Now, if you got a pass-through, which I can do sometimes, we'll see if it works out. You can see, oh, actually I already did it. It's actually using it as a pass-through to go through there. Then we can grab our massive amount of steel that we have over here. And while that's waiting for that to process, we can tell this to run in the titanium alloy. There we go. So we can sneak this onto here. And that will go back in there. There we go. Then we run this out, we run this out, we run that out. And then now that is going to run a bunch of titanium alloy on top of all the other stuff. And every time it runs out, it'll automatically refill it and then automatically refill it and so on. So that is awesome. That's a lot of titanium alloy it's going to do. And you can see it's just auto-feeding the thing. So you don't actually need the final result on the table, which is the trick that we're trying to do, right? We don't need that final result. And then over here, same thing. We can take the argon and we can go ahead and stop this and stop this. Pull the argon off of here. Put some steel in here for right now. And we probably want to move this table so it is in line here. And so, thank you for that. Putting that into my backpack. What's this? Oh, this is a battery. Okay. Put that up there. All right, let's turn this off. Okay, and we already have the arm there as well. So we can just move all this stuff out of the way now. And now we are good, right? Yes, okay. So we'll take all this, this, and this. We'll pull this. And we want this to kind of do the same thing that all of this is doing. Do this here, put that there. You want to have this where it's really easy for it to grab it. Let's say here. Want to make sure we can get the power. Let's just say there. Or actually, even better. We'll go here. Pull this. Put this. And then connect this into here. This one into side of this one. Make sure this is locked and that is locked. Make sure this is locked. And then again, this is only going to grab steel now. So basically what it's going to do is just keep feeding the steel and the aluminum alloy forever. It is just going to run and run and run. You can see we have 200 carbon, we have 169 iron, and we have 570 argon. So it's going to be the lowest one, right? Whatever the lowest one is, 167 iron. So 167 steel is what it's going to do. And it will just keep doing it forever for a very, very long time. Now, the next thing we can do is we can scale up the output. Now, the biggest thing that it's going to have a problem with is the helium, which is right now. So we want to go ahead and deal with our helium problem. So we'll go ahead and dip over here. We'll go ahead and get our gas canister, which is convenient because so I can grab one of these titanium alloys over here. Get in the thing. Okay, whatever. I'll put it up here. There we go. Oh, there is nanocarbon alloy already up there. Okay, what do we need? No, we need titanium alloy. My bad. Wrong thing. Right here. There we go. All right, so now what we need is we need a replacement for the helium one that we have over at Aatrox. So we're going to go ahead and run a bunch of that. Also, we can go ahead and just bring some of this titanium alloy over, since we're going to end up with a massive amount of this. And eventually we'll replace these ones here with that final result. We can also pull the printers out of here now. We can go ahead and run all of these in for now. And again, we need to run out our argon here. So that just keeps running. It's going to fill all that up. But the thing we want to do is actually move this over like this, because eventually this is just going to feed directly into the chemistry lab. And then we'll have the gas, and then we will have the end result, which is our nanocarbon alloy to an absolute extreme degree. We have steel in here, which we can just go ahead and let that run for now. Again, look at it go, everybody. Look at it go. Look at how much we scaled up just today, right? We're just using the big containers for everything. This is thousands and thousands of all of this. And now that we have our container here, we'll go get our helium and swap her out. Let's go. And that's why we were working at Aatrox. So Aatrox would be running while we were doing all of that. Okay, Aatrox, here we come. Hopefully you got a lot of helium for me. And we're going to make a massive amount of nanocarbon alloy. Notice I didn't do all the other resources. I didn't do a whole bunch of other things. I didn't organize my base. I didn't make a bunch of individual things that are going to print a bunch of stuff out. Because your time is your most valuable thing. And if you want to get to A to Z, sometimes you got to skip all that other stuff. And that's called being efficient. Don't do the things you don't need to do. You need to do it, do it. But if you don't need to do it, don't do it. There you go. All right. Right here. And this is our helium right here. We have 215 in there right now. Pretty sweet. Put that in there. And here's what I'm going to do just to make sure that this goes in there. But I don't think it'll be a problem. We'll just do this. We'll throw one of those in there. Grab this. Several hundred helium. I can just let this run. I'll come back. All of those will be full. Be 300 of each of those gases. But I think that'll get us going. And again, I'm showing you all my best stuff, everybody. My best tricks on how to be super efficient and take over via economic power. And our economic power in building games is literally power and resources. Power and resources is how you do it. Let's go. Oh, yeah, right there. Got her done, got her done. Okay, now we're about to make some serious nanocarbon alloy. Okay, right over here. Now, we'll no longer need to have the steel over there. We need this here. Okay, and we're going to run this out and that out. And we need to get a container while we are waiting for that to run out, because that is not going to be enough. Over there, I can tell you already. Let's turn this to container. Don't have to keep switching these all the time. There we go, large resource. I love how we already have it. That's pretty awesome. And you'll get to that point where you'll already have some resources stacked up on this big stacker thing, which I call the tower. Tower of power there. What else we got in here? You got nothing in there. Okay, I've got nothing in that one. Well, we can reuse that for something else. Throw it over there. And again, you just throw a bunch of resources on there, a bunch of different types, and when you go to print something out, it'll automatically grab it off of there, and you make yourself a big old container. We are nanocarbon alloy over here, which I have 23 of them right now. And more RTGs. We can put wherever those go. And again, now we have stacks of RTGs that we don't even remember where those things go. I don't even know where I need those, but I know I need them somewhere. Chugging away on that. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna run these back in. Run that back in. Run my helium in. Grab this, open this. Put this on here. Prime it with one of these. So we know it's only going to be nanocarbon alloy and nothing else. And then go for it, bro. Not putting that in my backpack. I want them to disable that where it doesn't put it in your backpack. Because that's annoying. Alright, now we basically have a bunch of nanocarbon alloy we can just throw over here. And we all good. Okay, another thing we can do is take a bunch of this steel. Throw that up here. We can reverse these for a moment. Okay, a bunch of steel up there. And we'll take that off. We'll put this here. Run a bunch of titanium alloy out of there. Again, we have a bunch extra now because we were just making so much of it. There we go. And then we'll stop that for a second. And now we'll just use the rest of this for making this. All right, so we already got 6 of them in there. And now that's going to make hundreds of nanocarbon alloy. It's just nonstop. It will just keep going forever because, again, the limiting factor is the least amount of whatever it is I have. And you already know that I have at least 100 of each of those things already pre-stacked, already backlogged. And so now it's just a matter of processing all of that stuff. The main thing I need to run out is the helium here. And that's now just going to process all of that. In which we will have just a tremendous amount of the highest in resources for whatever we need. More canisters, more stuff. And probably what I'll do is just go ahead and put these canisters over here on a loop. We could definitely use some titanium separately as well. I see we still have some right here. What I might do is go ahead and stop this for a moment. Run that in, run this in, run this in. Utilize my table over here. Let's try to grab a little bit of this titanium. Put that there, put this here, put that there, run that out, run that in. And so what we're going to do is siphon off a bit of that titanium out of there. So we can use the raw titanium too. And sometimes you'll use the raw iron as well. Probably another thing we might want to do. Grab a little bit of this raw iron and run all this stuff back in. And we'll do that next. We'll just fill it up with a full tank of titanium, full thing of iron, and then we will run it out. Now, another thing I like to do is put a bunch of these medium canisters up on that thing, and then I have one button that turns them all on, and then they'll run into the machine, and then I have another button that puts it all back in again. So you can just run it out. It'll figure out which resources it needs. Then you run it back in. You never have to think about it, which is pretty cool. All right, got that done. Take our titanium, put it back over there. Take our iron, stop it for a second. Put this here. Take this extra titanium and put it back in there. Put this here. Set that to input. Run that like that. Now this is just a separate table that I use for running things in and out. In fact, I don't even know why I'm running it on this side. I could be running it over here. Why does the Archon not back in there? Let's go ahead and just grab this. And we can put the argon back in there. There we go. Even better. Okay, there we go. And we have argon over here too. Let's just run all that argon back in there. We don't need the small canisters anymore. For that anyway. And then this here. And run that out into there. Put this here. And where did I just put it? Way over here. There we go. Nice. Okay, run that back in. Grab this. And now this stuff is specifically for making things over here. So now we can run, again, iron. And we're running it onto these medium storage silos. Don't run too much because you just need a little smattering of each thing. And then that's for that. And then titanium. So you don't have to keep looking for it all the time. Which is one of the things that you'll find yourself doing a lot in the very beginning. There we go. And then I'll just put this on loop. We'll make a bunch of those. Okay, that's all good. What am I looking for right now? I got a bunch of plastic there. Not looking for that. I am looking for glass, titanium, and nanocarbon alloy. So here's our glass. Here's our titanium. And here is our, get over there, nanocarbon alloy. All right, so then again, if I need more of that, I can throw it up on there. This I can tell to stop for now and just move it out of the way. Okay, these are all good. Then titanium, back where it goes. This right there, and that'll grab that. That'll grab this. This is already good. And grab our iron from over there. Run that out, run that out, run that out. And away it goes again. What are we at now? 26? Okay. And then we want to run all this stuff out. Run out, run out, run out. How are we doing on this? This is about out, so we're going to need to run our atmosphere condenser again. But again, everybody, it's like, geez, Kismet, that's a lot. That's a lot of resources running at the same time. It is quite a lot. It is definitely a bunch of things running simultaneously. But again, that's the level you're trying to reach, right? You're trying to escalate or elevate your stuff. Now, what I'm going to do is something else that's really fun, everybody. I'm going to go back here to this right here, where we have a tremendous amount of soil, everybody. It's probably the most soil I remember ever collecting at a single time. It's like 16 of those smaller canisters. And so what we're going to do is make a bunch of the basics. So we don't have to go and find a bunch of resin or use extractors for it. We'll literally just extract it from the soil. And what it's going to do is it's going to take it and put it in that massive container with a whole bunch of resin. And resin is one of the first things that we need. Now we need another one over here. And again, now we're just going to work our way across all of our various resources that we've been doing over here. We're going to go ahead and tell this to stop. And we are going to go ahead and pull this out of here. We're going to tell our resin to go back in over here. We're going to take all of the resin from this one and also transfer that as well. Over here, we're going to let that go first. Then once it is transferred all of that, it's putting the soil back and forth automatically. And then we can take this and we can transfer all that resin into there so we don't need it in that small container anymore. And then over here we need a large container. It's still working on one for us. We can also tell this one to be large containers so we can be getting multiple of these going at the same time. There we go. And we'll work on that really big one later. But this one, it needs resin and it needs organic, and then it outputs rubber, right? And so we want to get that going on. There's only a little problem here of the fact that it is too close. Yes, because we need all 3 slots to make that happen. So we'll go ahead and fix that up with another little table. Let's get our thing here. Looks like that one's doing that one, and this one will be our small table. Yep. Okay, this is all done. Run out a little resin. Stick it in my backpack. Run it back in. Grab my large container. Run my large container over here. We're going to definitely have to rework this a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and start by seeing which one it actually grabs. It's going to grab the rubber into that one. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. We'll manage that. then over here we have another large container, which it will grab whatever's left, which in this case is going to be the organic. And we're going to run all of our organics into there now, like so, because this way we don't have to deal with it. We can also have this one start to grab the organics, and it's just going to be a whole cycle of feeding all those together. We have another large container here. And there we go. We want to get our small table going. Over here, probably want to end up making 2 of those eventually. Move that out of the way. What's this? Helium up here. Oops. Didn't quite get it. Where did it go? He's always trying to troll me. Alright, stop that. Put this over here. Put that like that. Go ahead and have it grab it. Yeah, we'll just drop those over there for it to feed that in there. This is waiting on titanium alloy. Why is the titanium alloy stopped? I stopped it, that's why. I stopped it. No wonder it's not working. Alright, then we need our little platform here. Oh, we need some hydrazine right there. Okay, we need a little platform over here for our organic. Okay, we're going to need to go... Where's your bow? Where's your bow? Get rid of them trees for a moment. We're going to put them up here so they don't disappear. If you leave them on the ground, they'll disappear. We'll move our tappers out of the way. Take the auto arm out of here. And then take it off of the platform, because the platform doesn't have enough space for the containers. And then we're going to have... which side do we want our output side? We'll say our right side will be our output side. This will be our organic. And this will be our rubber here. And then this will be eventually where our resin is going to go. But we already got a thing full of resin being filled here. So that one's really just a placeholder until this fills up. And then we'll swap them and use it elsewhere. But we do want this to still grab the organic and put it in there. So we've got to do a little bit of power management here. This to here. That to there. Lock this in place. Let's hope these are all locked. Lock that one. There we go. So I'm just going to change the direction of the way that these are going. And we'll just do this. And we'll just plant these trees again. When they're all grown up, we'll do this again. We'll put this like that. Make sure that it does go over the top of those, and it does go over the top of your organic thing. You can also put it directly into here, and you don't even need the container. But I do love to backlog stuff, so when it's not running or it's filled up and it's already done a bunch of rubber, and it's already filled the rubber already full, then it can still backlog the organic, and so when I'm ready to run, I then have 2 canisters full. I can just run them without having to wait for the delay of it grabbing them and putting them in there. A really great way of doing that. And again, we're just going to do that all the way down. Now, this also has the same problem where we're going to go ahead and... that's not even locked. All right, we're going to move that down just a little bit. And then we are going to move this one down because we also have the same problem of it's just going to be taking up the whole entire thing. And we're definitely going to need some more tables here, which is cool because we're making tons of resin over here. Now, I'm not going to worry about this other seed for right now. I'm just going to take it and stick it over here. Some resin in my backpack. Run that resin back in. Okay, and then we'll make another table right there. And we could just do this. Turn those off and just put them right there. And when we need those, grab them all back in. We can just turn those on. When we need them, what do we need? Glass is the thing that we need. This one. There we go. We're going to put this on automatic. All right. Make us a massive amount of all that stuff. And we're going to run this out. We're going to run this out. So basically, we're going to run all of those containers at the same time. And it's just going to keep grabbing all of those resources. And it's just going to just keep making us those containers. Because we need containers for every single table that we are doing. Now, next one over here is going to be, unlock that please, thank you, is going to be our plastic. But we still need to get our rubber set up and running here. Because we got to get over here and do our little tappers. You got to wait for the trees to grow up first. Make sure that if you do get rid of the trees when your tappers are on there, that you do turn your tappers back on again. Because if you don't turn them back on again, they will just sit there and do nothing. So now that's just going to keep collecting a massive amount of that. And again, we'll just keep doing our resin over here. How are we looking right now? We're at 95. Again, we're going to let that go all the way to 400. We'll just let that keep going. More canisters. So we've already scaled up our other production. Now we're going to scale up all of these. Okay, now this, we're going to take this out. And we're going to need another table for this. We can grab this and move this out the way. We're going to probably need to do this behind here. Like this. And probably feed it in there somehow. Yep. And we could probably just wipe these out too. It says 3 of them on here, which is good. Wow, we just got a ton of those. All right. Let's put them over here before they vanish. And it gives you a little bit of time, but I wouldn't wait for it. I would definitely immediately put these on a table or in your backpack or somewhere. Again, I'd like to be able to disable that ability to put that in my backpack because it can be super obnoxious. Okay, we got that done. Now, the number one thing you're going to need on this one that you're going to end up with a lot of is carbon. So we're going to go ahead and just prime this a bit. Lock that. Prime this a bit so we can get the carbon to go up in here. We're going to tell that to stop running out. Make it this way easier. And for right now, we're just going to do that so we can transfer that carbon into that one. And then we can have it grab whatever is left over here and convert that to carbon. Typically, that's what I'm doing over here as well, is converting carbon off of this one. This whole thing right here, we don't even need anymore. Again, we have so many RTGs now that we could make an endless amount of power. In fact, we have them just sitting over there. Or I'm sitting over there in a thing. They're not even being used. We have so many. We need another thing over here for our stuff. Yes. Wow, look at all these canisters now. Again, scaling up those resources has helped us unlock more of these canisters. All right, we'll just prime that baby like that. Very nice. Do this, run this, and it's going to make an absolute ton of those again. All right, we'll probably start condensing some of these smaller ones down. Probably just stack them over here. Stack all this excess stuff off to the side so we don't feel like we're getting encroached. This is steel here. This can be put over here now and over here. Again, what's this waiting on? Waiting on gas, which I forgot to run out. Oh, it's empty. Okay. And again, this is where we need that stuff to run back in. We need to take, say, our graphene off for a minute. Get our condenser running. Set this to input. And that'll make a bunch of that. Eventually, I'll just let that run for a while until that fills that up. Or I can make another table and just have it run over there. And we can hot swap those. Or I can just make it automatically go on there. Again, building up all the automation is really fun. Where it just like there's a bazillion of everything running at the same time. But this is waiting for helium right now. There we go. That's output. This is waiting for steel. So we can get some more. What are we at? 37 right now. Again, starting to clean up all this stuff. We got a whole bunch of extra canisters. Probably end up grinding all those up now. But But let's just clean it up as we go. More big boy canisters over here. We've got our other table that we need. Come on, table. Get over here, because we're going to need to have you be a complete separate process. We can tell this to stop. Move that over there. Stop being awkward. These things are being awkward over here. I hate it when it does those weird noises. Okay. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get this to process the raw stuff here, and then take that raw stuff and put it over here. So we want to put the carbon eventually to be here. This is going to go ahead and process. We're going to need another auto arm there. Let's go ahead and cut this power here. Run this to here. Do this. Let's put these up here for now. I think there's a third one in there somewhere. There we go. And then we will run the power this way. And that's going to bring this. Yeah, we definitely need an auto arm for that. And let's get an auto arm. Aluminum and graphite. Shouldn't be hurting for graphite, that's for sure. I think I just fixed that over there too, because it didn't look like it was running out. Okay, another auto arm. Now we're going to, in this particular one, we're going to have it automatically break down to carbon and then take the carbon and transfer it through onto the other table. Like so. Again, you want to create a backlog too in case you need, you fill up on that particular thing, like in this case, plastic. So this one is going to, let's say we move these over here. Like so. So, there we go. Move this way. And auto arm any stuff there. But we need to block this so this doesn't end up with carbon there, which is exactly what it's going to do. And so we can use a little one like this, but just make sure it's not inputting. It's only outputting. And then this is carbon here. This grabs the carbon from these spots, which is where it's going to end up. And again, we can make ourselves a nice little spot for our trees. And then we'll run over here and grab some of these seeds. Obviously, we'll move these seeds later. But we want to make sure that we're just planting these in the grab zone. Let those start to grow. Now, I usually do stuff in groups of threes. I usually find that works really great in the game. You just keep doing them in groups of threes, like you see I do plants in threes. Now, that other one over there, I don't need a massive amount of organic so I can convert it into carbon. I'm actually just using the organic itself. So there's no conversion process in that process, so I don't need to worry about it. And so we want to convert that probably, you'll see me start to use these just to block areas on the table. Another thing you can use is you can use like your equipment that you're saving for whatever reason. You can use those if they're full, just to block stuff. Or I could use the tree stuff over here as well. But we're going to let that go, and then we're going to try to get that carbon in there. Now, the other thing that we're going to need is compound. So after we get our stuff going over here, once we get our resin going, then we'll put another one in here for compound. And we'll just go ahead and set that to disable so it won't go in there. And it will just go into here. Almost halfway on that now. And I kind of feel like that's good for now. Let's not get too crazy. And so we'll turn off the repeat here. It'll finish after these next ones. I don't like to do too many or it starts to like they hit each other and then boom, they go flying. Yeah, I don't want them to go flying. That's awkward. I gotta go track them down. Alright, now we need a couple containers over here. Okay, and again, I usually start with inputs on the right and then outputs on the left. This whole table, by the way, is backwards. Like so. Oh, and there was some copper under there. Totally backwards. Alright, let's just line this up a little nicer. Lock that. Run that in there. Run this to here. This one to that one. Okay, and that is locked. This is locked. Okay, now we're ready to do a bit of tapper extraction. Again, make sure to turn these back on. Make sure that I can see it. Yep. And, oops, wrong thing. There we go. Tapper back on. And then this tapper, I'm just going to aim a bit inward with it. Awkward. Come on. Why are you going to be like that? There we go. Just so they're all going toward the center. Then we'll turn this on. We'll let that run. This is set to input right now. This needs to go around the other way. I like to have the outputs facing toward me. I don't really look at the side of it to see how much is in there. I really want it to be facing toward me so I can see if it's actually outputting. So, again, this is kind of backwards. Because what we want is we want the carbon over here. Like that. And then this. Yeah. And then eventually the... and you can see I have it right here on this table. So on this table I have carbon plus compound equals plastic. So you don't have to look in there for the recipe every single time. And if you look over here and you see you're missing something, well, you know this one's going to be carbon. You know this one's going to be the end result, which in this case is plastic. And then if this one's empty, you know that that one is the compound that you need. So there we go. All right, let's see if this works. All right, take that, put that into there. GG's. All right, awesome. That's going to go ahead and fill those up. All right, over here we've got some more stuff that we want to do. Let's get some of these things from over here, and we're going to need 3 of them, so we'll just grab 3 of those bad boys. I'm going to have all of our major production updated here, which is great. Oh my goodness, getting late. Getting late, but we're going to get it done. All right, we already have some aluminum alloys, so that's going to make this easy. We're going to take that, put that right there. Totally not what I wanted that to do. We're going to go ahead and run this out, bring this out for a second, just so we can prime it so it doesn't put that stuff in there. Run that out like that, and then once that's run out, then I'll run the plants into that one. There we go. And those are separate. Okay, and then now we need the various resources here. So we need aluminum and we need copper, and that's going to make aluminum alloy. I actually kind of feel like I should probably turn this around the other way so that it represents the direction in which my stuff is flowing. Okay, there we go. That's locked. So we need to get our aluminum over here, and we need to get our copper over here. So where do we have our aluminum? Somewhere over here, which we don't have any now. We got it all out of our canisters, which is good. We can go get more. And put that over there. Put this over there. There we go. Cleaning that up nicely. And we used up all of those resources, or they're sitting up on the thing there, which we can use later on. All right, and then over here, same thing. And again, we're going to unlock this, spin it around so it's facing in the direction that we are flowing our stuff. So this needs, what do you guess? Carbon. What a surprise. and tungsten, and it's going to make tungsten carbonide. So we're going to go ahead and get our first one here, which we're just going to turn into carbon. All right, now we don't need this one anymore. Again, you're going to see me just eliminate an absolute ton of all this stuff now. And that's really your goal whenever you're upgrading. It's just to eliminate that stuff. And there's some tungsten carbonide. That's nice of it to do that for us. What do we got here? A graphene. Okay. We need another thingy. A couple more, as a matter of fact. Back over here. Alright, and then we can just prime this one as tungsten carbonide. Turn around the other way. There we go. And then over here we have one tungsten. But hey, one tungsten allows us to prime it. And obviously we need to go over and set up our extraction of tungsten. And we're going to do that. And that will prime that one as tungsten. That is making this one empty over there. And we can put this over here. And my headphones have died. All right, awesome. Organizing is fun. I love getting this stuff organized to these very large containers. And we're going to have even larger containers than these that take up even more space. And we will get to those. And that's going to really kind of, I'm going to have to definitely spread out the base. Because those do require a lot of tables and a lot of interaction. That's still running, by the way, everybody. It's got 81 graphene in there right now. All right, speaking of stuff we can run out, we're going to run this into the other thing, and I need to switch my audio here. And like that. There we go. We'll just run these into here, since we only got a few of them in here. Then I can just set it over here for being, oops, not like this, being my silicon output right there. And then again, unlock this, switch it this way, like that. And then this one also needs resin. And we're just going to take that out. Run that into there. Obsolete. Over there you go. All right. Got a little bit of this we can fire up. Just for fun. What we got here? Titanium. Okay, man, we got a lot of stuff. Oh, this is actually the raw titanium. That needs to be converted. And that should run it in once it's done. Got some dirt there. Ceramic. In fact, we can take this dirt here. Run that out. Run this in. That's going to just transfer that dirt into that big container. So we don't need that small container anymore. It's going to kind of trip this up here, though, so I got to kind of watch it. And this we're going to use for compound later. There we go. That actually worked out. All right, that was fine. But we lost the ability to use that container. So we're just going to grab the soil container off of there for a minute. So it continues to transfer that. Oh, it put it up there. Oh, okay. We need another. Just use mine. I got this. There we go. There we go. Put that back. Have it do its thing. Over there. Okay. How we doing? All right, it's making a ton of carbon. Nice. Waiting on our compound. And then this is going to be our plastic output. Okie dokie. Again, we'll put this iron up here for us to use later. This is our actual rubber right here, which is also this right here. And we'll pull this out of here. We'll go ahead and transfer all that in there. This is our tungsten carbonide. Same thing over here. Again, if we need any, we can always just take it out of the larger containers, but the kind of goal right now is just to shrink down these smaller containers and empty those out. And see, remember how we didn't have any and now we got like 10 million? That's how that goes. Also over here, we're going to need resin and quartz. We might want to go ahead and check how our stuff is doing down here. Speaking of quartz. And not only have it convert the quartz into glass, but eventually actually do quartz as well. Okay, we have a bunch of quartz here. I'm just going to have that run in right there, and then have this grab all of that, move this over to here, grab this quartz into there. There we go. We're going to run that out. Now we have the two inputs and the outputs that we can run. Now I'm not really worried about that quartz right now. I don't really need it right now. What I really need is I need the glass more than I need the quartz. So we'll let that kind of convert first. And I'm going to take this out because I'm tired of bumping into these things. There we go. Out the way. So widen that out a little bit. And again, everybody, you can see that I haven't one time thought about my oxygen because we did get the mobile oxygenator, and that allows us to keep rocking. All right, look at this, holy moly! A lot of stuff going. Now I won't melt these down yet or break them down yet until I feel like it's time. But that time is making its way to us here. Again, another auto arm is always useful. Take one of those. Okay, how are we doing over here? We're 105. You know what? We're just going to let that run for a really long time. We don't really need the nanocarbon alloy right this second. Again, we're going to need the thing here, so we'll go ahead and grab some of these back here. Then over here. Because, again, we'll need resin, and then eventually we'll need the quartz. Yes. And then here, we're waiting for the resin. And we'll put that over there. This is plastic, so we have some plastic right here. This will be the finished results of plastic. There we go. Put all the plastic away in there. Again, if you need it, just put one of these canisters down, fill up those canisters with it. But right now, don't need it right this second, and so I'm going to put it away where it actually goes. So the best thing about this is it helps you have a place where this stuff goes, right? It goes there. That's its spot. That's where it should go. That's where it should always be. If I'm looking for some compound, or if I'm looking for carbon or plastic, it should be right there. Be surprised how powerful that is, everybody. You'll see later on 7 Days to Die how powerful it is to know where stuff goes. Let's see. And again, we got our auto arm. We were working on our stuff over here, which seems to be working beautifully. Just grabbing all of this, yes. Yeah, see, this is where we have the problem where the carbon goes there. We don't want to do that, so we want to put that there to block it. It's not inputting, it's just saying output, so there's nothing in there, so it's just blocking its ability to put stuff in that exact spot. Another thing you can do is put like your power there, your RTGs or whatever else there, just to block that space. Okay, yeah, now we got our big containers going. Very nice. All around on all of our various things. Now we're going to go ahead and grab an extra one of these, and we're going to go back over here where we have our power running as well. And we're just going to see what we can do over here. Don't really need this one. Just going to set that over there and do this and do this. Basically just to keep that running. And so that's going to make a bunch more carbon. Okay, I think we scaled pretty much everything all the way up. Don't need these canisters anymore, because that's going to automatically run all of that. And all that's good. How much we got? 45 nanocarbon alloy, not counting the other bunch of nanocarbon alloy over here. Okay. Trying to think of wherever else I would need these. Probably only wherever I have my stuff storage at. So the other thing I would need is another forge. Or whatever they call it in here. I call it a forge, but it's a smelting furnace. There we go. Need some resin. Ooh, our resin's almost full. Sweet. Put that right up there, like this. Yeah, getting close. Then we'll run a bunch of compound. Okay, now we need a forge because we're going to do the same thing that we did over here, over there. Did we make another table? Don't think we did, so we'll make another one now. Don't see any extra tables. So now what we want to do is we want to go to our copper and have our copper automatically convert the raw copper to the copper ignits, because you don't need the raw copper, everybody. You don't. Just like other items, you don't need the raw materials, like raw iron. You don't need that. It doesn't do you any good. I don't use it for any resources. But you do need your quartz. So that you do need. So that would be considered a raw resource because you can't convert it into something else. Sometimes you do need ceramic, but you don't need clay. And again, sometimes you need organic as well. So you definitely want to have that as a raw resource. You want to have your organic, but you also want to have it converted into carbon. Because over here, that's where we are doing our organic right now. Trying to get this first stage all set and rock and rolling. And then once we have enough organic and we have enough of our resin, we can literally just run out 400 rubber. And then you get this going over here and you run out 400 plastic and 400 aluminum alloy, and you get the idea. Just 400 of everything, and you got 400 of everything, everybody. You're pretty styling. Right now, look at this. We got 161 of that graphene, which is awesome. Okay, so we got this. We might want to bring another canister while we're working. Let's go over here and get this going on. Probably want to bring more power, but we're not going to have enough room for all of this. Let's put this up here. Maybe we just run this over here while we're waiting for that table. Sounds like a plan to me. How's our research doing? 33,000. You see me doing any research? No, it's doing it all automatically. Again, when you're busy doing all of this, everybody, that research, which it seems like, oh, well, it's going really slow. It's only doing 40 here or 1,000 there or whatever. You let it run long enough, it won't be an issue. You just have tens of thousands of it every time you go to use it. I don't even need any of that right now, so no big deal. And I could make it go faster. I could make it go 10 times faster if I wanted to. But if I don't need to, why do it? Just like I don't need to make 100,000 plates in Satisfactory. Why would I do that? I don't need it. If I don't need it, I don't do it. All right, this got a bunch of this over here, but needs a little bit of love, a little snap, pushy push. Oh, look, see it actually, see how the stuff is gone? It actually extracted all the stuff from the side. We're going to probably end up doing this one underground. But while we're here, let's go ahead and start to smelt some of this down. And we have nowhere for this to go because we don't have enough room for the finished result. So we got to get some room for the finished result right over here. That was a lot. 121 in there. So I want to make sure it doesn't accidentally put the raw resource in there. There we go. Once you get it in there, then you're good. And I don't know why this sucks so bad, but yeah, it definitely zapped a whole bunch of that out of there. What if I go up here? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It sucks all around. All right, we definitely find a better copper spot. And no reason to put our power down, though we could probably just put it down here while we're dipping around. And we got to go get that table to run that power. Might even be a better idea just to pull this out of here because, again, there's not enough to go. But I did see some copper around here somewhere. So we could just move this to another spot, which is probably what we'll do. I think there was some out on this side, too. So we'll move that to another spot at some point. Again, just leave all that stuff on the table and just pick up the table itself and just fly with the table. And fly it wherever you're going. I'd actually take the extractor first. Pick up the extractor, move the extractor to where you want to test it, find where you want to be, fly back, grab the whole table, bring the whole table forward, and you're good. Take me a shortcut. But we'll just let it run over there on its own and convert that 100 plus stuff for now. And then we'll just bring all the finished copper over here and be good. Sometimes I just feel like driving the vehicle. I could have just flown the table over there or flown back, grabbed the thing, flown the table back. Sometimes I just feel like driving. I really like the driving in this game. Again, it would be nice if you could switch between third and first person. Especially when you're trying to drill and you're trying to put things into like little slots that are hard to do because you're at this third person weird angle. But I live with it because it's a great game. Yeah, there it is off to the side over there. Thought I saw it somewhere. All right, let's power up. Lock it. Snap it. It's locked? Yes. All right, time to power this big bad boy up. All right, how much does this take? This takes, I think it's 5. Yeah, 5 power. All right, here we go. We should have brought a thing. Actually, I think I did. Didn't I put a battery in one of these things? It'd probably be the other one with my luck. I know I put a battery up here somewhere. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, we lucked out. All right, cool. Again, battery is more, instead of it just being for backup, it's like, are you exceeding the power? Which we are right there. You can see it. Exceeding the power. And then this one needs to feed into here, but it can't reach that one there. So we're going to turn this off for a second. We're going to take this one, we're going to stop this. We're going to put this on this side. I'm going to put that on that side and turn it this way. We're going to run this out. We're going to run that in. We're going to go like this so it can go through that. See how it's picking it up, then putting it up there, and it can go through so that can continue to extract. It's kind of like a pass-through, both a storage and a pass-through, which is awesome. All right, so again, we have excess power. Probably didn't need that whole table, but hey, if it's got excess power, I'm all about it. In fact, you know what? Let's give it a little extra power. A little extra power, because you know what? We got a lot of power. That's why. All right, hey, convert all that copper for me. We'll come back at some point and grab it. Oh, here we go. Crazy driving. Out the way, trees. Probably should just go around, since I'm going to probably end up going down underneath here. How long have we been going for? Oh, we're going to hit our cap here too. I think we already passed the cap. Did we? No, we're still pretty close. Okay, I got to cap this stream in a certain amount of time, everybody, because I do got to come back in a few hours. Do it all over again. Again, we're going to rest up. And do good. Now I'm going to take this right over here. It's going to automatically grab that organic off of this, so I don't end up with a bunch of that on there. All right, there we go. Can't really think of anything else I need to do here, other than eventually go and get some aluminum. Did we get that aluminum auto-converting with the furnace? Can't remember. Let's go see. Oh, just in case we need a... Hold on. Just in case we need a canister, we'll bring one. Right there. And we'll get some... no hydrazine there. But I can grab some from right here. Nice. I do so many things, but I forget. I'm like, did I go in and make that furnacing, or do I need some power? How did I leave that off? Hopefully I put a battery there, so I'll know what's going on. I remember it was extracting a lot. It was a real good spot. Let's see how we're doing. Yes, I needed a container. Hey, look at that. I actually thought ahead on that one. Nothing short of luck. All right, let's go ahead and grab this. And we will prime that with this. Tell this to stop. Oh, nope. Other way. There we go. I get this aluminum off of here before it makes another one. There we go. Put it around. Okay, and we have some extra zinc laying out in the road there. Okay, now we're just going to have this convert. It has 281 laterite, which is basically aluminum, and that's going to 100% fill that. Absolutely, because again, we're going to nudge this, and that's going to be another 200 or so there. And now we'll just let that run. Our battery is not diminishing, which means we have enough power, and we actually got that set up ready to rock and roll. Go back here and check on this quartz. I do a lot of backwards driving in here because sometimes I just don't feel like turning around the other way. Kind of feel like you go just as fast in this game, even if you're going backwards. It's not like it some games that slow you down when you're going backwards. Okay, how's our quartz doing over here? Let's go see. We should have a whole lot of things. 73. Wow. Okay. Doesn't seem like it's going very fast. But this kind of stuff takes a while. Yeah, glass definitely takes a while. We'll just let that run. That's all doing good. So both of those are forging themselves up at the node. So we're going to make a ton of glass, a ton of aluminum, And then again, we can just take that aluminum, stack it down there, and make a ton of aluminum alloy, and come back and we can just get more aluminum. And then we'll have aluminum and aluminum alloy separately as well. The whole goal is to get the end result, the aluminum alloy, and then once you have that full and you don't really need it right that moment, it then is also getting you more aluminum. So you then, when you do need it, you can queue it up again and it's already pre-done because you already have it set up to be done. Okay, so again, this is just waiting on a massive amount of nitrogen. All seems to be good. How's my batteries doing over here? Battery's looking good. Look at this. Battery all good, not diminishing. Very good, very good. Bit of a mess there. And how's this carbon doing up here? It's got 31 carbon in there. Okay. How's our stuff doing over here? Oh, this is done. Sweet. Okay. And we're going to stop this from doing resin so that when it does this, it doesn't just automatically start more resin. Now, this little leftover resin, I'm just going to put in one of these little extra containers, which is why I'm kind of saving these little suckers. So if I have a little overflow, I can do this, and then that overflow will end up over here in my crafting, just general crafting. And now we have our resin. Okay, over here, resin. Okay, got organic, we got resin, and we want to make rubber. So we're going to turn this around, run, and now it's going to turn all of that into rubber. It possibly can, in this case 128 organic, but it's still collecting the organic here. So once it gets more organic, it's going to pass through this canister and into here. So it's just going to go until it runs out of resin, which is about 400, or fills the canister, which is about 375 more. And I don't need to do nothing now. That's just going to do that all automatically. Now, we also want to go ahead and work on our compound. So we're going to work on that one next. And we'll say compound, put it on loop, do your thing. Big dog. All right, away it goes. Make sure you set that to input so it does do the deal. And then we're going to do some more resin later, so we might as well just unpack one of those for resin for later on. You need a lot of resin. You need a lot of carbon. Okay, we got carbon. We got tungsten carbonide. Okay, all that good. Whoa! Ho, ho, we used up all the hydrazine. Wow, okay. We'll stop that. Wow, we also used up the graphite. How much we got in here? Oh my goodness, 223 graphene. Wow, okay, that's going to end up right where this little condenser is eventually. So we're just going to stick that over there. And then we're going to need a replacement container, so that can run while the other one's running. Now, sometimes what I do is I also have the graphite here just automatically going toward this over here, because this the graphene, it needs the graphene. So it'll automatically make the graphene and just wait for it to be needed before it makes any more. But I do like to backlog it. Again, when one thing is waiting for something else, you can just let it backlog that thing. So in this case, we need some graphene just to prime that one. So we'll grab one out of this one, like so. And we'll just put that in there so it knows what it is. Okay, we got to go get more hydrazine, which should, in theory, have a whole bunch of that already done. I feel like I don't need to take that for right now. We got 18 launches, looking good. More hydrazine. Caldor, we go. This game is so hard. Not at all, Cheese Hobbit. Again, you can see how I'm on day 3 and I'm already toward the high-end stuff. And you're like, Kismet, how can I see what you've already done? Guess what? I got VODs, and they're all by episode numbers. So you can go back 2 episodes and figure out how I started, how I got everything going, where I got all my research from. You can do all that. And while you're watching my videos, by the way, you can watch them all on YouTube or here on Twitch as well, on VODs. You can also put a like in there if you do like that kind of content, and want to know exactly how I did mine. It just looks complex because I did one thing at a time and got to where I am now. Caldor is where we're going. But again, you just take it one step at a time and you say, okay, what am I working on first? What do I need to work on first? What do I need to work on second? What do I need to work on third? And that's how I've done it so quickly, is because I know the importance order of which to get done, which to do this, what to do next. Like today, just at the beginning of today, we probably had 10, 15 of each resource. And then we just kept scaling it up. We kept saying, okay, we're going to make an auto extractor. That auto extractor is going to extract a bunch of it. And then we're going to put it in a little container. And then we take that and then we make more resources to make more extractors and then more power and more containers. And then our containers are getting bigger and bigger and our extraction's getting more and more and more until we get to the very large containers, which is what did that. And I did that all just today. Just today, we went from the very small containers to the very large ones. But you got to have your resources running. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and do the nudge. So this nudges all of this, so it'll get more. One on the outside, some pain. Why do you got to do that to me? There we go. Just nudge that so it can grab more of that over there. And we're just going to go ahead and swappy. This over here, including our canister, which we'll just give it a little swappy. Put that right in there, set that to input. And that's just going to keep collecting more ammonium and more of our hydrazine. We have 69. 69 extraction. We actually need to find a better spot for that eventually, but we're just going to extract as much as we can from there, and then we'll drive around, we'll find a better spot where it's all the green is all the way at the top. But it doesn't really matter because we're at a point now where we're at a tipping point, everybody. And that's what we were working toward today. And then a flattening out point. And that flattening out point is when I have so many resources that I'm not really hurting for any resources anymore. I can make whatever I want to make. And I have, massive amount of resources. If I want to make a vehicle and put it on every single planet, I could. The best vehicle with the best gear and the best stuff. Just from what I've made right here, I can do anything now. I can build anything I want to build. That's what we really have been working toward here. And then over here, also, a lot of fuel for my jetpacks and for my vehicles and stuff like that. There it goes. I'm going to make some more. Go for it. Okay. And again, over here, we need more resin eventually. But look at it go, everybody. Look at that. Got 58 rubber in there already. And we're just trying to backlog 400 of each thing. We'll get it done. And then 400 of each thing is going to allow us to make vehicles, make shelters, make landing pads, go and power up all of the beacons, do all of those things that we want to do, and especially the MEGATECH stuff, which is what we're working toward. Again, I did do some of the MEGATECH stuff in my previous playthrough, but we got to a point where they were, fixing a bunch of stuff. So I thought, we'll work on some other stuff, and plus I had other games I was playing. And then we'll come back to it. We'll check it after they've kind of doing a bunch of updates. Seems to play perfect now. It's pretty rock solid. As always, usually in Astroneer. But we'll get to the MEGATECH. We're going to build a bunch of big stuff out there, everybody. Big stuff here at some point. But again, we want to have all of our stuff going. Now, the only thing I would say that I would probably get going next out of all the stuff that I have going would be tungsten. Because tungsten's going to be the thing that we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff and like, we need some tungsten carbonite or we need some tungsten, and we won't have any because we haven't set up any auto extraction. But it's not like I can't just go over there and grab a bunch, but we want it to auto extract. What we really want to do also is do our rails, and that's so we can centralize our power. And then our rails, we can run our rails so that we can run that power down to wherever we have those extractors, including copper. Like if we have copper way down, say 4 levels down in the planet, which they do have multiple levels, which is really cool because as the further you get down, the more elaborate the planets get. And they had revamped all the planets if you haven't played in a while. They revamped all the interiors of the planets, and they're amazing, especially when you get further down in the planet. But we can just run a rail down there, which will run the power down there, and then it can go down there, grab the copper, bring the copper up, drop it off up here, convert the copper up here, and then put it into whatever process we want it to go. And we can have a split, say, okay, put a little bit of copper here for making, this item, or put copper over here so that we can make this resource or whatever it is. you can divert all that stuff, do a lot of that kind of cool stuff. One of my favorites, though, is the centrifuge over here, which earlier we drove for a really long way to get a bunch of soil. And you can see that this centrifuge is just knocking out a ton of compound. Now, of course, eventually, the most efficient way of doing it is to have extractors, right? And you have one extractor to get you started. And then I usually put 3 extractors if I really wanted to extract quickly. And then I will extract all of that. And I kind of feel like I might move this base. We'll move this base. Look at my cool road I made. We might move this base to a nice flat spot. Ooh, right over there. Yeah, look at that. Now, if you are going to move your base, what you want to do is move it to a spot where you have uncollected resources. Like, for example, right over here, right? This is a really good spot right here because this is very wide open. But you can see here that there is some resin here that has not been mined. These are kind of like natural caves that happens. And the same thing here. We have a bunch of compound that has not been touched, right? So that means you're going to get your maximum extraction from those particular things. I would look for something that's more dense than this, but you never know. Right underneath here, it could be massively dense. You don't really know until you bring your extractor over, put your extractor down. Oh, okay, that's super dense, or nope, that sucks. One or the other. It'll be either really super awesome or absolutely sucks. It'll be one or the other, that is for sure. All right. So, again, we got this going. So, I feel like the thing I want to do is just let the game run for a while, get myself a massive amount of nitrogen there, and then I don't even need any more power. I am so maxed on power right now. Trying to think of any other resources that I need to run right this second. And again, eventually I'll do all the resources. And another thing I can do, by the way, go put the extractors over there. And if I need to convert it, then put the smelting furnace over there, convert it, and then have the rail bring it back to me. And put it exactly where it goes. Like, if I need, say, resin, I can have it take the rail, run the rail over here, and put the resin right there where it goes. Or I could take this over to where it is, over there, and then have it do that. Especially something that if you're extracting the resin, and I can put organic anywhere. Doesn't matter. The organic is not the hard part. The resin is the hardest part. So if I had a really great resin node, it could be anywhere in the world, underground or above, and I can just go ahead and go there and just have the resin going to this, and just an auto arm, grabbing it, putting it in there after it extracts it, and then just have this convert into rubber. Or it could convert it to rubber, grab the rubber, and bring the rubber to me. And then put that in my stuff over here. Because the rubber eventually ends up being part of your 3D printer, right? So if you're going to print a vehicle, you would then have rubber for that vehicle, or in this case, an auto extractor. So the end result needs to end up wherever you're making stuff. It doesn't do any good just sitting in a giant canister over there. But it needs to be like, okay, wherever I'm making my auto extractors, that rubber needs to make its way to where this is. And anytime I need to make them, or I could just set it on loop, and it would just say, okay, it's got exo chips, it's got steel, it's got tungsten carbonide, it's got rubber. Boom, run. And it will just do it automatically. And you could have all of those resources coming from all over, including having ships go to other planets and grab resources and bringing those back. That's part of that MEGATECH. Which we'll get into, but we're just kind of setting up all the basics, again, on these 3 episodes so far, where you can just go in and set all the same stuff up I'm doing. Everybody just follow exactly what I did, and you'd be right here where I'm at, same thing, maybe even more. Maybe even more, depending on how efficient you are at doing all this stuff. So there you go. There you go. Okay, what do we got? Titanium here. Let's go ahead and run this copper in. There we go. Okay, what else we got? I think we're good. I feel like I just want to let it run at this point, because we want to let it do a lot of compound and so on. Maybe do some surveying. That might be an idea. Let's go over here and grab some more of this hydrazine. And let's go survey. Now, once you get to a certain part where you don't have to worry about oxygen, because you have the mini oxygenator, you can just fly around, do whatever you want. So over here, we're going to go do a survey. Look at this beautiful sunset over here. Is that a sunrise? I think it feels like a sunset. And so we can survey a spot where we might want to move our base to. So we can just take a look and see if we see some resources. Oh, there's a crashed pod over here. Oh, we got a solar thing. I picked these up even though I know I don't need them. It's hard to leave that stuff behind. And then this is somebody's backpack here. You see it's got a curious item. It's got a floodlight, a little squeaky thing, and oxygen filters, which are very useful. I'm just going to leave them there for right now. There's a bunch of compound that we could use. Again, we could just run a rail car over here. It'd be just as good. Oh, look at this. See, here's a little denser node. We can see that it kind of goes underground. Now, is this one going to be better than that one? Don't know until you put that extractor down. That's when you know. Also, a bunch of resin right next to it. So you could be extracting the resin and the compound. Definitely want them to be separate, though. When they're mixed, you never know what you're going to get. But when they're separate like that, you can extract that, and we can just have compound and resin for days. And then put it on a rail, run the rail back to our base, or move the base over here if we want to. And then again, the three basics are your organic, your resin, and your compound. If you get your three basics down, you'll be good. Yeah, I feel like I can just run this back. And again, I'm going to be widening out this base so all this stuff is separate. So when we're bringing in our rail cars, you definitely need to not jam it together because it's going to make it way harder to do the logistics of the rails when you bring them in, because this rail line is going to be like this and you're going to want to bring this rail line past that rail line, so you have to go over or you can go under, but you don't want to do that at all. You know what you want to do? You want to have your rail lines like this. This rail comes in, drops it off, this rail comes in, drops it off, not where they're overlapping each other and doing all sorts of stuff. Though you totally could do that, I feel like it just makes it way harder. Unnecessarily harder. No need to really even do that at all. Okay, so kind of feel like we got that going. It's not break time, it's like go take a nap time. Perfect timing though, I was just about to say before you interrupted me there, and gave me a good reminder that I think that's good. We'll just let that run. We'll let that run. Again, we have our power in all of our different places. It's converting it all. Probably should go check Glacio one more time while I'm thinking about it. All right, let's go do it. Just a quick double check. We know that our aluminum's running. We know that our quartz is running. We got our copper going. We have all of our stuff on Atrox running. We have our Caldor going. We want to go probably just to Glacio, give them a bit of a bump, and let them convert all of the high-end resources over. And again, see, again, this is how you scale, right? This is really anything. You work through the different stages of scale. And then, most importantly, you scale your power. I was absolutely right. It definitely needs a bump. Let's give it a little bump, a little bump, a little bump. Oop, and always the last one that wants to be feisty. And it disconnected too. Come on. There we go. Get over here, you feisty guy. All right, there we go. Wish you could lock those things. Then over here, we need some bumps. How much is already in here? Whoa, 300 already in there. And again, this is how you get more resources out of the same spot. You just bump it. You pick it up. I pick it up by the bottom because a little easier to place it back down. There we go. And then our auto arm will grab all of those and feed that right in there. We can see our battery is looking good, just not diminishing. And let's check our titanium, which also probably needs to be bumped. I love the sliding in this game. It is really fun. You can slide all the way down the middle of the planet if you have it set up like that. Very fun. How we looking? All right, 108 already converted. We definitely need some bumping in here. Let's go. And yes, it will eventually deplete all of the resources in that area. Trying to not get it to disconnect, but it did anyway. Awkward. Fine, we'll plug this one in. That one's plugged into over there. So we'll get this one plugged into there. There we go. And then this one on the end here needs a little bump. Oh, it disconnected. Reconnected. There we go. And that should be able to hit all of those. And now it's just going to grab it, convert it, put it in that thing. When we need it, we'll come back, we'll grab it. And this is when you just, once you have all the stuff set up, you just full on AFK, everybody, and just let it make 100 of them, 200, 400, 500. You're good. Make sure that you're not standing. If you need oxygen, you don't want to be standing around out in the open because it's going to get you. Going to get you. So again, if you're going to go AFK, this would be the first thing you do. You're doing a 24-hour stream? No. I should have went hours ago, but we are trying to get things going. We should probably just go to every planet, just bump everything. This way, I can sleep soundly for the next few hours and then come back, play some 7 Days to Die with the crew, then crash out again, come back and play some solo 7 Days to Die. I'd take over a bunch of IRL stuff, so it really threw me behind on my start time. Actually, I've only been streaming for 10.5 hours. Only. I didn't start at 10 because I had a bunch of IRL stuff I had to do. All right, let's bump this. I feel like we just did bump this just a bit ago, but we'll bump it again. Yeah, if you're going to AFK for a while, bump all that stuff. All right, we got that done. Where else? Lithium. Let's go bump that. Over on Venecia. Venecia, where you at? I don't need to bump Atrox, so that is, that's gas extraction. Gas extraction, you just let that run until it fills. If it's full, well, it's already done, so I don't have to worry about it. Well, that'll run and run and run. And we could, by the way, put 2 gas canisters on there and just put more power, put more tables to hold all the power, and then come back and it would be, 600 of that gas. That'd be really crazy. Okay, and again, this here, I don't need to do anything. Again, this is just going to keep on rocking. Already 300 in there. But we do need to go in here and bump our lithium. And lithium is another one that you don't need to use your furnaces on. And again, next time what we'll do is I'll show you how to go in and use your rails to pull all this out of here. You don't have to keep running down here. The point is, I think in the long run, is where you no longer have to run down here and it just brings the resources up to you. The only time you need to run down here is to do what I'm doing right now, which is the bumping part, where you just kind of bump it so it'll continue to extract those resources. Right now we have, how much in here? 161. That's a lot. There's a lot of that, but we're going to get 400 of it, and then we'll bring another canister down, and we'll put the empty canister down and take the one. A lot of quartz down there. We'll get 400 of that, put the empty canister down, and let it keep on extracting until that whole entire node is eventually depleted. It's all good. And even if you're not on the planet, it's still extracting. Because you can easily tell, because if you come over here and you put your canister down, it's got nothing in it, you come back later, it's got 100 in it, or 25, or whatever it's got in it, you're good. Again, the only thing we need to do is go to DeSolo and get our tungsten going. So I'll make a note of that for the future. Let's see. Tungsten. Extraction. Rail systems. Bringing resources to the surface for easy pickup. And then also eventually for our interplanet delivery system that we'll set up. Honestly, it was tricky to set up originally, so I'm going to have to try to remember how I set it up originally. But that's okay. Well, that'll be part of the fun. All right, here we go. Thanks for showing the love there, Crazy. And there we go. Okay. Now, the easy part. You ready? You're like, Kismet, you did a massive amount of stuff today. I did. But here's the easy part. You just go in here, you hide in your shelter, and you AFK, you let that sucker run. So I'm gonna let it run for an hour or so, or however long I'm going to sleep, 7, 8, 9, so a couple hours. So I'll just let it run for a couple hours while I'm sleeping, and we'll come back. We'll play some 7 Days to Die. Here we go, Kismet Love Train. All right, everybody, time for the Kismet Love Train. We're going to roll on out of here. Now, again, I'll be back in a few hours, whatever time it is for you. For me, it's going to be about 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Right over here, I'm playing some 7 Days to Die 2.6 with my team. Really like the update both to 2.5 and 2.6. I think they did a great job of bringing the survival aspects back into the game, including the ability to use your jars for your dew collectors. You can collect like 18 water instead of collecting like 3 or 6. Very, very awesome. And again, we're scaling up and rebuilding a lot of the area. I've still got a lot to do on the kill box itself. And then working a bit around the city. I've got to work on the roads. That's one of the things I really want to work on. Get our roads rebuilt and all of that. Now, I know that we are game stage 1800, everybody. I don't think I've ever seen anybody get that high. And it is nothing but anarchy during Horde Night, which I absolutely love. I actually feel like they might breach the base, which rarely happens when you get in the very high end of the game. But there is just so many of them, and they're all spread out, and they're just coming into the base. And we've chosen one of the toughest places in the game to be. You're in the Wasteland, where we have our base like right in the middle of all the chaos, which is pretty fun. Which massively boosts our game stage, which means we'll get a lot of high-end loot, which is cool. But it's really the chaos that's super fun. So again, we'll be back at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which again is in about 3 hours. I think 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, in about 3 hours from now. So again, whatever your time is in 3 hours, take a break, get yourself something to eat, relax, take it easy, and come on back because that's going to be epic. And then on Sunday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2.6 solo play, where I'm building a epic base in the middle of a cul-de-sac. And we already cut it out. We already took around 5,000 plus blocks out. I showed how to do that real easy, where you just cut out the edges, you cut out the under part, you let it cascade down. GG's, you just took out 5,000 blocks. It's pretty cool. And then we're going to build a multi-layered base underground, because underground bases are super OP, and I'm showing you how to be super OP in the game. In fact, I stopped doing underground bases because they were so easy. But I thought, hey, we'll go through and we'll show you all the OP stuff in 7 Days to Die, including using the vending machines at traders, where you can make hundreds of thousands of dukes. In fact, you'll make so much cash in that game, everybody, you'll start taking your dukes and putting them in the forge to get brass. That's what I do. There's just, I mean, what am I going to spend his money on? I already got all the best stuff. Might as well make bullets. Bullets are awesome. All right, so we're going to roll on out of here, everybody. Now, you can help out the stream tremendously, no matter where you are. Just hit that follow button. Unless you're over on YouTube, hit that subscribe button, which is basically the follow button. Hit that like button. Leave a comment over there as well. You can also pop over to twitter.com/Kismet, or x.com as they call it now. /KismetBP, and hit that follow button over there. I do post up there every time I go live. If I see any giveaways or jobs up for sale, if you or hiring, or giveaways or things like that, I do post that up there on my Twitter. And then, of course, when I go live and all of that stuff, you can also check out discord.gg. I also stream to Twitter, by the way, or to x.com directly. So you can find past episodes of the stream up there as well. You can also go to discord.gg/Kismet and say hello to the community over there. Tons and tons of stuff over there, including pipe in a bunch of news about games, different games, and games in general over there as well. You can also check out the website. Tons of stuff up there. You want to know about my computers. You want to know what my studio setup is, what my favorite games are, about my team, the Teamwork Tycoons, one of the longest running gaming guilds in the world. You can check that out as well, with over 1,000 members. Our past history, all the years we've played together, all that kind of fun stuff. Of course, we're going to be playing together later tonight, 7 Days to Die. And then, of course, if you want to go above and beyond, be like all these awesome people scrolling by down there, go to patreon.com/Kismet, the single greatest way to support the stream, everybody. Not only support the stream, supporting videos, you're getting a bunch of exclusive content, including blueprints and cool stuff like that. Mega blueprints, mega modular blueprints for like Satisfactory and other things like that. So very, very cool. And of course, behind the scenes sketches and things that I'm working on that I usually don't post anywhere else, just exclusively 4 patrons. So there you go. So thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. That's it for me. You were super smart. You hanged out all the way to the end of the stream, so I'm going to go ahead and shower you with a bunch of Kiz Caps. I'm feeling better. I'm ready to game, especially with my crew. So I'm going to go ahead and lay down for a few hours because I did rest earlier, but I'm going to lay down for a few hours and then hang out with my crew and then crash out after that. Come back, do it again on Sunday night, all right? Let's do it. All right, here's a bunch of caps for you. There you go. I'm going to roll out the Kismet Love Train. We're just going to peace out. And we'll see you again in just a few hours at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norber. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you on